CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
I am the end of the world and the beginning of mine.
Hit hard, hit fast. I only see you for missions now, Kaisa. What happened to best friends forever?
Akali, I know I've been...
No matter what, we fight together.
Never be afraid to listen, this little girl. Harmoniously.
All I feel is joy.
Of the improved lane phase. What is he up to? What is he up to?
YSKM is going deep and gets Taco and gets out. That's slick Camille play. I'm going to see any flushes in a straight line. Still gets hit by the Nordic Shadow, but he...
Baron flip Hana with Roker. Eno does not find what he was looking for. And oh my goodness, they negate the Nesty ultimate with Samira and instantly bop them into the wall. And an Inferno trigger. This is going to be massive. WSL claims the first kill of that fight as they take Leaky out of it. Woody soon to fall. Could have been worse for Deep Cross in terms of numbers lost, but that was a massive fight for Dewich.
Looks like we might have found one. Usha, even though he's low, does have the GA.
Okay, gonna use it. Use all the bait. Here we go. And again, in the choke point, they find the encore, and it's looking like an encore in the last fight as they just shred through the health bars of CFO. Shun, the only man standing, but what can one of Felios do? Never mind, I said Gemini is still in this one, but not for much longer. He does not get a kill, and down he goes. Let's see what should
Power here.
All right, the Q managed to find out from prison. However, it's already 6. The face called. They do manage to throw the round of glass into the hostile takeover. They're just making them all do their work for him. This is 2, V, 3, make it 2, make it 1. The double Lil V having the time of his life for the triple kill down on the bottom side. Clement, this game has gone bananas. Of winning, just have defeat smack them in the face after one big mistake in the form of Sem 9. And now Taco finds Hanabi, who does not care about the Gwen mist, but everybody else is coming to the party, so he should be going down. I don't care how tanky he is. Let's see if MFT can get anything done with it. Actually draws Gory and tries to buy some time. Goes for a big leap strike into the counter. He might actually find him, but
he gets
so
it!
Close. He
1v2!
He gets the 1. Can he get 2? Off the back. Taco, I don't believe it. He gets the shutdown, and now the
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Nila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Nila of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
Nila is an endlessly joyful melee marksman who makes waves with the strength of her allies. She steals power from the demon of joy, Ashlesh, siphoning incomparable magic from his prison. With every step, her water whip slays monsters that would destroy the world. So the legends say. Welcome to the Nila Champion Spotlight.
Joy, unceasing and forever.
Nila's passive, Joy Unending, makes ally heals and shields more powerful on her, increasing their value by a small amount. When a nearby ally casts an ability that heals or shields Nila or themselves, Joy Unending buffs both of them for the bonus value. See, everyone's happier when Nila's around.
Joy protect you!
Though she's quick to crush foes, Nila is a caring friend. When she last hits a minion, she'll whip up some bonus experience and split it with the nearest ally.
Such happiness!
Use Nila's Q, Formless Blade, to attack enemies with her water whip. Roll 3d10. Wait, no, that's not right. Formless Blade strikes in a line, damaging all enemies hit. Hitting an enemy increases Nila's attack range and attack speed for a few seconds, and her basic attacks will splash in a cone, dealing additional damage. Formless Blade has a short cooldown. If you hit it consistently, your sustained AoE will wash enemies away.
My waters cut deep.
With Formless Blade's passive, damage against champions will ignore some of their armor and heal Nila for part of the damage dealt. This effect scales with crit chance and can overheal, granting a shield. Nila's W shrouds her in Jubilant Veil, where she briefly gains bonus move speed and dodges all incoming basic attacks. She also takes reduced magic damage to really rain on her enemy's parade. Touching an allied champion hides them in the Veil as well, but they'll be protected for a shorter period. With her demon hunting responsibilities, Nila must be swift as a coursing river. Her E, Slipstream, lets her dash through a target unit, damaging all enemies she passes through. Nila can hold 2 charges of Slipstream at once, and she'll always move for a set distance, so get ready to go with the flow. Cast Formless Blade during Slipstream to pull a wave in your path, dealing damage and activating your empowered attacks. Nila unleashes a surge of power with her ultimate, Apotheosis, lashing her whip in an area around her. With the final burst, she pulls enemies in toward the center. Apotheosis heals Nila for part of the damage dealt, converting any excess healing into a shield. This effect scales the crit chance and is granted to nearby allies. After all, joy is meant to be shared.
Now you know what you're up against.
In lane, longer range opponents can easily poke Nila out, so rely on Joy Unending to keep you healthy and gain extra experience. Nila's self-healing and armor penetration scale with crit chance, so you'll need a few items before you're really whipped into shape. When you're ready to dive in, managing Nila's mobility is key to giving your enemies whiplash. As a melee marksman, she has to be especially alert to stay out of hot water against tanky frontliners and bruisers. Slipstream has a long cooldown, but it holds 2 charges and targets allies as well as enemies. It's a powerful tool for maneuvering around a teamfight, if you use it wisely. Jubilant Veil can also ensure Nila's survival by blocking basic attacks, and you can even use it to protect your teammates in a pinch. There may be an I in Nila, but there isn't one in team. She wants to be the star of every fight, but be sure to stick with friends who can keep her alive. Without support, your tail might end up with an H2 oh no!
Remember my name.
Nila's true power lies in mid and late game team fights when your foes are grouped up for cutting down. Activate Formless Blade's passive as often as possible and you'll topple the greatest of giants. Clump up enemies with Apotheosis, then use Formless Blade to empower your attacks and deal tons of damage. Combined with ally heals and shields, you'll slice through the enemy like a whip sword through butter.
Joyous!
With skill, grace, and a water-bending whip sword, the Joy Unbound will slay with a smile. Continue the epic of Nila at the links below.
And how strong are you?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
What is going on here?
That's much better. Well, I suppose better is a relative term. Let me see if I've got this right. You looked upon the infinite cosmos, summoned me into this, admittedly rather adorable form, just so I could teach you about dragons. After all, there's none more qualified to teach you about the Dragonlands than me. Very well then, my bold little protege, I accept. We begin with power. The Dragonlands don't just have magic. They are magic. And where does this magic come from, you might ask? From dragons, of course. Each one powerful, each one an asset, if you are in the right place at the right time. The treasure dragon may offer you gold or ancient artifacts should you meet them. Just don't be greedy. One per lucky mortal customer. You understand? Of course, treasure isn't all that awaits as you traverse the Dragonlands. Make your way to the draconic shrines, and you shall be blessed with wondrous effects in battle, which you will no doubt need. Take Pandora's Bench, for example, which transforms champions into, well, other champions. Or Sacrificial Pact, which allows you to exchange experience for health and... well, yes. Visiting a draconic shrine indeed augments your abilities. But these are draconic augments, and thus are far more impressive than anything mere mortals could invent. And next time, raise your hand. Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. While some dragons roam the lands, others are tied directly to them. Astral, Ragewing, Whispers, Shimmer Scale, Jade, Mirage, Tempest. One dragon for each of the 7 major Dragonlands. Starting off strong, these rather imposing creatures can be convinced to fight on your behalf if you can afford their services. As I'm sure you can imagine, each dragon represents a powerful magic, so you would do well to commit their names to memory. Astral, there really is no place like home. I mean we, are as numerous as the stars in the sky. If the heavens align, you shall receive celestial favor in the form of an astral orb, increasing the chance that an astral unit falls into your shop. Better get wishing. I know. Fire and dragons. Such a cliche. But you're thinking too small and too slow. The dragons of Ragewing don't just feel the burn. They channel it, building their rage meters into a frenzy of fast-hitting power. Do you fear dragons that go bump in the night? Well, you should. After all, the Whispers will steal armor and magic resistance from their enemies. It's always those strong, silent types you have to watch out for. And who said all that glitters isn't gold, The magic of Shimmer Scale can make things downright blinding. What with unique items that scale with your gold? I don't look it, but I am practically green with envy. It is dangerous to go alone, so why not bring an army? That is the Jade strategy, after all. Jade statues protect even while asleep, but attack them, and they are bound to wake up. If that is not enough backup, these statues grow in power the more Jade units you possess. No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Mirage is the most mercurial of the Dragonlands. taking shape only when called upon. The only certainty is that Mirage units will change their approach from battle to battle, allowing you to adapt and bring your victory into focus. Now, where have I seen him before? Our final stop on this tour of the Dragonlands is Tempest. For lesser creatures, lightning never strikes twice. But for Tempest, lightning is a constant current, damaging and stunning your opponents. Make them regret trying to weather your storms. So tell me, are you feeling educated, inspired? Because that is it. The lessons are over. What? Did you think I was going to tell you everything about the Dragonlands? Ha! Now, where would the fun be in that?
Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I'm feeling inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising I give you everything that I have, but it's never enough. I try to take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Pacific Championship Series, and I am your host plus play-by-play today, Clement Chu. With me is always our lovely and seldom guest in the color position, Rayra Chu. We both end with Chus, but of absolutely no relation, and I do want to mention, this is actually one of my favorite positions. You get to ramble as a play-by-play. I'm super happy to be there. But before we go into the meat and potatoes of today, a big shout out and thank you to our sponsors at Riot Games, Carry Live, Garena for making this all possible, and of course, CTBC for being the top financial institution in Taiwan and also giving us a great team like CFO. So welcome to the PCS Radio True. It's been a while. How you've been doing and what are you looking forward to?
I mean, yeah, it's been a while. I think I was last on the broadcast week 1, day number 2, so it's been a whole like 2 weeks since I was here. I'm not sure if we're allowed to, bring up the other Riot game that I was involved in for the last few weeks, but I had a fun time in Copenhagen for M2. But I'm super happy to be back for some League of Legends, especially PCS. I mean, I was watching the games while I was away, of course, and we had such an exciting end of the first round robin. We saw a whole bunch of upsets in the last few weeks, like Jewish team winning versus DCG, for example, on Sunday. And yeah, just some super exciting stuff happening all around. Every single team so far with at least one win. And yeah, here are the previous results from yesterday. Pretty much most games I think went as expected. The DCG versus J team game, maybe people were expecting, J team to have a better performance. I think yesterday's performance was a bit lackluster. They did go on their socials to make kind of an apology post saying that they didn't perform up to standard. We'll go more into that later on. But yeah, what do you think of yesterday's games, Clement?
I felt like yesterday we had the triumph of the Felios. He won every single game he played, and Jewish team was surprisingly close against PSG. I was very, very much shocked about that, and they're playing in our first game today as well. They stole a Baron against Bury, and they actually killed Unified multiple times in the beginning of the team fight. So yesterday's matches, despite not looking so on paper, are actually a lot closer than they actually is. Yeah, and we are going to be taking a look
Yeah, I
at the
agree.
standings
I'm
right
looking
here.
forward
Big thing to note, PSG, of course,
see.
still on top of the ladder, and we have a whole heap of teams at the 7-win and 6-win type of range. Your top 5 are still absolutely the same from the last split, but hopefully there will be some shakeups. And just as you were mentioning, at the bottom of the table, everyone gets a win. You get a win, they get a win. At least everyone is on the board. And Ray-Richu, are you there? I'm just gonna continue with this one. So, you know,
Can you hear me?
Oh, you're back. There.
I'm having echo, so I hear twice. So I was trying to fix it, and then I heard nothing. So
Okay. I was a little bit worried I lost you right there, but welcome back. And I still don't hear Ray-Richu right now. Okay, but seems like, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we might have a little bit of technical difficulties going on, so I will be just talking through everything today. We have a whole set of 5 matches. The biggest one probably is going to be PSG Talon and Deep Cross Gaming, our 3rd match of the day. That one definitely closest in the standings, but a couple of big ones still on the way regardless. Impunity Esports still yet to find a win after those Korean imports have landed. I thought they were going to be a lot stronger, but so far, not really finding that secret sauce to gel together, while Mega Bang Beyond Gaming has continued to surge. And then, of course, we are going to start up with the Duish team versus Frank Esports matchup. This one, I think, is actually a lot closer than it is on paper. Of course, Duish team, you look at their standings, they've only got 1 win on the board, but to be honest, their performance against the top teams have actually been more competitive than Frank Esports. Frank Esports so far has not won a game against PSG or the J-Team Universe, while Duish team has actually beaten DCG and was very close yesterday against PSG. So I think times really are changing. I actually do feel like Duish team are finally getting WSL on board. They're finally going to get their mid laner on board, and there's a lot to look forward to. And there we go. Welcome back. Okay, maybe I still need to go on talking a little bit. I'm not sure if Ray-Richu heard me or if
is the volume on right now?
Yes, we can hear you. Good.
I did. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I can. Yeah, so I'm not sure if Ray-Richu heard what my rambling before with today's matchups, but I was basically just setting the stage for Frank Esports and Duish team, and talking about how Duish team has actually been very competitive against some of our top teams. So far Frank Esports hasn't beaten anyone in the J-Team universe, while Duish team's actually taken down DCG, so might be a little bit closer. How do you view this matchup?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. So I think that, as we said just now, Duish team, they're coming off of their win versus DCG just on Sunday a few days ago. Previously, like the entire first 2.5 weeks of PCS, they've lost every single matchup. So I'm not sure we really view this as a fluke performance versus DCG, but as you mentioned, from their last 2 games, it does look like they're kind of on an uptick in terms of performance. It hasn't necessarily translated into those match wins, except versus DCG. So I think today we're going to get a better idea of whether or not they're improving in terms of performance, because they go up against Frank Esports, who's currently tied 5th in the standings. Right now, Frank Esports are at a 6-4. That's their record so far in the PCS. So I think the Duish team versus Frank matchup looks like it could be a lot more even than what we can just tell from looking at the standings.
And we're going to go over the rosters real quick. Today they do have to substitute in the support position. Rebirth will be taking his 2nd attempt at the PCS, trying to find a win right there. Previously played 1 game of Amumu, but no success just yet. And for the rest of your roster, YSKM looking as handsome as ever, Holo, Pretender in the mid jungle, and of course Eminem in the AD carry position. Now, what do you expect out of a Rebirth coming in here? This is kind of an interesting substitute, and just trying to see where Frank Esports are going to go in this 2nd round robin. They've been very adamant on sticking to YSKM earlier, but do you think there are maybe some other developments here?
I think so. Rebirth is a bit more of a wild card this time around. I don't really think we've seen much of him play this split, but historically, I think what he used to play on his champion pool is more in terms of like engage supports. So I think the fact that Frankie Esports are trying to run Rebirth right now on what I think most people will agree is like team fight meta. The patch right now favors those like big team fights. I think is why they're deciding to go with Rebirth instead. His champion pool might be a bit more suited to this patch, but we will see because we don't really have a lot to go on from this summer. But as you mentioned, also I think YSKM is going to be really huge for the team. Of course, he's top of the MVP standings out of literally everyone in the PCS. I think Frankie Esports are going to have to try and play through him if they want to play a good game. But meanwhile, we have the squad of Duoish team on our screens. There's Lacuna, WSL, Xiaotu, Bangtu, as well as Enho.
And
go ahead.
Oh no! I just wanted to say I've been really impressed with Duoish team's bottom lane actually picking up the slack and going even in the past couple of games. But of course, we have to talk about the top lane matchup. This is one where everyone has their eyes glued to the screen. We all know YSKM just got a 1v3 yesterday against Sen9, and everyone's looking towards that caliber of performance.
Yeah, he's absolutely insane over on the top side. Like we were saying, he is top in terms of a number of MVPs that he's gotten so far in the 4 weeks of the PCS. I believe second in standings right now is Gory because of Gory's Azir. And I mean, YSKM has beaten that. He's beaten Gory's Azir to the top of the MVP standings, if that gives everyone any idea of how cracked this dude is over in the top side. Also, his champion pool is a bit more diverse than most of the other PCS top laners. You know, most of the other PCS top laners are happy to play stuff like Sejuani, like Gnar, like Gwen, but YSKM is the one who is always there to whip out the cool champs that we haven't seen in a while. So I'm pretty excited for our first ban pick phase of the day. Already we've got the Sylas, Kalista, the Renata, and Lucian is a bit interesting coming out in the first round of picks and bans, but it does seem like a very standard 12-12 beat going on, Clement.
I wonder if the Duoish team is actually going to take out the Zeri here, because it does seem like Frankie Esports are very adamant on just, okay, we're not going to play a super fast early game. We're going to put all of the regular champions, the more late game champions on the table, and you are going to have to outplay us with those champions. And, we do actually have both the Zeri and the Aphelios left open right here. Duoish team opting for a trade. This is very interesting because I feel like Zeri still has a lot more upside. She just snowballs far better in this meta, and even with Aphelios getting all those wins yesterday, Zeri is still the true monster on 12.12. So kind of surprised that left through.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think what Duoish team is doing is they deliberately left up the Jerry, and they're going to go for a bunch of champions that kind of counter Jerry. Like Gangplank is pretty good because you drop the big ultimate, it has that sort of like AoE slowing effect. I think the Trundle is also open if they do want to go for stuff like that, and like these types of champions where you can really cut down Jerry's ability to kind of zoom around during those team fights are really going to help shut her down. So we'll see what they go for. Yeah, so they're going to go for the Poppy because both Poppy and Trundle are open. That pretty much means that Frankie Esports will likely pick up the Trundle instead. Maybe the Viego, but I don't really want to see Hello pick that for Frankie Esports, but it is open.
We are seeing the supports being considered right here. Yuumi has been very successful, as we have seen in the past with Zeri. It's just, if you pick something like a Swain or something, you have a bunch of fighters, it's really easy to just go in on the composition. And again, you know, we don't know much about Rebirth champion, so it could be in the cards. A very early Aurelia actually being selected here.
Wow.
This is pretty much only from YSKM. I don't think you're going to see this draft from any team.
I mean, I love this for him. I love this for Frank Esports. I love this for YSKM. I just love the energy that they bring to the table every single time. You know, they're gonna just put all their eggs into the YSKM basket. Aurelia, of course, is one of those champs. If she doesn't get a hit, she's gonna be really useless towards the mid as well as the late game. She really needs to like win lane, get her first item, get going. So that's gonna be interesting. But they do lock in the Jerry and Yumi, of course, with the Renata first ban. They're not allowing Jewish team to go for the Aphelios Renata, so Aphelios kind of falls a bit lower in terms of prio, and yeah, it's gonna be Samira lock-in for Jewish team. So pretty strong team fight, pretty strong engage that they've drafted. The only things that are really missing from Jewish team are their carries. So that's gonna be a bit of an issue as we enter into the second ban phase.
I like how both of these teams have now drafted, in your words, the champions that kind of do or die. You know, the Aurelia needs to get ahead or she falls behind, and then you have the Samira. It's kind of the same case. This is the champion that Jewish team has found their only win on so far. So super high potential. We saw the great use to block out ultimates just with the W coming in from Samira. A lot of things you can do with that one, especially against a champion like the final chapter coming in from Yumi. You can actually block out that ultimate. If you can block the third wave, then you actually just cancel out the stuns, the roots coming in. So very interesting to see the interaction. Meanwhile, Frank Esports is going to take away the Mumu, very popular engaged support in the bottom side here. And for Jewish team, they are just hammering home the bans onto Pretender, taking away the Azir and also keeping away the Syndra here. Very interesting set of bans coming up.
Yeah, it's really interesting target ban versus Pretender. Of course, you know, we hype up YSKM all the time for the squad of Frank Esports, but we can't forget that Pretender has also been a pretty solid mid laner this entire year, pretty much, for the squad. Syndra, of course, isn't quite as high priority as she maybe might have used to be a bunch of months ago, so it's definitely the target ban versus Pretender. We haven't really seen Syndra played all that much, except for yesterday, for Mission over on CFO, but that was only because IMP 5 banned mid lane and then forced Mission onto Syndra. But we don't commonly see the Syndra ban in the current meta. Looks like Jewish team will be picking up the Alistar. So again, going for a very strong team fight. And oh, Morgana for Rebirth, really?
I don't think so. Because Yumi can't go anywhere else, right? So even if it was Morgana, I probably would go mid. That's super rare to see a champion like that one.
I mean, it does have good synergy with Aurelia. You know, you throw the black shield on her, she goes in to engage for the team fight, but I don't think that's what they want to do. Talia would make a lot more sense, and also the Trundles. You're talking about the traditional Poppy versus Trundle over on 12-12 right now. Talia, in my opinion, is one of the strongest roaming mid laners right now. I know it's been all about the roaming mid laner patch for the last couple of weeks, but we've really kind of seen champions such as Tia, such as Galio, kind of fall more out of favor, in favor for Talia, who's pretty strong right now. So they're going to lock that one in. And wait a minute, that can't be. No way. No way. They're just playing with us right now.
WSL has played these sort of champions. Was I a fan of the performances? Not really, but well, we have an elite jungle. There we go.
I'm super confused. I don't know if Jewish team are just falling back on comfort picks this time around, because I don't really see where their damage is going to come from for this game. I mean, we've been talking about their team fight. They've got so much engage. They've got disengage as well with Poppy. But I mean, they decided to go for the flex Poppy instead. They're going to hand it over to Lacune over on the top side and go for the Elise jungle instead. It would be interesting because I think Elise might have the potential to try and punish the Trundle a bit early on. The reason why we're seeing a lot of Trundle versus Poppy is that a lot of teams have figured out that if you want to pick an early game skirmishing type of jungle that can, make stuff happen at level 3, at level 4, Poppy as well as Trundle are pretty good options, and then they're also good for the team fights into mid game, which is why we're seeing a lot of them being picked up. I think Elise is an interesting kind of response to that, where they're also trying to for sure use her to snowball the early game. It's just looking at the rest of the lanes for a Jewish team, I'm not sure what other lane they're trying to snowball, so we'll see.
I mean, Elise is of course going jungle, but then you look at the 3 carry lanes. You've got a Poppy, a Gangplank, and a Samira. And, the last time we saw the lock-in, the Samira seems like it's going mid, which is... We've seen this in the past, but I don't think we've seen it in competitive, which is very interesting. I can't wait to see if they're actually going to be swapping players around, or are they actually just swapping these positions around, which is... Both would be super interesting.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is the PCS, so we don't just see a lot of flex champions. We see a lot of flex players going to different roles. I mean, you've got IMP.
Like Ashin.
Yeah, exactly. So you're never too sure which lane to go to until the game actually starts. So we'll have to, wait till the game starts to get the confirmation for that. But what do we think of Frank Esports composition? I mean, I definitely looking at those squads, right? I thought that Frank Esports were going a bit wild out there with the Irelia top lane, but when you look at all the 10 champs together, they've definitely got the more standard draft. Plus, they've got the Irelia versus Poppy matchup, which I think is going to allow YSKM a bigger opportunity than if Jewish team had decided to pick something more standard instead. So for me personally, I think Frank Esports won this draft, but we'll have to see.
Okay, so we do have the confirmation that Xiaotu did at the last minute swap back, so you have I would say a little bit more standard, a Gangplank mid. Lakunai is going to be taking the Poppy into the top lane versus the Irelia. And of course, Elise is jungle. Just starting off the game, we've got a bit of a level 1 scouting party here by Jewish team, already setting up for the blue buff. In the meantime, Frank Esports Pretender here trying to get a counter ward into the top side as well. So both of these top laners should be playing with jungle attention. And in the meantime, double leashes happening on the map. So Equalize starts to push here. And yeah, just, I think now we finally have our lanes. We can kind of go a little bit deeper and just kind of talk about what the win conditions are for these two teams, because I don't think either of these compositions are completely standard, at least not for the PCS.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Frank Esports versus Jewish team. Both squads are kind of the teams that are always willing to pull out some funky stuff here and there. We're seeing a bit of early aggression going on over in the top side. YSKM, the way you kind of have to play this Irelia, you want to play well versus the Poppy shield. You also need to be able to kind of go in and out of your minion wave. The positioning is going to be really important. Pretender versus Xiaotu over in mid, taking a bit of chunk damage actually for both of them. Pretender this time around also has Ghost. He's running the Ghost and Flash for that extra move speed to roam into the side lanes. And ooh, really early invade from WSL.
Spotted though. They should be absolutely fine here from this one. But I do want to mention
they're
this
not backing.
matchup is it's pretty much the best combo if you want to kill a Zeri Yumi, Yumi can't get off the target and block skill shots because Alistar's just going to block everyone, and Polo has found WSL in the jungle. Gonna force a flash out right off the bat with that red buff, and YSKM also going in on Lakunai, seeing that the junglers are both in the bottom side, gets that chance to 1v1, and does get blocked by the Steadfast Presence. Good fingers from Lakunai, and so far just a small lead for YSKM.
Yeah, Lacune also has just one more charge of the potion right there, so should still be able to sustain the lane, no problem. There's Hollow just going for the drive-by over in mid. Gets spotted out also by the ward. It does clear it, so Xiaotu won't really know if Hollow's going to stick around a bit more. And okay, he's gonna just hit the scrying. I don't really think he wants to have anything to do with WSL, even though he did see him. He's gonna have towards top. Is this the play? There's the pillar. Yeah, he's just gonna back out. I don't really think they have a lot of dive potential. Right here, pre-6 with the Irelia, especially when it's comboed with the Trundle, because the pillar and the ground is really only going to give that bit of added slow. It's not as helpful to dive the Poppy. So he's just going to be a bit of a nuisance. Back off, head back to base. Meanwhile, I think for Frank Esports, there are a couple of pings on the minimap. They're trying to figure out where the Elise was. I think they're also trying to figure out how far that they can safely push over on the bottom side.
Yeah, looking at this matchup right here, Enhao just went in for a very haphazard trade. Gets a lot of damage taken on the backside of that, but what I'm really waiting for is that Elise gank into the bottom. We all know that Elise is great with these bottom lane ganks. She has a ton of burst damage, and with the Alistar, it's almost guaranteed crowd control on Zeri. The problem just is Elise also has a huge timer. That's why we don't see Elise at all in the meta. She's pretty much a gank bot and falls off incredibly hard early. So
yeah. And plus, the way that DH team played that just now, I think they really showed all their cards too early. They had WSL go for that very dangerous invade where she was forced to burn Flash. So the fact is that Frank Esports know that Elise doesn't have her Flash Cocoon available until the Flash is back up. So it's definitely a very costly mistake. Usually, like, teams know that once Elise hits that level 3, level 4, that's when she's really going to hit one of the side lanes for the gank. But because she was forced to use Flash earlier, Dewish don't really have that timing available for them for another like minute and a half or so. So that was a bit of a liability for them earlier on. Like Q&A right now, just gonna dot all the I's, drop the ward over into the river. Both top laners haven't quite hit level 6 yet, although YSKM is going for... did start with the shield, so went a bit defensive over at the start, and it's a bit of a sneaky position right here. 3v1 on Pretender.
Xiaotu actually messes up the barrel chain. He's not going to get another chance at that one, but Pretender gets faked out, and in comes the cannon barrage. Can Holo make it here in time? The pillar goes down, blocking Xiaotu and WSL, but Lakunai is here, does not find the wall bang, and out goes Pretender. It's actually kind of a cool sequence from Xiaotu. I think he was trying to fake Pretender out for him to go forward, but unfortunately Holo was around the area, and the Talia survives.
Yeah, so it's a bit of time wasted over on the side of Dewish team. They are going to try to convert this into the first dragon, though, since they did pull 3 members over towards the mid side. Should be able to get this one no problem. I think that Amendum and Rebirth don't really want to try and contest this, especially versus the comp that Dewish team is running. They've got the Alistar also. You don't really want to fight versus that in the dragon pit. So they will be able to pick it up. Did take a bit of time. It was slow. They got there in the end, but they are going to pick up the first dragon. And meanwhile, just taking a look at the gold lead, is actually almost dead even. Just 100 gold going over in favor to Frank Esports.
Yeah, it was a very good trade right there. Catching YSKM in the middle of the blade surge. Rebirth going in by himself, baiting out the full combo. Zeri's completely fine, and in comes Holo. This might be a flash from Enhao. Gets that flash down immediately to run away, and that's not exactly how Dewish team wanted to run this composition. There was a lot of bot lane focus right here, but so far it's not paid off.
Yeah, and they're also taking a whole bunch of poke from the Union Qs. Of course, those are a bit hard to dodge, but WSL was waiting around the side the entire time, just waiting to find an opportunity to use the blasting cone to make it over the wall towards the bot. But he kind of realized that they were already losing the 3v2 and it wouldn't have been any point for him to blast cone over, and that's why he didn't. So no one died. Like, we're still at 0-0 on the kill score right now, but things starting to... well, both sides are kind of making mistakes, so I don't really think we're really seeing this game go in favor of anyone just yet, but WSL once again,
that could change. WSL does have his splash, but he's going to have to spend it again.
Not again! Yo! We were just saying that his earlier invade, where he went too deep into Frank Esports jungle, costed them so much early game pressure.
It once more, double knockup onto Holo and the Yumi. Can they burst Rebirth down? Welcome back to the PCS. Rebirth gets taken down for first blood, and that is going to move directly into a Herald take. So maybe WSL had everything calculated.
Burn the flash, bait them into the counter engage, and then get first blood. Sheesh. But I mean, props to Douche team. You know, they're playing the objective game pretty well, even if the ganks aren't quite working out for them. So Elise, you know, they picked her for that early game pressure. They tried to go for the gank over at mid. That didn't work out, but then they were able to convert that into first dragon. They tried to go for another gank over by the river. That again didn't work out over here at mid, but they were able to convert this into the Herald. So at least they're picking up the objectives here and there, which is pretty good for him.
We'll see where this Herald does go down. Actually, you know, before that, I felt like Douche team's strategy was a little bit falling apart. They really need some sort of a snowball on the least and Bang 2. Like, if this game goes even, it's definitely going wrong for Douche team. Now they're going to find Enha without the flash here, but he hits level 6 and should be fine with the ultimate. So we see Holo backing off here. Now WSL going for the top lane gank. Let's see if he can find the cocoon. Meets him right around the corner. YSKM is going to fall very low from this one. And the stun comes over the wall for the kill. Great spider senses coming from WSL to catch out that heroic.
Yeah, and that's exactly the type of gank that we've been expecting for the entire of the first 10 minutes of this game. Props to Douche team, they finally managed to figure that one out and make that happen with the Poppy as well as the Elise combo. So they don't quite have, I think, a good lane to really drop Shelly down. We're going to take a look at the replay on that. So very good pink ward that they had in the bush to really set up for this gank. They were able to catch out YSKM when he was pathing over towards the top via the jungle. So very smart of them to have the vision down. As you can see around the minimap, that ward is actually still there. It hasn't been cleared out. So it will be helpful to them in the future as well for the added bit of vision. So well done to Douche team.
Yeah, I think that was exactly what we wanted to see. Some punish of YSKM and just looking at this gold lead, I've got to say it's very rare that we see Douche team with a gold lead, but it's been happening more and more, especially in the second round. It used to be about negative 5,000 gold at 15, but in the recent,
yikes!
You know, in the second round robin, they've actually gone positive, which is why I'm so impressed about this team. I'm not sure what they worked on, but their early games look so much better. It leads to a lot better mid games as well. We might get a 3v3 on our hands here. Holo going in for Xiaotu, forcing out the flash. Let's see if Holo and how can find and engage. Nobody still on position as we move into the Cloud Dragon hustle here. Vision so far does go over to Douche team. And let's see how everyone is going to move in for this. Frank Esports, they do have that scaling advantage. They're not super pressured to absolutely go into this one. And they most likely will have to deal with Herald in the meantime. So let's see if they put up a good contest here. There we have the fork coming down from WSL. It's going to drop down the Herald. Force a response from Contender. But this is in position.
Yeah, this is smart. They're going to get Shelly to draw multiple members of Frank to deal with that over in mid. Meanwhile, Douche team can get better positioning around the second dragon that has spawned. So they're already going to start it up. And Frank Esports, they have 3 members over on red buff behind the dragon pit, but I don't really think they can contest this one. Douche team did a smart thing. They pulled the dragon out just slightly out of the pit, just made sure that Frank Esports couldn't try and go for any type of steal over on the back. When you look at Frank Esports composition, also they've only really got like Talia that can try and contest, or maybe even like Jerry to try and steal it from the back, but it's also a bit short range. So well done to Douche team. They did pick up the second dragon in a row. Also, Xiaotu earlier when he had to bring the flash versus Talia over in the mid lane. That's kind of the thing with the Gangplank versus Talia matchup, because sure, you can drop your ultimate down. It's good when you're getting ganked in that one versus like multiple person situation. However, Talia just has so much mobility that it's almost impossible to get out of that without the flash.
Here comes Pretender. Oh, what a cool flash away. Dodges from the Keeper's Verdict. Like Kunai finding himself 1v2's, got nowhere to go.
Pretender missed
right there.
So many skill shots. Yeah, he missed like his cues. His Weaver's also was kind of a bit high, but they still managed to get that one though. Meanwhile, Eminem looked like maybe getting dived over and bot. Nah, Jewish team, they're gonna back out. They're just gonna get a bit more tower play gold. Should be able to pick up the second plate, no problem, before they lose their minion wings. So it's gonna be an extra 320 gold in the bag for Jewish team. Hollow is here though. Just get spotted out over in the tri-bush. And Jewish team, they're gonna back out. And that was such good timing. They managed to pick up 2 plates right before the 14-second mark. So they're just min-maxing their gold right now. That was really smart. I'm not sure if Frank knows that Enho and WSL are hiding there. Should know them because I think that he saw them just walk into the bush and then disappear. So they're playing it smart as well. Hollow has backed. And the bot lane is going to do the same.
So, you know, taking stock of the situation here, we actually have Jewish team coming up to an even larger lead because of the plates that they were able to sneak away right before the 14-minute mark, like we were mentioning. YSKM, though, is coming back into the lane with the Blade of the Rune King. This one really changes that 1v1 matchup, as we can see him going up onto Lacuna, getting that 3rd hit proc off. The stun goes down, and oh boy, you can tell Lacuna is feeling the heat right here as he calls for help. And now WSL both here, but the slow isn't found by Lacuna. They might get a second chance just because we were going in. The first stun comes down. Cannon Barrage on top. WSL with the execution, and that's what you want to see out of this hard crowd control combo here. Jewish team in time just for a second Herald. They've been doing so well on these objectives.
Yeah, for Esports also a bit of a shame because they pulled 4 members over towards the top side, but they weren't able to really try and contest Herald. And oh, this is not the spot that he wants to be in.
Yeah, a bit of a weird position from Enho. Actually gets knocked back by the Blast Cone, but here is Bang 2. Just trying to ward everyone away. Pretender coming in, but not yet going with the seismic shove. Ooh, Lacuna with some good walk back, and everyone is going to be fine. So another pretty big win for Jewish team. They also get the bot lane tower in the meantime. So overall, you're seeing that gold slight to balloon. It's already up to about a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, Jewish team have really been playing this so well. We saw earlier that over in the top side, you know, YSKM came back into the lane with the Blade of the Rune King. Poppy was like, immediately no, and they called for 2 members of their team. They were able to 3v1 the Irelia. They've been doing such a good job this game of just making sure that the Irelia gets as few kills as possible. The thing though is that YSKM has actually managed to CS pretty darn well. He's about 26 CS up off of the Poppy in lane, despite the fact that Jewish team have been calling multiple other members over in the top side to help out the Poppy versus the Irelia this time around. So it's definitely something that they will need to keep watching out for. Meanwhile, Eminem is trying his best to protect the mid tower, just clearing out the wave, waiting for the Uni to come back after the lane swap, both bot laners, from Frank as well as the Jewish team. Envil positioning just now kind of a bit suspect, but you know, he is playing the Alistair. He's always going to be able to have the option of popping the ultimate and then walking out unscathed as that tanky Cal. He's going to clear the ward over there. Oh wait, he didn't clear? Oh, he didn't see the ward. No.
It's one of those small ones on the enemy side, so I think getting out might have been his priority there.
Yeah, it's also 10 seconds to Mixed Dragon. Oh, the TP gonna come in.
And now going to start the fight onto the tunnel. Cannon Barrage goes down, and they find the first kill right off the bat before the objective timers. Frank Esports, it just seems like they are getting caught off guard by this tempo type of composition. You don't see this type of hard crowd control chain that much in Season 12, especially after the durability patch, but it's definitely still lethal, as Jewish team are now going to move towards Infernal Soul. Frank Esports might have the scaling, but they might not have the time.
Yeah, it's starting to look a bit more dicey for Frank Esports. Jewish team do pick up the mid lane tier 1 on their way out. So already they've got 3 dragons as well as 2 towers up on Frank Esports. And we didn't mention this in the draft, but the thing for Frank Esports, you know, despite the fact that they are 5th in the standings, right now they've won like 5 games more than Jewish team in the PCS so far. Let's take a look at the replay. There's a TP coming in from the Poppy. And just Douche Team able to chain CC so well, as you mentioned earlier. You can see the GP ultimate being put down right in the middle of that team fight. It really zoned out two members of Frank Esports, allowed Douche Team to just hone in on that one single kill. And that's pretty much the way that they've been playing this, right? Because they've been going for the Elise, you know, they've been trying to gank here and there. The thing about Douche Team is they're playing their composition very controlled, right? They get one kill, they back out. They get like one herald, they back out. If the gank doesn't work, they try to get an objective. If that doesn't work, like they're hightailing it out of there. They're just slowly trying to get these small leads, and so far it's worked for them. Right now, you can see them posturing for the second Rift Herald of the game once again before the 20-minute mark. So very smart play from them. And if you're talking about just Frank Esports, it's been one of the weaknesses of their play style, as we saw from them in the first round robin of the PCS, which is that for Frank Esports, sometimes they don't do all that much in the early game, so they can kind of come back towards the team fights. You know, they can kind of go for the late game scaling when YSKM is on a carry top, when he's playing Kale, that sort of thing.
Pretender might be going down here and just sold by the Elise. Walked around the corner and kind of forgot about how much damage that champion can actually bring to the table. As so far, Frank Esports has not been able to find a single even numbers team fight. They just have shown no resistance to Douche Team and their relentless push on objectives. Neutrals have gone 5-0 in Douche Team's favor. They've got the 3 Grapes, they've got the 2 Heralds, and I just feel like Frank Esports, they had this game plan. They were thinking about, oh, well, we just take the Aurelia to late game, we take the Talia to late game, take the Zeri to late game, and we'll automatically win. But you still have to survive through early and mid. That's not what they've been able to do here.
Yeah, Pretender thought that I'm just completely underestimating the vision and the burst coming out from the Douche squad gank. Right there, Frank Esports, they're just trying to clear out their jungle right now. They don't have push going on in any of their lanes whatsoever. It's trying to get a bit dangerous for them to really walk out of the lane into their own jungle.
And there's no one that can tank that burst combo. I think that's probably the scariest thing for Frank Esports. You just get hit by the cocoon, Alistar opens up on you with the flash combo, and you're dead. The cannon barrage can come halfway across the map. You have Elise that's super fed at this point. So it seems like Frank, they need to hold on. They want to hold on, but it will take quite a while here. Still probably banking on the Zeri, I would say.
That's the thing, right? Because you've got the Irelia, Talia, Jerry, as well as the Yuumi, which are all very high mobility champions. The thing is, they're also pretty squishy. If you get caught out, you're not going to have time to make use of your mobility to get out of that gank. You pretty much get bursted and then you die. So I think it's a bit dangerous for them. We really need to kind of read Douche Team's next move to kind of guess where is going to be safe on the map. The good thing for them is that Douche Teams so far have really been telegraphing their next moves, right? Like pre 14 minutes, they're taking tower plates. 10 seconds before Dragon, they're setting up. They're going to TP towards mid. They're going to try and drop Shelly to try and get Cryo over the river. So in that sense, Frank Esports can kind of predict where Douche Team is going to go. I'm just not sure if they're going to be able to adapt to it this fast.
Oh, and they're going to have to make a lot of choices here because Douche Team have full vision control over up on the Baron, and they have that Infernal Soul coming up in 40. So another fork happening on the map here. Frank Esports, it's basically choose your adventure or pick your poison. Both do work here. Let's see which one they're going to go for. And then tagged down by the red buff. They're going to get out just okay. Frank Esports, I feel like they can make a stand, but they cannot go and face check on Douche Team's composition. That would be a very bad decision for them to make. So I feel like Frank Esports actually have to pick their spots first rather than hang around here. You're not going to be walking into an Alistar or an Elise. That's, I think that would be very bad.
The flank from WSL. She's just waiting to flash and cocoon over the wall.
The cocoon goes a little bit wide, but they do find the start of the fight onto Holo. Can Holo survive? Does get the suffocate down. Lakunai will donate a lot of his resistances over to the troll. and we do have a bit of a fight reset right here. This is the first time that Frank Esports are coming in with even members right on top of an objective, but they have to go in. They cannot hand over this Infernal Soul and expect to win. Lakunai actually misses the ultimate, but they still get the Infernal Soul. Instant burst down, and that's WSL with 4 kills. Lakunai going in for more. The Krakapa goes in for Pretender, manages to get out. Can Eminem find the return kill back? Xiaoju with the Prowler Claw gets bursted down as he steps on the seismic charge. And YSKM on the other side got nowhere to go. The 4-man squad hunt him down. Overall, Jewish team get those 2 kills, get the Infernal Soul. That's still a strong, strong win for our 9th place team.
Yeah, Jewish team, they're just playing everything right, just from the get-go. I'm a bit hesitant to say that, you know, they drafted great because it still looks like a bit of a mess. However, what they've drafted has worked out well from them. If this was exactly the plan they were going for, then absolute mad respect that they're making this work. But Frank Esports, you know, could have been a close team fight. I think if you watch closely at Eminem, he almost had a chance to clean up here with Jewish team. They're going to go in, and Eminem actually deals an insane amount of damage over there. Just almost could have picked up the double kill off of both Poppy and the Ella Star if Eminem had managed to do that. I think this fight would have gone really differently. YSKM, I think, kind of thought that the Jerry was going to pick up kills right there and was kind of like dove into the backline a bit too deep. So after it didn't go in their favor, it was kind of in a bit of an awkward spot. But Frank Esports, I mean, the gold lead is kind of getting a bit bigger and bigger against them. I don't think that they'll be able to try and pull off as close of a team fight the next time around.
Yeah, they definitely need that Infinity Edge on Eminem. He's getting really close to those breakpoints, but just not yet. And
yeah,
I
I think the shield bow wasn't enough for that team fight also for his first item.
Yeah, I can kind of understand it just given the opposition that he's facing.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
There's a lot of burst damage. I would definitely wouldn't fault him for that one, but he definitely needs to wait for the Infinity Edge to come in before that. I think this composition really gets online. It's way too much burst damage from Jewish team, and I think their composition does a lot better at holding terrain. There's no one to face check on Frankie's books. That's the biggest problem. There's no tank. Trundle's not tanky enough. And if you look at Aurelia, YSKM understands that he needs to be the one to put his face in the brush. So he's actually gone for a Sunfire as his mythic item. That's a pretty good read.
Yeah, went for the Sunfire. I think he went Rune King and then Steel Caps and then the Sunfire. The thing is, I'm not sure if all the members of Frank Esports are on the same page build-wise, because you've got the Ludens for Talia first, but then you've got the Shield Bow and Sunfire for Irelia as well as Jerry. So I'm not too sure if like they're all on the same page in terms of when they want to fight. But it looks like Jewish team decided to not do the Baron. Actually, they did start it, but decided not to finish that one. Meanwhile, their mid-side tier 1 is still super healthy. Still about 2/3 health. I think Frank Esports have absolutely not been able to try and break that versus the Gangplank. Jewish team look like they want to start a fight.
Might be trying his luck right here. Lakume gets the stun. In comes a Death's Daughter, and that's the first kill to round things off. You have Alstar in the backline, finds the knockup onto 2. Again, Samira with another kill. Bang 2 charging forward, and that should be enough to turn around for the Baron. Eminem wants to get his save, but he gets bursted down by the barrels. That's where the Immortal Shield Bow does come in handy right there, as we saw the shield pop. Plus, basically all the shield value just evaporated in a single burst. Jewish team are going to start this one. Let's see if we have some surprise Ultra Shock lasers. Doesn't even look like Eminem is going to chance it, and oh boy, that's 7-0 in neutral objectives for Jewish team. They didn't find a single Baron in the first round robin, and now they're 7-0 up in objectives.
Yeah, they're playing this absolute textbook. We're gonna take a look at this again. Eminem looks like he wants to go in for it. The fight, GP ultimate is going to come down to Banky picks up Hollow right there. Yumi ultimate not gonna do all that much, but just buy them a bit of time as they try to run away, and Eminem, I think, just getting very shocked by the amount of gameplay damage. Didn't quite see Xiao2 over around the side. I think wasn't expecting the barrel over from the sidewall. Right there was kind of a bit too aggressive on the turnaround, but as you mentioned, it does have the shield from the shield bow, so it doesn't go down, but I think it's just getting increasingly harder for Jerry to really try and make an impact during those fights. Jewish team do have the empowered minions right now. Well, I don't think they're going to be able to pick up this mid-side tier 2, but they have the split push going on with Xiao2, so they're making really good usage of this buff by just making sure they spread it into as many lanes as possible. They don't have the minion wave coming over in mid. They're going to just wait a bit for that one. WSL chunk down to less than half health already. Thinking about recalling. Has Splash Cocoon though. We'll see if they want to fight it. All 5 here. It's a 5v3.
Yeah, let's see if they go in for this. Wisecam is going to have to lead the charge here. Holo tries to get a chomp down, and Xiao2 with 4 completed items gives them a welcoming present. Nearly kills 2 people by himself without even using a full rotation. That is what a full damage game plank looks like. That was absolutely disgusting what he just displayed right there. Able to hold the choke so incredibly well. And Frank Esports are forced to commit teleports to come back onto the map as Elder Dragon is up. Another fight about to start. YSKM on the front line. He's surviving for now. Can he get those resets? And How walks out with the ultimate. And WSL is in the air as he lands. Ruff immediately into Zoni's, but Bang2 goes in. He finds the kill onto YSKM. He's gonna get the Infernal Trigger for more, and that's just so many resets going down. The team is wiped. Only Eminem and Yubi is left, but no, the Poppy finds the wall bang. The stun goes down. Triple kill to Bang2, and now Jewish team find the base wide open. They might be going for their second win right here. It's still 30 plus seconds on the entire bottom side of the map. Frank Esports, they were doing so good. They were in the 6-win club, excuse me, but they've been given a lesson by Jewish team. Never underestimate the Tempo team. Never underestimate the Samira and the Elise. Sure, you don't see them these days anymore, but they still pack a punch.
Hollow, first one out from the side of Frank Esports. Oh, Jewish team, they're going to back out.
This could be a turning point because there's an Elder Dragon on the line here. If they cannot escape, Frank Esports could use this to just get a major objective. Cannon Barrage is used. Can they dissuade the chase? Holo's still going in with the flash, but he's not really that tanky. Bang2 stands his ground and shoots the troll down. That's the jungler gone from Frank Esports, and they might have gone just a little bit too far. They had to make use of that opportunity. And unfortunately, Bang2 just had a better response right here. Eminem now with that Infinity Edge coming in.
So
He's
low.
still trying to find his way into the fight. Lacune pretty low HP, and Xiao2 might have been caught out on the top side right here. Keeper's Verdict actually sends Eminem back. That's the main damage dealer. Xiao2 does go down, but the Elder Dragon is still picked up here by Frank Esports. And then trying to do his best to keep someone here, but is unable to. And Jewish team snag up once again another neutral objective.
That was so risky for the squad of Jewish team. Pretty much, if they get Elder right there, the game is over for Frank Esports. I don't think Frank Esports are going to be able to win a team fight after they get Elder. But Jewish team, they managed to only lose Xiao2. They had Xiao2 kind of buy time over around the side while the rest of the members went for the Dragon right there. So it was really smart play from their side. They kind of recognized the fact that if they get Dragon, Frank Esports can't fight them anymore, and it's kind of the free end of the game for them. So they opted to get the buff onto 4 members of their squad instead. I'm not sure what Frank can do this time around, but super risky play from Jewish team right there when multiple members of their squad were low. So high risk, high reward. This time around, they're going to just be pushing straight through mid lane, and I don't think Frank Esports can stop this anymore.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have the timing window to draw out the Elder Dragon. Jewish team are going to be coming in. They've got plenty of good hard engage right here. A Pretender using the Weaver's Wall. Can they find a chance for a burst down? Enhal's the only one tagged up, but he doesn't go into the enemy composition, the seismic shove, not able to get full knockback here. And Xiaotu's coming in with those barrels. Once again, they're going to start out onto Hollow. He's really low. The cannon barrage comes down here. YSKM trying to go into the back line, not going to find the opportunity as the front line collapses. Beitu just going absolutely crazy here, and then does get him to drop into GA, but he's the only one left. Cleanses, trying to keep his Nexus alive, and no, Duish team, the team that started 1-9 with a 0 wins so far in the first round robin. Actually, they did find the win against CCG. They are going to pick up their second. What a surprise turn of events. This is what I was saying in pregame. Do not count these guys out. The recency is fresh in our minds, and their last 2 games have been a statement to how far this team can go.
Yeah, Douche, I mean, what a surprise performance from them this time around. They're trying really hard to make it into playoffs at the end of the second round robin. You know, if we follow the same format as we have in the previous seasons, then they just need to avoid ending up in tied ninth place, which they were before this match. And with this second win, I mean, this is exactly what they need to kind of build more momentum into the second round robin. I mean, we saw the player cams from the squad of Frank Esports. They all do look pretty bummed out. YSKM not having the best performance this time around on Aurelia. I'm not sure what his KD was like at the end of that game, but I know before the second last team fight, it was like 1-5-2. So not the best performance from him. I think Douche team did a very good job of constantly trying to keep the Aurelia down. We're going to take a look at this replay over on one of the last fights. Yeah, I think it's the second last team fight. Yeah, before the push from... Yeah, and actually, Frank Esports, wanted to point out, they actually, towards the end of the game in the last 2 or 3 team fights, they were playing the chain CC really well. Like, they were finally playing the composition the way that they were supposed to, which was they were chaining the Trendo Pillar into the knockout from Talia or into the stun from Yumi. It's just that it was a bit of a shame because it was kind of a bit late at that point, just because the goal difference was so big that even though Frank Esports were getting very good engages, they were getting very good combos, they just weren't able to clean up after that. We saw Eminem try his best with the Jerry, even though he was a couple of items down, almost made it happen a few times here and there. I think that's definitely going to be one of the weaknesses for Douche team to look to clean up on moving forward. But I mean, what a win from them. I'm super happy.
I couldn't be more overjoyed, and I called it. I felt like Douche team were definitely moving up the ladder here. I do want to go over the draft a little bit. There's a lot of special things. We saw a Prowler's Claw gameplay come out just to deal extra burst damage. Very far ahead of the curve. And then we also had the Samira combo, the Alistar going up against Zeri that was winning right here. To me, I felt like Douche team understood how Frank Esports play. They know that they're kind of this slow, grindy team that just hangs back and waits for their champions to naturally get ahead. And they countered that with a beautiful composition that was all about burst, was all about early mid-game objective control, and we just saw no answer from Frank Esports here.
Yeah, I love what they did, which was they recognized that Frank Esports don't know how to play the early game. Not that they don't know how to play the early game, they just haven't shown us that they like to play the early to mid game. So what Douche team decided, they were like, you know what, we're just gonna go for the snowball, we're gonna pick the Elise, we're gonna try and make stuff happen in the early game, and that was exactly what they did. And despite the fact that, you know, they went for this type of composition, I also want to point out that they did such a good job at playing it very measured and very controlled. So like anytime they had the Elise, like, you know, with some questionable positioning over in the river, kind of diving it too deep, having to burn flash literally twice the second she had it back up. But Douche team, you know, recognized that, and they didn't push too much. They kind of pushed with the tools that they had, whatever small advantages they got, they just went to go for that very small snowball, and it worked out in the end. So very well done to them. As you can see the damage graph, really a bit of a shame for Eminem, who's trying super hard to hard carry on the Jerry right there, 27k damage, highest out of the entire 10 players for this game. Meanwhile, as we're talking about YSKM, you know, on the Aurelia just not having as much of an impact that Frank Esports would like. Like on paper, when you look at the Frank Esports composition, they have the Aurelia and the Trundle, right? So they're very clearly, and the Talia as well. So they're very clearly like trying to get that lead kind of around like mid-game-ish and then carry that into letting the Jerry Jerry farm and letting the Jerry carry in the late game. However, I think Jewish team was just able to catch Frank Esports off guard so early that Frank just didn't expect that.
Yeah, and then a lot of it just came down to good objective play as well. If you told me that WSL would be doing this much damage when he burned his first 2 flashes just to run away from the enemy jungle, I would be telling you that that's a joke, that's impossible. But WSL made it happen. The most important thing for me is just objective time. They were always on the objective first, and whenever someone needed a face check on the side of Frank Esports, they just instantly bursted them down. They forced the Aurelia to move away from a fighter itemization and build Sunfire. That was such a smart move. Congratulations to WSL. Perfect KDA game, and maybe this is why they picked him up. We had a huge ton of doubts of like, who's WSL? Where does he come from? Why are you picking up another kind of random player coming in from not even the LDL? So I guess we got our answer.
Yeah, and he had his kill participation was at 88.2% at the end of that game. So not just a perfect KDA, but also such a high kill percentage as a jungler just really means that you're making such an impact for all your other lanes as well. So very well done. Kind of a bit of a, as you just saw in Twitch chat, bit of a 5-hit draft coming out from the squad of Jewish team. I really don't think that Frank Esports or any of us thought that that was what was going to happen, but they made it work.
A lot of surprises to be had from Jewish team. I personally think that Jewish team is going to overtake the guys like Impunity and MetaFalcon team, but we have to wait and see as we go into a break. After we come back, it's going to be CFO versus MetaFalcon team that we just mentioned coming up in Game 2.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
But it's never enough. I try to take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. Love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end
was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I'm waiting for your call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. Call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. Giving up, you say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you.
a feast for the lions. Tell me feel alive. Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's fairy tale in disguise. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide. It's big enough. We'll find a time and still alive. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What time to feel alive? We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it.
Hi guys, and welcome back to week 4, day number 2 of the Pacific Championship Series Summer Split 2022. I'm Richard, joined with me, of course, is Clement, and we would love to take a brief second to thank our wonderful sponsors, without which, of course, PCS would not be possible. Down below, organizers Riot Games, Carry Live Garena, as well as our sponsor CTBC Bank, for providing, the lights, keeping them on for our league. I mean, we love the PCS. It's why we all keep watching this league and why we're all here. I just love our tight little fan base that we've got going on. But guys, we're about ready to get into game number 2 of today. It is going to be CFO taking on MFT. And what are your thoughts about this, Clement?
Well, I think you have CFO. They are, the biggest thing, of course, is that they're actually swapping around their AD carries once again. We have Atlan back into the roster compared to Shin, and it does change up quite a lot of it. Atlan is more of your Ezreal and Senna player, so he's more expected to play weak side and then have a more top side heavy sort of composition. We'll see how that one goes. On the other hand, for MFT, I feel like this is a squad that is sort of still in flux. I think the biggest thing is that they have 665 back into the roster right now, and they are still trying to figure out where those career positions really are. But just going up on CTBC first, Atlan, he's the guy that's been on your screen right here. He's played the same amount of games as Shun at this point, with 3 wins and 2 losses. So they have roughly very similar success rates on the team. I think it's just about which side of the map they want to play, where they want to emphasize.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was talking to Atlan last night as well, asking, just if he was going to start today. I wasn't, trying to get any leaks on the roster. As casters, of course, we do see the roster log the night before, so we do know, the entire roster log, who's swapping before we come in for the day. Of course, we can prepare and stuff like that. But I think for CFO, usually when they field Shun in the AD carry position, it gives them a lot more options, especially in terms of draft. It gives them the options in terms of which lanes they can play around, instead of just having to kind of play through Mission or play through Rest, who has been playing a lot of Gnar this season in the PCS. So when they do pick Shin, it gives them more options in the draft. They can go for the winning lanes in bot. They don't always need to pick Senna, Tahm Kench, the Ezreal, because Shin's champion pool is just bigger. He's also more a better laner as well. But here's the MFT roster. Taco 665, home to Whale as well as Issue. I think the main issue for MFT is going to be whether or not they get good matchups, especially for Taco over in the top side, and just how much of an impact 665 is going to be able to make for the map. Because traditionally, MFT do have a very strong like jungle and top synergy. That's usually the way that they play during the games that they win. Home2 has had a couple of not bad performances over in the mid lane. The thing for Whale is that he kind of needs a good bot lane matchup, so we will see. But I think a lot of the focus is going to be on how well 665 can set up his laners, and to see if they will be able to play through the top as well as jungle. And the featured matchup this time around is going to be Atlan versus Whale. In terms of stats, champ pool does look pretty similar. They both do tend to favor the Kalista. The Whale also plays the Aphelios as well, but not all that much different in terms of stats, although Atlan generally does lag behind in terms of goals, especially early on. We're seeing that. That is true. He does, in general, not get a lot of help from jungle on the squad because, you know, there's mission, there's rest. Jungle's kind of like, you know what, Alan, just don't die.
Yeah, just play Ezreal. Everything's gonna be fine. You know, keep 1,000 distance away. Make sure you don't walk out of your tower when your support isn't there. That's the key.
Exactly. Keep your flash, keep your E on the Ezreal, and just like try not to fall behind too much. That's usually the way that Alan has to play as AD carry. But you know, it generally does work out for CFO. Let's see this time around. Okay, this is much more standard. 12-12B bans is going to be the Ari, it's going to be the Seraphine, finally the Jerry as well. And yeah, I mean, you know, it's only game number 2, but after that game number 1 draft, I'm just a bit relieved, Clement, just a bit relieved that we're bringing things back to like more standard picks and bans.
Wow, we actually have CFO banning out the Senna themselves, so that means Atlan actually has to play something new here. Now, we haven't seen him play Aphelios this split, but he played a ton of it in the last split. So it looks like to me that's probably a Aphelios blindside draft. And for Meta Falcon team, they don't have a great answer to this one in terms of the AD carry department. They might need to go for something a little bit outside of their comfort zone, something like the Lucian.
There's no way this is a first pick Graves.
I don't think so. I think this is Rest just BMing. It's Aphelios.
Oh, it could be Silas. Yeah, it could be Silas as well. I was thinking maybe Trundle, maybe Silas. So, this is interesting. This is a bit of a flex pick, I think, for CFO. They're also just coming off of, as we talked earlier, the 5-ban versus Mission just yesterday when they were playing versus IMP. But yeah, it does mean the Aphelios is going to be open though for the side of Meta Falcon, and they're going to instantly lock that one in. I think they might want to go for a Puppy Trundle here, or maybe go for the support. So they might go for the Renata, which is still available.
You gotta take the Azir.
Yeah.
Sweet champion here. Gives you that early game, gives you that late game carry. MFT, surprisingly enough to me, is actually playing the more standard play. Well, I feel like CFO are trying to do takeaway duty from Home2. Home2 so far only played 3 champions, and it's the Veigar, it's the Azir, and the Sylas, and apparently CFO are willing to forego the Aphelios, which is kind of the preferred late game carry of everyone, to make sure that Home2 doesn't get some of his melee champions. So we'll see if this works out. CFO themselves also returning the favor, coming up with the Jinx in this matchup, and probably taking the Viego here too. The Viego has been, I would say, still a very strong champion despite the 12.12 nerfs. He has that resets, and it's also again a takeaway from 665. I feel like CFO are just kind of digging in to MFT and trying to figure out like where their champions are actually going to land here. This is not standard fare for CFO at all.
Yeah, I'm Not that sold on the Viego as a takeaway against 665 because I personally wouldn't have wanted to see 665 play the Viego because we're talking about how like MFT really needs 665 to set up their laners, and if you pick the Viego, you're pretty much foregoing that like early game power right there. So they will go to the Poppy. Before we start the second round of bans. I think the Viego does work well with the rest of the CFO composition. They've got the Jinx, they've got the Sylas, so they definitely are going to have good team fight. There's going to be potential for the Viego reset as well. Viego is just one of those champs where you need your team to be winning, you need your laners to be winning for you to snowball and reset. So I think the way CFO's draft is looking, they are giving Gemini that opportunity to show up. Meanwhile, they are going to ban out the Renata, so they won't allow MFT to have the Aphelios Renata combination. There's the Brown ban, which is interesting. So they're just trying to not allow Koala space to set up for any types of skirmishes. Koala historically is pretty good at playing the 2v2 on strong engage support, so they're trying to take that away from the Atlan Koala duo down in the bot side. And Gangplank has another ban.
Yeah, I feel like for me, CFO, they have two ways of playing this. They can actually go for triple dive, put another fighter there. There's a chance that they could actually flex the Sylas in the top lane against some of the Taco range matchups we've seen with Kale. Or they could play more of a standoffish game, more like a 4-1 or a 1-3-1 style of game where Sylas is going to have that side lane control over his champion like Azir or something. So they have a lot of open avenues here. MFT's pick here is going to matter quite a bit. Should be the support coming in here. And they're going to go full late game here. Protect the carry coming in for this composition. Not something that we have seen MFT play almost at all.
I love this. I love the way that it's shaping up because it just looks like it's going to be a battle of the 80 carries, right? It's going to be Atlan on Jinx versus the Aphelios, the Lulu, in an absolute battle of skill right here in bot side. But CFO looks like they want to give the Gwen over to Rest. Of course, makes a lot of sense. I mean, Rest is a very good top laner. I'd probably put him like top 2 top laners within the PCS. Can play the Gwen to devastating results, and Nautilus would be interesting for Koala. It makes sense with this composition to round it out. Nautilus has kind of fallen off a bit in the 12-12 meta. We don't see it as much. However, historically, Nautilus has a very high win rate within the PCS. A lot of the PCS supports do still favor this champion, even if it's not as popular in the meta right now. And MFT look to be trying to pick up the Gwen counter over in the top side with the Jax.
I think the Jax is a great pick here. They need something to stand up to the side lanes. And just to answer your question about, is this going to be a battle of 80 carries? I feel like CFO basically said a resounding no. Because like CFO's like, you're drafting 1-3-1. Actually, Alan, you're on wave clear duty mid, okay? And you just pop that rocket launcher and you leave the rest to us. So
yeah, exactly. You're gonna switch your Q, you're gonna spam your W, and then you're just gonna wave clear safely at a distance, Outland. You hear me? That's a bit sad. I feel like a lot of AD carries just have dreams of being that carry Jinx, but then first MFT says no. MFT locks in the Lulu, so they don't have the Jinx and Lulu available. They ban out the Browns, so they don't have a strong 2v2 for the Jinx available, and then CFO also picked the Gwen, which is just kind of telling Alan like, we have other damage, we have other options here, it's not just you, like calm down. So that's, I mean, I took it a bit personally as an AD carry main, but that's just me,
Looking at the team comps that we have on our screen right now, I gotta say, I feel like MFT actually outdrafted here. They have a very strong late game composition. All of their carries are great with attack speed. That's exactly what Lulu provides. They have that range with the Azir as well, and they can keep people back really easily with their tank in Poppy. This is incredibly well-rounded. It's got the side lane to fight. While CFO this is a harder composition to execute. They've got the 1-3-1 but I feel like they need to make the most use out of those engages from Koala and from the Viego to actually get a bit of tempo on the board. If this game just goes straight to 35, oh boy, it's going to be incredibly tough for CFO to come out.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Gwen's gonna scale till late, but the thing is, they've also got Jinx, and we're looking at the front line from the side of MFT. I think the Jax was really kind of like the nail in the coffin. Just saying that it's gonna be really hard for Alan to try and like front to back the MFT squad with the Jax, with the Azir as well, and the Poppy sitting in the front line for MFT. So a bit dicey, I think, for the side of CFO. MFT, on the other hand, I'm really interested to see how well they're able to make use of the Poppy and just see how much of an impact 665 will be able to have on the lanes, because we were saying during the draft phase as well that a big part of whether MFT are able to take this game versus CFO is going to come down to how well 665 can set up his laners for that success.
And to take a look at the early game, we have the wards going down by the support and by the jungler, respectively, from each side, going back for the sweeper swap. And, just taking a look at the top lane matchup here. This is a matchup that we've seen Jax typically do very well in, regardless of early towards late game. Early game, he definitely has that Counter-Strike that shoves the wave and also just out-damages Gwen early on. So now this is, even with Rest, I think this is going to be a hard matchup. And indeed, we do see him going for the defensive Ignite. He knows what he's up against. He knows that getting escape here is not going to dissuade the Jax, so you better take something that does pack a little bit more damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, we do have just standard starts from the junglers. Viego going into the bot side, where he does have a bit more gank potential with the Nautilus hook right here. And on the flip side, Poppy heading towards the top lane, where, of course, the Jax matchup is going to be favored. So we have a early split of the map, I would say. And we'll see if either side can find those respective ganks. As we look into the mid lane here, Hongtu does see the hollow path coming out. He should know that the stun is coming, but he actually walks back into it. Has to flash away. Bit of a weird one here. Definitely going to be a win for CFO as they open that chance for Mission to just snowball. Pretty easy for Silas early on to get right up into Azir's grill, get behind him, prevent that dash away, just find the kill there. So the bottom side definitely heating up for CFO here. They have that bot lane priority. They have that flash advantage in mid lane. We'll see what they do with it. Meanwhile, I actually really like Rest's positioning on the map so far. He's holding it very close to his own tower and making it difficult for Taco to actually walk in here. This is exactly how you want to play the lane if you're bringing that Ignite here. Now Taco's got to be pretty worried. He's got that over 100 true damage already onto Rest's side. And let's see if he takes the bait.
Oh, he's so low that 665, I think, wanted to go for a gank up top, but Taco didn't. He ran out of charges on his pot, so he was forced to go back into base, and then, he's decided not to actually TP back into lane, so he's going to save that one for later, probably for 6 or when he hits the team fight later on, but I thought he was just going to hit back to base and then TP back so he could maybe catch 665 with this timing still up top, but that just means that Gemini has a really good opportunity to
Koala finds the hook onto Lulu. The double stun comes down, but ooh, they don't layer it correctly. Flame Chomper not able to activate before Issue actually using the flash. So it's gonna be flash for flash. I'd say that's actually fine for MFT.
Yeah, I mean, that means the next time that Gemini is going to have flash is going to be around when he hits that level 6 timing, so it's not as bad for CFO. It is a bit of time wasted as well as the flash being burned, but it's not the end of the world for them. Meanwhile, Taco just made it back up to the top side. Rest still playing this one pretty well, up about 7 CS off of Taco, and Atlan also up about pretty much the same number on CS, up against Whale 2, 665 this time around. He's looking for a mid gank. Trying to bait out Mission right there. Mission knew that Hong 2 was low on mana, so he was kind of in a bit of a more aggressive positioning. But 665 is going to continue to chase him around the river. Mission does have the ward there, though, so you know what's up. He'll be safe. And Poppy's just going to back off. Rest, meanwhile, is kind of
ending
really
already.
deep there with the proxy on the minions over at the side. And Mission actually knows that he can bully Home 2 right here on the Azure because he's a bit low on mana, knows that Home 2 isn't, probably just has enough mana for like one more combo, which won't quite be enough to take down Mission just yet. So Home 2's probably, yep, going back to base. TP's over towards the mid side, and we still have no kills in the Nova game.
Do expect a bit of a slow game here, as both sides
Yeah.
not really those tempo team comps. One's a 1-3-1 comp, and you have MFT with just a 4-1 or a very, very good front to back comp in this situation. So we should expect. I think this is going to be a very, very long game, unless some snowballing does happen right here. Junglers not going to meet each other just yet. We do have the Graviton here, so there's a chance for some ganks to be coming in. Meanwhile, Diego going to start this Drake mission. Finds the Abduct into the tower. Probably not where he wanted to go on that one.
Bit of a maybe misclick. We'll go with that. We'll be a bit generous, give him the benefit of the doubt on that ultimate. But it does mean that with the bit of aggression coming out from Mission over the mid lane, CFO do have the space to take the first dragon right there. And gold lead still only about 200 in favor of CFO, just purely off of the better CSing that they have in the lanes. And yeah, gold dragon advantage is also gonna count for a bit more in terms of like unseen gold that we don't get in the tally. But 665 Kingos got a little bit late. That vision's not really gonna help them that much now that the dragon is gone. Home 2 once again just getting pretty bullied out by Mission over in mid. I have always been a bit curious about whether it's Home 2 or whether it's like Home.
I'm just going to go with Home 2 because that's actually what's written in his ID. But the player wants it's Home. Let's see if Mission can actually find this Harima shuffle here. Does look like Home 2 is going to give them that opportunity. And I think we're about to see some of this action start to heat up just a little bit. We have the Keeper's Verdict online for 665. Could start to find a little bit more ganks on the bottom side.
Nila doesn't have 6 though, so not really all that helpful except like as a shield bot over in the mid lane. He's just kind of leeching a bit more EXP off trying to hit that level 6, but yeah, it's gonna be 3v2 mid side, quality 2.
That was an interesting way to shove out the lane. Just trying to make sure Home 2 can actually get back to base.
I don't know, man. Gemini's here as well. This just looks like a grab your popcorn, come back at 35 minutes kind of game to me. But Gemini backing off too. Looks like he might start out Shelly to try and, you know, hopefully get a bit of push in the early game on any of the towers. Any of them, just one. Just make something happen, please.
Let's see if Koala can hit 6 right here. This is typically your most important point. Which support gets to go 6 first? Koala actually going to catch out 665 on the start right here. It's going to create a lot of space. The knockback into the Keeper's Verdict and First Blood over to Home 2, but he will have to trade his life back for that one. 665 trying to get away as Taco comes in. In comes Atlan with the heal to change the fight around. Whale isn't here, so it's a 5v4 as the chase continues here. CFO, in the end of the day, gets a 2-for-1 plus the Herald.
Yeah, it's a pretty work for CFO. I think Mission on CFO has always been very willing to, you know, be that sacrificial member of the team, as long as it means that his team comes out ahead in terms of other kills and objectives. So once again, they do make this trade very effectively. We'll take a look at the replay. There's Koala with a very good hook on top of the pink ward, so MFT didn't see that one coming. And then just purely man advantaging at the start with the 4v3 onto MFT. Taco, as you can see, just shows up a bit late towards the end of that fight right there, after CFO had already dished out most of their main damage. So very calculated, very smart move from CFO. Very good setup as well with the pink ward over in the top side river bush that really set up Koala for the hook. He didn't even really need level 6 at the start of that one as long as he could initiate the fight. So very textbook play coming out from the squad of CFO this time around. Looks
Gets
like
caught right here, but gets
oh, the ult
away.
actually.
The ult.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because MFT had 665 over on the top side, but the way that Home2 pushed Mission was he actually pushed him downwards.
Oh, that was Mission trying to push him downwards.
Yeah.
That was Mission's ultimate, actually.
Oh yeah, the steal. I'm blind. I have boomer eyes.
No, it's okay. Like, Home2 gets to get away from his own ultimate. I gotta say, in that last Herald fight, I feel like Home2 actually... That play was so cool, you get the triple pushback, but unfortunately Taco wasn't in range. Like, if Taco was a little bit closer, that would have been the right play. But since Taco was that far away, Home2 actually goes in, trades himself for a low health Silas, and then Gemini gets a reset to clean up the fight. So, I feel like that was a little bit unfortunate. Like, if I was Home2 in the moment, I'm definitely going for that. It looks great, it's a highlight moment. And then you realize, oh wait a minute, Taco actually is in counter strike range. So, it was a bit of a shame, It could have gone a lot better for MFT for sure.
Yeah, I think Koala landing the hook wasn't something that MFT expected that early. Like, they definitely wanted to fight, they just didn't expect to get caught out at the start, so Taco just wasn't quite near enough for that one. Koala, once again, very good timing, game sense, in terms of just where to put the wards when people are wrapping around. They're trying to buy a lot of space so that Gemini and Atlan can finish off the second dragon pretty easily, and MFT just looked like they gave that one up. They knew that they didn't have the ward coverage over in the river, they don't quite have the push, they don't have Pride on the bot side either, so even though it was a 3v3, they just pretty much let CFO take that one up for free. Mission right now, once again, playing very aggressively in terms of positioning. He is really not all that scared going up against Home2. Does get chunked out quite a bit though. Home2's Sand Soldiers are starting to hurt. Mission able to get out of that one. But it looks like Home2 won't be able to pick up the tower plate.
Big fight happening in the bottom side right here. Gemini gonna come in and most likely pop the Herald. We have to see if MFT can defend. If they get hit by a dredge line here, things could turn really bad, but they're playing it safe. Making sure
it's hard. It's always been hard to, you know, dive Aphelios as well as when he has the Lulu behind him. So CFO kind of don't want to try that. They think the better of it instead. 605 just trying to protect the back from Home2. That's an absolute tilter, man. Whenever your back, if it gets interrupted right that, but he does have the complete of Leandro. He's going to be coming back. Gemini wasn't quite able to make the cheeky stop for the Azir's back. And I actually love the way that Gemini has been playing this Viego. I mean, we talk a lot of smack about how Viego isn't really the best early game champion. He really shines in those team fights when he's able to get resets and later on. But the way that Gemini's playstyle has historically been has just been setting up his laners, right? He's just so good at having the great timing, knowing when to invade and knowing when he can try to give kills over to his laners, and that's actually a good thing for him this time around now that he's on Viego, because he's bringing that game sense and bringing that proactiveness onto a champion that traditionally isn't a strong early game. So it has been working out for CFO very well, even though we're at the 14-minute mark and they're pretty much dead even in terms of gold. CFO do have the objective advantage with the dragons this time around. Looks like
trying to get the sword just a little bit too short on that one. That does go over to,
that's cute.
Yeah, the Gromp does go over to 665 here. And we are heading into our first mythic items here, just looking across the board. Oh, we do have that Chemtech Turbo Tank coming in from 665. Always a mouthful. I love to name those with a lot of weird syllables snatched inside of those. And we do have the Leandri's Anguish instead of the Luden's Echo, which is, I think it's smart when you have so many people rushing at your face, which you're always here, you get damage off. Might as well. In the bot side, big trade going down. Whale falling below 300 HP. Actually, might still die here if they find a zap here from Atlan, so he's going to have to back out. Meanwhile, Poppy is spotted in the bottom side, and you have Gemini just hovering around Taco, making his life very uncomfortable, and we do see Rest with that big mythic item advantage. This is one of those rare instances where we actually see the Gwen come out ahead of the matchup.
Yeah, that's really a bit dangerous for them, but right action quality
caught out right here. He does still have his flash, has to burn it to get away from home 2. And then you have Atlan just caught in no man's land. Let's see if Whale's gonna follow up. He does go for the graviton, but he actually gets destroyed as Mission finds the easy gimme. Atlan is perfect bait for the play.
Whale, what is you doing? He flashed over the wall for that one too. Just, I mean, you know, ADCs, they see someone low, they see red, they smell blood, they go in, and they just get jumped on. I mean, Atlan, props to him, you know, for being the perfect bait to try and draw Whale over the wall for that one, but kind of looked like a mistake on Atlan's part. We're going to take a look at the replay once again. So Koala firstly doesn't know the 665 is this deep. He did use the sweepers for that one, made sure no one could see him. So he do have a very good position on Koala, forced to flash out, but Atlan was just caught in a bad position trying to walk straight through the river to help out his support. And there's Whale with the bit of a unlucky flash right there. Didn't expect 2 other members of CFO to be there backing up Atlan. So a bit of a poor trade, I think, for the side of MFT.
Yeah, and it's going to have big consequences because Atlan is just about to take this tower down. It's going to be first break of the game. And Atlan's already pretty far ahead at this point. The Aphelios is going to have quite a difficult time going up against it. I really felt like CFO are just coming ahead with how strong their lanes have individually been. The CS leads in bot, CS leads in the top lane right here. So we'll see if they can get this Mountain Soul Point online. MFT have to go in, but they're way too slow on this one. 665 is caught out, has to flash away onto the ramp, and in goes Home 2. He gets the 2-man scoop up, but it's not really enough to get MFT a decided lead into the fight here. Jinx gets the first kill, gets excited, going in for more. That's Whale gonna go down after that flash burn down, and Issue has to run away. MFT, that was a bit of a weird one as we saw Home 2 just use everything to find and engage, and CFO just say, thank you very much, instantly turn around to get everything.
Yeah, and the team here, they messed up. We can see on the player cams, Home 2, like, immediately at the end of that team fight, he was just, like, laughing, knowing that they made a mistake right there. I think they had some crucial members missing. Taco was still up top. I'm not sure what Issue was doing in that fight either. And the thing is, you're talking about the Leandri's buy for Home 2, right? Like, sure, Leandri's has had a bit of changes in the recent couple of patches. I think it's a bit easier to proc the burn right now with your with the help of your teammates. We're gonna take a look at the replay for this one. So CFO they've actually picked up the dragon. I'm not too sure why MFT still wanted to start the fight. They started this one off actually with a 3 versus 4 before Issue even shows up. They've already lost the dragon right there, and then there's the Poppy ultimate that actually goes wide. It misses Gemini completely, and then Poppy at this stage of the game is still kind of not as tanky as she would like. It's taken out by the Jinx ultimate at range as well. So not the best timing from MFT. I don't think that it was really the best decision to try and contest that dragon, especially not when CFO had already mostly taken it and also when they're 1-man down. So a bit questionable on their part.
MFT just used their 2 disengage abilities, ultimates, I might add, right in front of CFO. And CFO were like, well, I guess that's the go button. Thank you very much. And they just kind of killed everyone on MFT. So, yeah, it was a really weird fight. I definitely think that MFT just messed that one up. And CFO will find themselves with a 5k gold lead into a Mountain Soul. So,
yeah,
unfortunately, MFT's late game plan, I just don't think it's going to be soon enough.
Yeah, CFO, they have the push going on like in all the lanes. They have Pryor and top mid as well as bot. They've got the 4k gold lead as well. I mean, we thought that this game was going to go to like 30-35 minutes. We thought both teams were going to scale until late. The thing is, with this gold lead at pre-20 minutes for CFO, they don't need to wait that long. They can fight now.
Uses the dredge line to stay around and gets the second one. What a cool play from Koala. Flinging hanging on to the Poppy like it was one of those Australian trees that only koalas eat. That was absolutely amazing play right there. That's got to be a highlight of the day. Koala doing a Spider-Man on Poppy, just letting you know he's never going to let you go.
He flashed the laughing crying Jinx emoji also for like maximum BM at the end right there after they got the kill after that play, and what a play that was. Alan also getting the invade, picking up the enemy red buff. We're gonna take a look at that one again.
That was an amazing Rickroll. We've got to watch this in slow motion. Keeper's verdict gets through and Koala says nope, gets right back onto 665, even gets the reduced cooldown touchline as well. Oh my. This is...
And there's the emo.
Oh, not a good day to be a Poppy. Not a good day to be a Poppy.
I mean, we thought that Rest was the BM King on CFO, just saying.
Yeah, this is, you know, so far today, we've seen, like, the slower game plan does not work out all that well. I would say that this time around, it didn't have much to do with scaling. I just feel like 665 is getting out jungled. Like, Diego's able to show up first, take objectives first, and they just have better team fight synergy, so...
Absolutely. I think that CFO drafted for late, but then with the advantages that they were getting early, they're kind of realizing, hey, we don't need to wait till late. Like, we can fight now with the gold difference, with the item differential that they do have.
Do have a flank here.
Deep TP from home too.
Let's see. We've got the flank bird coming in, the two-man shove into the tower. Can they get anyone? No, Azania goes down. Will has his grabbed him right there. We have fights on multiple sides. 665 on the other hand is going to die. Mission comes a little bit late to the party. Lots of low HP people, and in comes Koala for the AD carry. And Alan getting excited, chases beyond the tower. No kills for him. But Mission cleans everything up. That is going to be a 4-for-1 trade.
CFO at this point, you know, this kind of team fight win is pretty much called money. They're just slapping MFT in the face with their wallets, with the gold difference, and they don't even have to play the team fights clean. They're still pretty much going to end up winning the team fights anyway. They pick up a bunch of kills. They also pick up the 4th dragon for them on the way out, which brings them closer to the soul point also. So we'll take a look at the replay of this fight. I think Taco goes down super low at the start. He's just trying to regain health even before the TP comes in. He's forced to back off towards the tower. You can see Issue also forced to use the ultimate onto the Jax, who at this point is pretty useless because he's not really going to be able to go back in. He goes back in, he dies, you can see.
Yeah, and Koala somehow gets the full health AD carry.
Oh,
that's just to feel bad. That also gets Atlan excited to chase everyone down again. Russ now gonna go for 1
like,
2. Let's see how he does right here. Taco should be
he's
able to
dead.
take him down.
He's dead for sure.
Lots of damage done, but nope, still not enough.
Yeah,
and in comes Koala. Oh, nope. Drop air doesn't work this time.
Almost. Yeah, just barely misses Issue. But I mean, that earlier fight, I think MFT managed to keep like 3 or 4 alive, but then Mission showed up with the cleanup. But just a bit of a shame that, you know, Issue just really used the ultimate onto Taco as well. It kind of meant that Issue didn't really have that many useful spells for the team fight, and also Taco was already low health despite the fact that he got the lob growth on him. He just wasn't very useful later on when the rest of his team was fighting. So CFO are starting out the Baron.
Ready for Whale. Can he find an AD carry?
No.
He's gonna fly into
We
the
didn't
back
have a ward
line.
there.
Lulu has to pop the ultimate on herself to keep herself alive. Mission still going in 1v3. He's out for blood. Whale, can you escape? And yes, he does. Barely by the skin of his teeth. He's gonna walk out, but that's the jungler gone. CFO turn around and pick up the prize here at the Baron.
Yeah, CFO, they're moving out like bandits this time. They're going to get the kill onto 665 plus the Baron because MSP tried to go for the collapse, I think. The main mistake right there was Issue just trying to face check the bush at the start, despite the fact that they didn't have wards there. You know, you're a Lulu. You can't quite face check into the bush like that as a squishy support, especially because it's a team like CFO. Chances are they've got someone in there waiting for you, which is exactly the trap that they had laid out. So CFO will pick up the kill, and then they also pick up the Baron. We talked about how CFO has been so good at making sure they have cryo in most of the lanes. Now that they have the Baron as well, the push is just gonna be kind of overwhelming for MFT to try to deal with. They do have some form of wave clear in terms of the Azir, a bit from the Aphelios as well, but that just means that they're gonna pretty much be on wave clear duty over in base, which is not the position that you want to be in when you're about 8,000 gold down.
It's gonna be really hard to come back from this one, and I've gotta say this game's just felt so weird to me because it's basically MFT trying to play like a front to back, a keep away composition, and then using all of their disengage as engage, and then realizing, oh, we've got nothing left in the tank. So
it's really difficult. MFT, when they're this far behind, they cannot engage. You've got Azir, you've got Jax, you've got Poppy, but the second you try and jump in, you're dead. You're gonna get blown up by CFO. So they don't really leave themselves a lot of options right there. Rest just absolutely bodying tackle with the one who run right there. Koala trying to hook in for some action as well. Once again, wild growth used on tackle, but they're forced to back away, and flash from Lulu to make it out of the Nautilus hook, but it don't matter. CFO pick up the inhib as well as the inhibitor tower in bot and in mid as well, and this is like the final push from CFO.
And MFT actually hold on here. Taco's gonna go in and find some damage onto Rest. Everyone is here, but in comes the big engage. Zanya's on home to immediately. He gets a 3-man knockup, but it's knocked back to himself as well. So suddenly there's numbers advantage for MFT, but Rest is chasing into the backline. He's going in 1v3. It doesn't matter. Everyone on MFT has to back away just from the sight of Rest chasing people down, and Atlan is going crazy. He's got the rocket launcher on his shoulder. He's chasing his targets, and they all make it to the fountain in time. Let's see if, I'm sorry, Whale, but unfortunately Whale might be going into the extinct species status as CFO take this game up. This one was triumphant from Atlan. He gets to play a new champion on his roster, and it looked like smooth sailing from start to finish.
Yeah, just well played by CFO, as you mentioned, from start to finish. I think MFT was kind of unfortunate for them because they drafted champions such as the Jax, such as the Poppy, and if you fall behind, Jax is pretty much useless. You jump in, you die. And you're like, Poppy, sure, you have your shield as well, but if you don't have items, you don't have your stats, your ult is pretty much only going to be used for disengage at that point also. So I don't really think there was an opportunity for MFT to try and stall that one out at the end, especially not when CFO were running champs that can also just straight dive you. You've got champs that can just jump on your face. You have the Silas, you've got the Gwen as well. They just walk straight up, and MFT just had no answer for that. I think CFO did very good in terms of playing that very textbook. Gemini also had a very big impact, despite the fact that, you know, he was playing on Viego, which we don't traditionally think is a champ that has a lot of impact in the early game, but just the way that Gemini's jungle playstyle usually is, he was just able to have an impact early, and that also gave CFO the lead.
Yeah, this one was a really weird game because if we look at the draft here, I feel like CFO went for a lot of untraditional picks in terms of their
Jinx for Atlan? What? That's just so mind-blowing.
It was really weird, and I actually felt like MFT won. MFT, they had early shove in mid. They had the Aphelios, which is a much higher win rate these days, and they also had the Jax matchup into the Gwen. I felt like they had all the cards. It was just those mid-game team fights. They had no idea how to execute. You think about the first Herald fight, Home2 goes in, no one's there. They lose 2 members. And then in the other Drake fight, Home2 goes in again. They use all of their disengage abilities right in front of Gwen and Silas, and they're just like, okay, I guess I'll just walk in and kill you now. So it was, I feel like MFT had the tools, but they didn't have the instruction book at all. Like, they didn't really know how to execute on this on this team fight composition. I really wish that they could have played things a little bit slower, used terrain to their advantage a little bit more. They had so much terrain control, but they just didn't use their abilities the way they were used to. I think this shows you that MFT are much used to much more used to playing these rushdown type of competitions. You just run at the enemy, you have the tools to kind of continue the chase, and not these type of, let's wait till later, let's try to keep everyone away type of competitions here.
Yeah, I agree. I think MFT, like, there's still a bit of room where they can improve on in terms of decision making, because it seems as if they have the right idea, but they're just not quite there yet in terms of that last bit of execution, right? For example, the part where Koala managed to land the hook down onto one of MFT, like, they clearly wanted to start a fight. Their tackle was already pathing down. It's just that their timing was just a bit too late to make that one happen. And then over by the dragon fight in mid-game as well, when CFO were almost pretty much already getting the dragon, that was when MFT decided to fight. Like, I don't think that it was a bad decision to try and contest that dragon. The thing is, they were just a bit too late at that point. So they're getting there, but they're just not all the way there yet in terms of decision making. So we're still week 4. You know, I think like they've still got like the entire
got 2 more weeks.
Week
Week 5
got
and week
2
6.
and a half more weeks. And yeah, they've got the rest of the second round robin to try and polish this up before playoffs, but at least, you know, at least they're getting there. I don't know if they'll get fully there by the time playoffs comes around, but baby steps. It's a step in the right direction.
I'm gonna make a pretty bold prediction, but I don't think MFT will be able to execute like this type of competition before playoffs. But before we go into that topic a little bit more, Mission, well-deserved MVP right here, is gonna pick up this one with a 4-1 and 9 KDA, 13 KDA at the end. Won his lane, was critical in getting the future engages down. And honestly, I just felt like with the combination of both his bot lane and the top lane winning, he wasn't really required to do all that much. He was just there for a secondary engage to make things happen.
Yeah, but I mean, that's usually the name of the game and how CFO play and how they decide to utilize Mission, right? Because they kind of use them as like that stable presence in the mid lane, and they always leave Mission open as like that option that they can play through. So if like Atlan, if he maybe doesn't have a great game, they can still play through Mission, they can still play through Rest. So they're always leaving themselves that option. This time around, like the fact that Mission won his lane versus Azir early on, we saw like the early level 3, level 4, he was just posturing and just chunking out the Azir early, playing pretty aggressively. It gave Atlan on the Jinx that space to like just not have to worry so much versus the Aphelios Lulu. So even in that sense, you know, he's just giving that team that extra little confidence boost.
And unfortunately, we will not be continuing the upsets at CFO come to a convincing win. Don't go anywhere as we have our highlight match of the day. PSG, versus DCG, Deep Cross Gaming, coming up right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Love you till the end of time. You always get what you want. That I won't stop fighting till you understand. That I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time.
I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I'm waiting for your call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. Call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience attention is paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong or right. Feel like giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you.
All that you love is a feast for the lions. Tell me, feel alive. Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's fairy in this space. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide. It's big enough. We'll find a time and still alive. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer.
CDBC.
Welcome to the most exciting match of the day as we have top of the table PSG going up against DCG. Our top of the table highlight matches between these two teams. It's going to be very exciting. I'm Clement Chu, your host and play-by-play today. And with me is Ray Richu, which is a very rare occurrence right here. Before we go a little bit deeper into the match, of course, a big thank you to our sponsors, Garena, Carry Live, and of course CTBC, which also has a team. I don't know which sponsor would do that. Not only sponsor the league, but also sponsor a team. That's absolutely so awesome of you guys. Thank you very much. Now we head on to the main event coming down here. PSG, they still have a 9-1 record. They're still at the top of the standings. They have been looking shaky recently. Not a lot of these games have been clean. Jewish team has looked like a bit of a hurdle for them. And then we have on the other end, DCG coming in here. So going over PSG talent roster again, Hanabi, Murray in the jungle, Gory mid lane, Unified and Kawi rounding out the bot.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about the roster during the break. I think none of us are really quite sold on Bury just yet. Also, we kind of want to see Unified have like a bit more of a better performance in the PCS than he's had a bit lately. But Gory, on the other hand, has just had standout performance after standout performance in the PCS. I think he's second on the MVP standing so far, mostly due to his Azir, which has just been show-stoppingly good the couple of times that the team means that other teams have let that one through. But otherwise, it's been a lot of like Azir left Corki from him. It'll be kind of interesting to see if DCG decide to go that route and ban out his Azir, ban out the mid lane champion pool. So that will be an interesting one to take note of later on. Meanwhile, we do have the roster of Deep Chris Gaming on your screens. It's Leaky, Hannah, Nesty, Chriscata, as well as Woody in the support to round out this composition. And I just love how like at ease Nesty always looks like on the player cams. Like win or lose, he just always has like that same expression, you know? It's just glad that he's having fun, enjoying himself in the PCS after, you know, he took that 1 year off last year to go play in a bit of the more minor leagues over in Taiwan. I'm just glad that he's back playing in the PCS, you know, when he was on like HK, I think J Team in the past as well. I think mid lane will be interesting this time around. Traditionally, he's been playing a lot of Swain, even though most of the none of the other PCS teams have really been choosing to play Swain anymore on 12.12, and that's going to be the head-to-head matchup featured for today. It is Gory versus Nesty, and instantly you can see that the champion pool could not be more different if they tried. You've got the Azir, Kirky, Silas, or Gory, as well as the Swain, Talia, and Galio for Nesty. I mean, Nesty just yesterday, we saw him go, I think it was Imperial Mandate over on Swain. He got the MVP at the end of the game, but he was down, I think it was 1991 gold with that support item, but still managed to get the MVP because I think that Swain just really helps to hide a lot of Nesty's flaws. He's not traditionally known as the best laner, but then when you fall behind in terms of CS, in terms of lane on a champ such as a Swain, you can still manage to dish out the damage. You know, his build cost is pretty cheap, and it just hides a couple of those flaws and leaves him like just open to be able to roam across the map. So Swain has been a very good pick for DCG. We'll see if PSG decides to ban it out.
And we are moving on into the ban picks right now. We have Seraphine banned away right at the start here. This is definitely a Deep Cross Gaming ban because they can flex it between the mid and Chris Scotta's position. Also going to be going out is the Swain, as we talked a lot about. Nesty is your more mid-game, roaming, mid-laner type of guy. His damage numbers are down, but if you looked at his KDA, if you looked at his kill participation, they're going to be up compared to Gory. So it does seem about all the mid laners because we have the two most played ban away from Gory, and we have the two most played ban away from Nesty. Each team is trying to force each other into a bit of a new direction.
Yeah, this will be exciting to see because we are wondering just why most of the other PCS teams have been leaving Azir open versus Gory. I think now that we're into the second round robin, teams are finally picking up that, you know, you don't want to leave Azir open versus Gory, and they're finally saying enough's enough. We're not going to let him play his standout champion. So PSG did get to first pick the Renata for their bot side. DCG in response look like they want to go for Kalista. I think Senna would be a good option here. Aphelios as well. But yep, they will go for the Kalista. I think maybe Tam Kench still open as well. There are a couple of supports that would be good options to pair with the Kalista, or they maybe want to go for a different lane pick here. And Poppy and Trundle are still... Oh yeah, Talia. Yeah,
want to take away Kalista Renata combo here on PSG, so they're just going to break that apart. And PSG in the past have been happy to play Aphelios Renata as well, so they have more flexibility. You don't see Renata first picks all that much, but PSG are willing to do it because they're confident in their bot lane. They know they can play both sides of this one.
Yeah, also... Yeah, DSG managed to get the Talia for Nesty. I think that's his like second played champ so far in PCS this summer. So it really allows Nesty to just roam to the side lanes, which is his usual play style. Also, I think the couple of changes in the recent patches as well. She does get that bit more damage, I think, on her combos. So we'll see if Nesty can utilize that. And Aphelios Renata, as you mentioned, it's something that Unified and Kylane are very familiar with going for, as well as the Poppy lock-in. So did you have the option here right now to maybe pick up the Trundle? or ooh, Ashe support for Woody. So we do see this. I think we saw it most recently yesterday. I think it was Koala playing the Hill of Blades. Ashe support. It's especially good against a short range duo. For example, yesterday I think they picked it versus Callister Renata. So this time around it is going to be the Aphelios. I think Aphelios without his ultimate, and in the early stages of the game, kind of also opens himself up to being punished a bit by the Ashe support. So a bit of a creative pick from DCG, which we like to see. I mean, DCG is always known as a team in the PCS that is very willing to whip out things like the Bard support, the Bard for Nesty, and the Ashe support. So yeah, this isn't too far out of left field for them.
We're seeing Deep Cross Gaming going for more of a faster paced composition. PSG, they've already locked in pretty much the best late game carry in the AD position. They have counter engage on both Poppy and Renata. So this is kind of a keep away comp with scaling. So DCG's answer has to be either side lane or something that just out tempos PSG's composition. They're going to be banning away a lot of the keep away champions. I think Gwen does really well if you have to run into her. She can just keep herself alive so long that high load missed. Same thing with the game playing. Very good terrain denial control would make engaging on this composition nearly impossible. So they're going to take that one away. And I like PSG bans as well. Like pretty much your best early game strong jungler and your tank Sejuani that does so well in those mid game dragon fights here. So I think DCG, they have to go for, I wouldn't be surprised for something like a Volibear to come out here. Trundle's gone. Wukong
Yeah, I was thinking
is
Wukong.
also very strong.
Yeah, Wukong is strong, but kind of needs to maybe combo with something else. Can combo with Ashe Arrow, maybe, but DCG might want to look to pick up at least one other type of engage besides the Wukong. We'll see how PSG respond to this, because there are just so many topside bans. Ooh, so there is the Yon, which is, let's see, yep, there's no Silas ban out so far, and usually like the Yone is good, is like an alright pick into the Silas. So this time around, Gragas would be interesting as well. As you said, there aren't that many options left available for topside. Now that Orin has kind of fallen off in the meta, also Volley also not as good in 12-12 after a couple of nerfs. Yep, it's gonna be the Gragas lock in.
When Leaky has been playing mainly tanks this patch, we're gonna have to see what he takes here, because Leaky's not usually known for your fighter style of champions. He needs something with better engage here as well, and he's going to go for the Mordekaiser. This is an interesting one. I wouldn't say Mordekaiser is a great champion against something like Gragas, because you just blast him out of the range. He takes a
You
long
get
time to walk back
outranged?
into the team fight.
Exactly, you can get punished on that. That's a bit whack.
So we have our compositions. DCG going to go for that mid-game team fight. They have a lot of rotation ability. They have a lot of catch ability with the Ashe, with the face call. And then you have PSG, which I think has a more interesting composition. Gory's role here is a little bit undefined. He does have a great matchup against Natalia, so he's probably just going to try and keep Nesty in lane. But on the other side of it, it's kind of a standard composition where you're just trying to play keep away with the Aphelios. So you have Keeper's Verdict, you have Explosive Task, you just try to throw a bunch of stuff and make sure that Unified can deal hasn't that much time to deal damage.
Yeah, I think the Mordekaiser pickup is very interesting, because unless you're going to use it on Gory, I think the main role for Mordekaiser is pretty much once you hit 6, once you get to the team fights, you're just going to lock Unified into jail forever and just make sure that he isn't allowed to dish out damage in that team fight. Like, especially for Aphelios, because PSG put so much into like first picking the Renata, making sure they got the Aphelios Renata bottom lane that Kaiwing and Unified are comfortable with. The fact that DC just counter this by picking Mordekaiser and making sure that Aphelios is just going to be useless for the first couple of seconds of any team fight, I think that is a very creative counter from the side of DCG. I'm just not all too sure how well he's going to fare in lane versus the Gragas, but come the team fights, I think they'll have a shot.
Oh, for sure. I feel like this is pretty much the ultimate QSS tax. You just take one player away and Even
Yep.
if you don't kill them, they're gone for 7 seconds. So
No
the rest
League
the
of
team can get them
Legends
out.
for you. No team fight for you. Oh, 5-man bot? What is this cheese? Oh no, they're going back to base. I was excited for a second. Oh man. Come on.
I feel like PSG do this quite a bit as well, so DCG is just trying to
That's true.
make sure they find some vision, and they also have a ward in the back brush here, so that means that Ashe can just walk up and poke, make sure that the handshake isn't going to be coming in, and make sure that they can actually see the handshake as it does come in here, as they are expected to actually get the early shove in this matchup, so pretty standard stuff. Unfortunately, no fireworks happening.
Yeah, not just yet. There's the alert coming up on the side of PSG. Just wanting to check out where Hana does start. Will be the red buff over on the top side. So pretty standard. PSG are just also going to have the standard red buff, the dual bot leash for Bury in the bottom side.
And as expected, DCG gonna get control of the early level 1 right here. I do want to point out that, I'm super excited about Yone being played here by Gori. Typically, Gori is your Azir Corki player, but with this Yone, I think it's actually a great pickup. It packs a lot of damage. It also is great against Talia and champions like Ashe, with very low mobility. They can't really dodge out of the Fate Seal. So we'll see how Gori does here. It's definitely, a different flavor from his usual control mage champions. But it's one where you can see him go for the backline, which is kind of what he's known for.
Absolutely. I mean, because Bury and Gori, they're fresh into the PCS for summer, right? Pretty much everyone else on most of the other rosters have been playing since spring. We've only got 3 weeks of games from Gori and Bury to just look at, and we've kind of always been wondering, for Gori, Bury right here just walked over the ward, so they know that he's there, just gonna slowly back out and take a bit of AA damage from Woody, who has pretty decent AA, even as the Ashe support, of course, in the early game. But yeah, going back to Guri, it's just been a bit of a question mark, right? Because we've seen him play Azir, we've seen him play Corki, but was that because Azir and Corki are good on the patch, right? When we were looking at week 1 of PCS summer, when everyone was playing that Corki, Azir is still pretty strong. We weren't really sure how deep Gori's champion pool really is. So the fact that he's whipping out this new champion in this game is just some pretty exciting stuff. We'll have to see how well he utilizes this. But I think looking at the PSG versus DCG matchup, I'm kind of expecting DCG. I want them to be a bit proactive in the early game. I want them to really use the Wukong, use the Talia when she hits level 6 to make stuff happen on the map. Just because PSG, even though they might be a bit slow in the early to mid, especially recently, I think DCG can look to try and punish that if they play a bit faster in the early to mid, because PSG, they still have a strong team fight. So I think that if it goes to even gold come the team fight, then I think DCG will have a problem. So they've got to make some stuff happen early on.
Well, we're going to see gank happening right in the mid lane, but Gori able to get away with the E. In the meantime, I want to commend Woody right here, 2 for 2 on the hog shots. This is a great use of the Ashe. You can get that wave shove in, and we have a 2v2 fight. Good handshake coming in from Kaiwing. Oh, Unify gonna flash in for more. Can he actually find the kills here? No, gonna get slowed down by Kriskata. Goes all the way in, takes 2 tower shots. He the first blood and stays alive with the triumph.
Run, Kriskata, run!
Calculation. Bury's gonna come in and try to pick up the pieces right here. Doesn't get the stun, but that's enough to find the 1 kill. And now Woody's got nowhere to go. Can the minions do their job? Double flashes in, and Woody gets another one. It's gonna be a 2 for 2.
Hashtag worth for the side of DCG. They managed to get first blood onto Kriskata right there. Bought some time as well, forcing Bury to walk over to the bottom side. And Woody picking up that kill for himself. We're going to take a look at this once again, but Kriskata wouldn't aggressive. They all start out where it looks like Woody is getting caught. Still actually has 1 more biscuit. So doesn't quite need to worry about the early ignite from the Renata, actually. I'm not sure if the ignite was like a bit of a miscalculation, but there you can see the Kriskata with that super aggressive flash, straight up winning the 1v1 versus Unified. And look, Just chef's kiss, brilliant ADC play, and then now PSG, forced to bring Bury over to the bot side. I don't think Bury was able to get the shield in time on that one. It did look a bit close, but the kill will go over to Witty, so well done to DCG.
That was really close coming in from Bury right there. He flashes, but still ties to the minion damage anyway.
Yep.
A massive win here for DCG. And I have to say, that was kind of a weird play from Unified. I don't think he was anywhere close to actually getting in kill range on Woody in that play. As you mentioned, Woody still with the sustain. Let's see if Kaiwin can find another handshake right here. Ooh, barely misses out.
Oh, that was close.
And that's the gank out the window. Or is it? As Bury uses the Hex Flash across the wall, gets a knockback onto Criscata, gets the cleanse, and the kill. It was all a bait.
Calculated from the side of PSG. Very smart play from them because they knew that Criscata was down flash. So the fact that Criscata and Woody were just slightly pushed forward over in the bot side just allowed themselves to left themselves open to Bury's return gank right there. A bit of a small positioning mistake from DCG that PSG were able to capitalize on and punish. So well done to them. Woody's just going to be really annoying with the W. Stop the back from the side of PSG. Also earlier on, I want to note that the Gory gets punched up in the air. Just gonna walk that one off.
I love the Hex Flash Poppy tech because you don't really know about it until you actually see the Hex Tech Flash being used in game, and then you realize, oh, we can actually throw balls like this. Like, it's not guaranteed that you bring it every time, but I love it when players do. It makes a lot of sense to me. It makes those game paths that much harder to predict. Criscata got just a little bit cocky right there. Ooh, he's gonna get the 160 still off the plate. And I feel like we are heading into that phase where the question is going to become, where is that Weaver's Wall? Where is that sort of mid-game that we have to see from the side of DCG? Because if it doesn't happen, I feel like PSG do have very, very strong options going up. Gory's going to be a monster. Aphelios is going to be a monster. I do think PSG do have the better 5v5 composition if their champions are on equal footing.
Yeah, I agree. Also, Nesty is already down about 1 wave of CS over in mid lane. He's down about 10 CS. He has hit level 6. He's level 7 right now. So as you're talking about that crucial ultimate, I mean, we've been saying Talia is great at roaming and Nesty is a great roamer, but that's all just moot if they don't make anything out of that right now.
Hana
has to try and run away in his own jungle, but the follow-up from Gory means that it's dead Hana in the jungle over by his blue buff. So well played from a PSG right there. They were able to just catch Hana out where they thought that he would be over in the topside jungle. And with DCG's jungler dead, it just leaves the first dragon of the game open for PSG to take.
I want to see that replay again because I'm not sure if it was a 200 IQ play from Bury to hold on to the auto attack, or was it just Hana committing suicide by hitting the blast cone. So we'll see this again. Bury, okay, so no, Bury definitely used his auto attack. So it was Hana. Hana actually was the one that hit this.
No! What?
Or was it Bury just coming off the cooldown? I think it was Hana.
I think it was Hana too. It did look like it was Hana who just kind of
Buckler should have been expended
earlier. Yeah, I think it was Hana who clicked the blasting cone backwards. Very unfortunate.
Well, that happened, and Drake goes over to PSG. So
that happened.
Really need to hold on to their chances using that. It kind of looked like Bury maybe his Buckler just came off cooldown. I think that's what happened. If it did go down that way, that's 200 IQ play from Bury. Very well deserved. But it also could be some sort of like a visual thing where it was wrong.
Yeah, we'll give Hana the benefit of the doubt, you know?
Okay. Yeah, it was Bury. It was Bury 200 IQ play. There it is.
Exactly. Hana can do no wrong, man. He's like top 3 jungler PCS easy. Top 4, top 3, top 3. I'm going to top 3.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
We are going to get a lot of movement here. I feel like DCG, with all of their initial ultimates online, they have so much engagement potential across the map. It's just about how they can use it. Put everything here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to be here. Cyclone is going to be up. So Oh, they are going to spot out Hana here.
Unified. They don't.
Fine.
They're waiting for the minion wave so they can dive. But it is 3v3 though, so Hana literally on the ward, they know that he's there, which is why they pulled Bury over as well, but DCG have wards and try, so both squads know this is the 3v3, and DCG is going to be the first one to walk out of there. I don't think either team really wants to commit. They won't lose all that much because Dragon is still like 3 minutes from being up, and neither side really has prio. Also, mid lane Talia is getting pushed in, so I don't think she's going to have the space to want to
just going to take the hook shot, face handshake right off the bat here, and both sides just kind of burn their ultimates. A very haphazard testing each other, trying to see if anyone gets baited out.
Yeah, trying to see who blinks first, right? There's Cascada forced to use the Kalista ultimate to toss Woody back out to safety, and that's pretty much a sign that says, yep, we have a fight on bot side, and Glory just going a bit in onto Nesty, but not all that much damage actually. Oh, Woody!
Ultimate. Q3 backwards to dodge the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but likely has to burn a flash to get out of this one. Woody with the assist here.
Yeah, that was such good timing. What a good roam from the side of Woody as well, just forcing Glory to fastest fingers first make it out of the Ash Arrow. Looks like Bury doesn't quite want to chase Hana back down into the
same trick isn't
spot.
gonna work twice. This time
yeah,
you know that
there's
Hana's
no
not
way.
gonna take the blast cone.
Yeah, Hana's like, I got PTSD, man. I'm staying far away from that plant, but it looks like PSP wanted 3v1 drive.
It was nice knowing you, Cascada. Oh, actually uses double summoners. What? Out of this one doesn't fall down to the first combo, and in comes Hana for first blood. Ooh, that was clean from Cascada. An unfortunate peer by Hana as he actually misses out on the wall hit. Unified is going to be taken in, but he's going to die. Has to pop the flash here. He's got probably one more second. Goes down, and in they go onto Kaiwing next. Hana going to walk out of tower range, leading Kaiwing here without a takedown. That's going to be a double kill to Leaky. That was such a smart roam from Leaky. Just punishing the tower dive as soon as it happened.
And that's gonna be DCG making things so expensive for PSG. They're taking 3 tower plates bot. Won't get a... Actually, I think they will. Nah, they're gonna back off. So 3 is gonna be good enough for them. They're gonna go for the 480 extra gold advantage. And right here, it looks like PSG set it perfectly for the game onto Cascada. But manages to flash out. And once again, the ignite goes down a bit too soon. As you can see, it's nowhere close enough to finish off Cascada, and then the really fast TP response coming out from Leaky to come down towards the bottom side. Oh, and then Unified with the flash. Get out of the Mordekaiser.
Ash with the long range Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well to get the lockdown. And that's a huge miss by Bury. He actually had the target stunned up, but
yeah,
he still didn't angle it correctly. He actually misses the stun on his E, which allows Cascada to double sum and just escape from that. Should have been a clean kill. PSG mis-executed, pay the price.
Yeah, a bit of a shame right there. They used a lot to get 3 members over towards the bot side. It should have been what you mentioned, a clean kill onto Cascada, but it doesn't matter. PSG are going to very easily pick up the second dragon of the game with 4 members bot side. DCG just not in a position to contest at all. If you take a look at the mini-map, just PSG have warded all of the jungle entrances over in bot side river, so just not giving DCG any room at all to try and contest or try and jostle for position over in the river. Right now, PSG look like they want to make something happen bot side. However, Hana is waiting in the wings, so I'm not sure if they want to try this, because if any one of them goes down, it's going to mean they lose their bot side tier 1 also. They do have Bury here, but yeah, it looks like the smart decision is going to be for them to head back to base.
They know they can't push out anymore at this point. You do have the mid here on Cascada.
Neither of them can get this kill. Come on, it's a wet noodle fight in top. They're at best just like jostling for position. There's no way they can 1v1.
And first tower is going to go over to Cascada. I think that should mean Herald as well, as long as they can delay for a while. for the bottom lane to get there. PSG are going to be on the spot first, but they know they're lacking the power, so let's see if they try to rush it down. They're going to go for it right off the bat. And Ashe is still very far away. Enchanted Crystal Arrow could be coming in at any moment right now. It doesn't look like DCG are actually contesting. Yeah, DCG know they're late to the party. They're happy with the first tower. They will give away the Herald here. And the... Wow, I've never seen this that much, but it's the Talia tempo rotation with Weaver's Wall. That's an interesting move.
Yeah, it's the split push Talia with the wall to get into the side lane, Clement. A classic.
Wonder what they do with it afterwards, though. They didn't really deny any minions, and that's
I'm also
long cooldown ultimate.
I'm kind of concerned with how easily BCG is just giving up the objectives, like both Drakes. I mean, we're talking about how DCG kind of need to play the early and mid game very smart so that they can try and contest versus PSG's superior team fighting skill as well as team fighting composition. So they do have the gold lead right now, but it's only about 2,000 at 17 minutes. So they have the lead, but I'm just not sure it's enough.
Taking a look at the items here, we actually have Yone going for more of a split push build with the Blade of the Rune King. It's going to be swapping up to match the top side, as we already have Leaky committed to the Mercury Treads against the Gragas matchups. It should be a slight gold effectiveness lead for the side of Gory. As you can see, the fight going very well for him. Not even using the ultimate, already forcing Leaky away here. So really smart item choice, really smart tempo to go into that top lane. That should be a tower for free. It's out of nowhere PSG getting these leads.
Yeah, DCG shouldn't be allowing this to happen. PSG are going to use Shelly to make sure they do get the top side tier 1. They're going to even out the tower score. DCG forced to use the teleport on Leaky, but he's won before though, and Shelly still will have one more charge onto the top side tier 2. So they do call Woody over here, but it's not good. They're going to keep their tier 2. But pretty much any gust of wind in the future is going to knock that one down. So PSG played that one very smart. They also get a bit more extra gold, and they're just drawing closer in terms of that gold gap, which is pretty worrying, I think, going into the team fight for later on.
This definitely isn't enough of a lead, I think, for BCG to overcome a PSG late game.
Also, Dragon's coming up in like less than 1 minute, so DCG are trying to like get Prio over in the like river right here. They want to put down some wards, but PSG are also here.
Arrow goes down. They find Bury with the full burst combo, but barely takes him down to half HP. He's able to flash out okay, so take stock of things. That's only two ultimates used on DCG's side right before the dragon for Bury's flash. I think PSG are actually quite happy with this one, as they can move in with an extra ultimate. Gory gets to catch out Leaky right here. We talked about the item builds. It definitely does favor Gory in this one-on-one trade. He's going to use the Fate Seal, but Leaky is chasing forward. He's got two single target Qs down already. That's the third, and Leaky is on a killing spree. That was the fight where Gory was looking for trouble, and he ended up paying the cost.
Yep, 3-0-0 is Leaky's KD8 right now. He's kind of getting to the point where the Collab Smash is going to deal a lot of damage. It's definitely something that PSG are going to want to look out for. And the fact that they were able to take down Gory, a number of PSG means that DCG feel like they have the space to take this dragon. I mean, there is also Gragas and Aphelios on the side of PSG, but you know, they're actually not going to use any of the tools that they have to kind of go for a dragon steal attempt at all. It doesn't look like they're trying to go for a fight either. Maybe you want to try and catch out Cascada over around the side, but PSG putting a very passive response. If you look at the 1v1 over in top.
Yeah, let's talk about this one. You know, Gory, he's itemized like half tank against Leaky, but the thing about this trade is Leaky just gets so many single target Qs, giving him extra damage. He also is able to shield at just an optimal time. He had a lot of the shield remaining from the previous minion wave, so he's able to pop his W, get a big shield, and then just, you know, block out most of the initial damage coming in from Rory as well. So despite the itemization, we see a very strong performance from Leaky, and of course the 2 kills definitely do help there as he takes down into a third. So this changes the matchup quite a bit, because we are going to have an unmatched Mordekaiser in one of these side lanes.
And that's the thing, right? Because when you pick a Mordekaiser, the thing is, it's always a safe pick, because no matter how far behind you end up in laning phase, once you get into a team fight, you just press R and you just shut down the opposing AD carry. But the fact that right now Leaky is so far ahead, he's got like a 450 shutdown gold as well that PSG might want to consider trying to take for later. The fact that he's ahead just makes it so much harder for Unified later on in the team fights, because he's not just gonna lock you in there for 7 seconds. He could actually completely shut you out and take you down in that time also. So it's gonna be something they need to watch out for. For the side of PSG, besides the Aphelios, they've really only got Gory in terms of damage potential, but as you talked about, like his itemization, he's kind of going for that half tank of the Bamis Cinder also. So without Unified on the Aphelios during the team fights, it's going to be pretty hard for PSG to try and find other damage sources.
It's a really interesting build coming out, as we do have the Sunfire again for Yone. This is everything into the Unified basket. I'm not even sure why he's going Sunfire on Yone. This is
versus Mordekaiser too, I don't understand. What are they going to do for the first 5 seconds? Yikes. Oh, they have no vision. Oh, that was close. I thought for sure Woody was going to arrow right there. I mean, it is Poppy, so she can always disengage pretty easily. But that did look dicey. Oh, engage on a Bury.
Going to take a lot of damage, and in comes the Weaver Wall. They don't get Unified. They are given a bit of time to get a couple free hits onto the tower. In the meantime, Leaky is just split pushing this, so DCG have to be careful. Like, with the combo PSG have, they can definitely kill you before 6 seconds ends. I think it's a smart idea to back out a little bit, make sure that Wombo combo isn't in range, and they're just going to continue until someone has to answer that bottom wave. Indeed, Hanabi's going to go down there, giving DCG control of the Baron once again. And as we said, you know, DCG, they still want to end things a little bit sooner rather than later. They're only up like 2,000 gold. So maybe going for the Baron Fish is going to be a good idea. That might be the game plan for the next 5 minutes with DCG.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a worrying trend for DCG. They haven't been able to get any more of a gold lead in the last 6 or 7 minutes. PSG have managed to keep that to just about 2,000 gold for the last 6 or 7 minutes. So it's hard for DCG, as you mentioned. They might want to try and bait Baron. Also, Dragon is coming up in less than a minute. Would be the second Dragon for DCG if they do get this. So they get the second stack on the buff. So they will want to get that one. I mean, the extra tankiness would be good on Wukong, would help the Mord a bit as well. Just so many wards over the topside river. PSG, are they the ones going to be starting Baron? I don't think so.
Nah, it's too difficult for them right now, and Unified's still sitting on 2 versus 3 items coming in from Friscata. I feel like this is just getting vision, so DCG don't rush it. And what we do have to remember, DCG, if you give them too much space, they can actually just Weaver Wall, cut off all the ramps, and force you to flash to contest the Baron. So, yes, you definitely need vision in that corner. I also know they have a Callista, which gives you that second smite.
Yeah.
They have to stay very close to edge the Baron.
Yeah, that's the thing. Both of these teams have a bit of a scary fight in terms of in the pit, because on one side you've got Hanabi on Gragas, who's always going to have this R in the pit. DCG also have the Wukong, and as you mentioned, the Talia to kind of cut off any type of steal from the side of PSG. So I don't think either team really wants to risk a 5-on-5 inside either Baron or Dragon pit, but it looks like PSG are just very willing to give that one over to DCG. So they will get 2 stacks of the Dragon. It's 2 apiece right now. Gory's gonna wait for the wave, finally finish off the top side at tier 2. Probably just gonna AA and then back out. Oh. Wow,
just back out immediately.
Wow, just gets scared by Misty from the start.
Doesn't want to take any damage in that situation. It's an interesting state of the game because I definitely feel like PSG are the ones on the back foot at this point in time. For DCG, I actually think they're perfectly happy taking the 5v5. Like right now, they're so incredibly strong from the bot side. They're so incredibly strong from the top. So I think they're the ones that are going to be playing more around Baron and just trying to see if they can catch anyone out. If someone goes into River, just Weaver's Wall and suddenly you can just pick them off for free. It's very difficult for PSG, I think, to wade into this position right now, and that's going to be where all the attention is at. How are they going to face checkers?
I'm just surprised by like how cautious both these teams are actually playing, like for the last 8 minutes or so, because we saw a lot of action, a lot of kills in the early game, but for the last 8 minutes, it just looks like both PSG and DCG are unwilling to start a fight, but that might change soon.
That's the gory face check. That's pretty smart. I will give him that.
Yeah, he's the only one that has that like get out of face check free card right now, so they're just gonna make sure they use that. They're gonna min-max it. Oh, Hanabi!
Get the Enchanted Crystal Arrow instant combo onto Hanabi, but Hanabi can still flash out. Now Burry is trying to close this ramp. Ultimate used by Renata, but nothing really accomplished right there. Ori, in the meantime, just finds a little bit of damage. I felt like DCG, for them, that was probably too deep of a chase. They do end up using a lot of abilities here. So, PSG do have a chance to mount a strong comeback once they teleport back into lane, but we are starting out the Baron.
They're starting Baron. They do have the Callista, so not all that slow will be the Baron take if they do decide to fully commit. I like what they're doing because they actually created a lot of space in mid lane. PSG know that their mid tier 1 is also low, so DSG gave PSG the option of choosing either Baron or mid, and oh, they're backing out. Oh, the choke point, they don't want to be caught there.
Burry gets the walk onto Leafy. Leafy pretty happy to just use the ultimate and walk forward and contest the jungler right here. Burry is in the wrong side of the team fight as he flashes out with a great escape. That one was pretty clever. I'm very much surprised that Burry got out alive.
That was pretty pog, not gonna lie, from Burry. But as you mentioned earlier, you know, DCG gave PSG the option of do they want to fight in Baron or do they want to fight for mid. So DCG started out Baron, they didn't fully commit to that. PSG tried to justify position. We saw where we just kind of shoot the Ash arrow as like a do you want to fight, do you not want to fight, and then PSG kind of half-heartedly started the fight. DCG were kind of like, yeah, we don't really want to fight you, and then they just walked to mid, picked up mid tier 1, and then everyone based. So very non-committal from both these squads, but smart decision by DCG to make sure that they either got mid tier 1 or the Baron, so they definitely got something out of it.
They extend the gold lead a little bit more now, sitting at about 4,000 gold, but the big thing is, you know, when is Aphelios going to hit that 3-item mark where the Infinity Edge comes online, the crit build is there. That's what I'm looking at in terms of the itemization. So I would say that DCG still have a bit of a window, but it's not a huge one. You can already tell Callista damage starting to fall off. She's not even going to build a 4th damage item, just straight going for random wins, playing like a bruiser in the front line with the rest of the team. And it's going to get kind of worse here. I think, you know, DCG are at the point where they have reached sort of their damage cap, and PSG will get more damage from this point on. So they really want to use these last couple of minutes, get those neutral objectives, try to find a big team fight win before the scary Unified gets online.
Yeah, the thing is though, I think that if DCG get Mountain Soul, I'm not sure how PSG
Unified dodges away from everything, but the wall closes down, still
no.
don't find the target, and DCG walk away from everything. A lot of missed skill shots right there. I struggle to say that was a pretty team fight.
Burry just, he used his ult, but I don't know if he missed his ult or if he just kind of channeled the ult and was like, you know, I don't really want to do this anymore.
Guys, it's okay. Enchanted Crystal Arrow missed, Weaver's Wall missed, Moonlight Vigil missed. I will give Burry a pass in that one because nobody was particularly accurate. In we go into the team fight. PSG very close to getting the smite, and they do find the Baron with the superior positioning, but can they survive the rest of the team fight? Looks like PSG are actually going to walk out completely fine. Only traded for 1 mountain break.
That's their third Mountain Drake. And the thing is, I think if DCG gets sold, I'm not sure how PSG shred through the Wukong and Mordekaiser.
The quad is going to be a little bit troublesome, isn't it?
That I just don't see how Yone and Unified on Helios are going to be able to get through Mordekaiser and Wukong in the 5v5 later on if DCG do get sold. So it's a big yikes now that they've already gotten 3. We will see, because I think PSG know at this point that in 4.5 minutes they absolutely must contest the dragon. So right now their game plan is just going to be kind of like split push, kind of make use of the Baron buff as much as possible, try and gain as much space on the map so that by the time the next dragon fight rolls around, hopefully DCG won't have a good position going into that one, because PSG absolutely cannot give up the next drag.
I think the next fight is all going to be about keeping away Leaky. Leaky doesn't have a flash. His movements are actually pretty predictable. So if you can get explosive cast or the poppy to keep away Leaky, then you have a chance. But Leaky is going to come in behind. That's such a smart move. Can he get the ultimate onto Unified? He hasn't found it, not even with the ghost. Gory now going in. Keeper's Verdict knocks the big scary Iron Man away. And PSG do a perfect defense. That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, we've been waiting for that PSG execution for a while now, because we've been gassing up the PSG team fight, but it's been, 32 minutes. We hadn't seen that PSG team fight, and it looks like PSG's not done yet. They're still going to continue pushing on to DCG. Hana looks like he wants to recall, so already that PSG have the man advantage. There's the Ronaldo.
Ultimate is going to attack all 3 targets behind the tower, but Burry will get caught up by Leaky. He's going into the back line already. This could be a very close fight. Unified dies to the tower, and Leaky's closing down on the back line. Unified, I don't think he was paying attention to where the aggro was. The tower off, and DCG, they take the fight in stride. PSG try to do a risky turret dive, and they lose absolutely everything.
Huge mistake from PSG. Unified, we're gonna see this in the replay later on, but the thing is, Unified probably thought that his teammates were going to be able to win that one, because it was something like a 3-on-3 when the fight broke out, and Unified wanted to take down the tower. He was actually continuing to AA the mid tier 2 even as the fight was going on. The thing is, he was like 2 AAs away from bringing the tower down when it switched aggro to him because his teammates were backing out. So that was not the play. We'll take a look at this again. Unified's just aiming the tower from the left. Right here, after the Renata ultimate goes down, I can see he's still trying to get the tower. He gets stunned up and then takes aggro and then dies. So this is super unfortunate for PSG, because with Aphelios down, they've lost the fight. They can't fight anymore. And I'm just not sure that Unified recognizes how big of a piece he actually is to this PSG composition, and he can't make mistakes like that.
Yeah, that was, I think that was a little bit disrespectful to continue hitting the tower right in front of an Ashe. I don't think that was good for his health. So he goes down, but I would say the only, the silver lining there is he didn't have any summoners in that fight to begin with. So he still is going to hold on to his flash. He still is going to hold on to his blends.
River's wide open from both sides. It's 1 minute to dragon. I'm scared, Clement. This is so dangerous for both sides.
This is what we wanted to see. We want to see fights on the knife's edge, and this is what we're going to get. Now, all eyes still have to be on Unified. He died in the most unexpected way in the last fight. We'll see how well PSG can protect him in this one. He has all of his summoners up, but crucially, he cannot get away from the depths roam. If Mordekaiser, Leaky just points his finger at him, then he's going on a journey, whether he likes it or not, and he's going to be gone for 7 seconds. So
I mean, he might be gone for a bit longer than 7 seconds. He might be gone for a whole, like, 40 seconds right there, if we're being honest.
In comes the engage. Gory is the one hit, but there is no follow-up here. This is completely free for DCG. To be absolutely honest, like, they can run this play again in just about, like, I think almost something like 40 seconds. Woody's ultimate is almost halfway complete, so they can poke, they can push into the mid lane, and PSG are forced into a very uncomfortable spot. They know that someone is flanking them here. They have to know that as a fact. And Hanabi is late to the fight, so this is really critical. How is Hanabi going to be able to join Is he gonna get spotted here?
Oh, Nesty!
Nesty
He
sees
doesn't know
him.
Nesty's there!
He gets caught out. In comes the combo. Hanabi losing almost all his HP. The rest of PSG have to funnel in this to save their top laner, but the top laner still goes down. Unify flashes forward to get the Moonlight Vigil. He does a ton of damage, but Leaky finds him. The finger of death is pointed Unify's way, and there's nowhere he can go. Hana also survives for now. Can Gory pick up extra kills? The flash across the wall. Gory has to teleport back, and there's no one on the base. There's no one defending this one.
Yo, DCG, they're going to end.
They have to come back here in time. Burry walks face forward into the damage, and he might just go down. Fate's called used. Down goes the jungler. The base is open.
No!
PSG don't have anyone to defend.
Not like
and
this.
DCG are gonna give PSG the second loss of this split. What a great strategy. What a great team fight. And what an MVP-worthy performance from the...
What is going on? Hanabi, though, I mean, the player cam, he knew what was going on at the end. He had his hands off of his keyboard. He was just watching as their base was getting absolutely blown apart by DCG. But that was such a smart fight by DCG at the end right there, because they recognized that they didn't actually need the Mountain at all, because they knew that PSG would have to fight them there. They walked the river, they knew that the river was entirely covered in PSG's wards, and they were like, you know what, we actually don't have to fight here, we just need to fight them and win, and like, we don't even need Soul, we just need to win this fight and then break open their base. And it was so smart of them for Nesty to hide in the bush over below Raptors, and then for the rest of the DCG squad to collapse onto Hanabi once they pop out the Gragas right there. They just won the team fight after 5v4 and then pushed down base. What a smart play from DCG. We're gonna take a look at this replay. Hanabi is absolutely not expecting anyone. Yeah, they have wards in the river too.
Making it here on foot, definitely not the correct idea. Smart thing for DCG, trading Drake positioning for team fight positioning, and this forces PSG to commit. They have to come in and save their carry. I'm not so sure about this move from Unify though. I feel like the flash forward was a little bit uncalled for, and it leaves him in just like there's no good spot for him. He tries to flash forward, he doesn't finish on anyone, and he has no flash when he comes through.
Yeah, because he flashed forward into the back of the Raptors pit, which means he's stuck there. He can't flash out. He can't flash over it either. He thought that he could get the execute onto Hana, but even if he did get the execute onto Hana, then what? He's stuck in Raptors. He's got 3 members of DCG who can just push in onto him, and I don't know, man. We came into this game wanting to see a better performance from Unified. We've been saying like he just hasn't worked up to the standard that we know Unified can play at. We see him in Spring, we see him at MSI, we saw him last year. We expected better from him than I think what he showed this game.
Oh, for sure. I feel like there was, especially in the last 2 team fights, there were very awkward kills. I don't think they were completely Unified's fault. The one in front of second tier tower, to me, that just was never going to work. Murray should not have engaged on that one. But Unified just casually hitting a tower right in front of the Ashe. That's not something I expect Unified to do. That's definitely like the most ununified performance that we've seen for a while. A lot of things actually did go wrong here, I do want to mention. I feel like Gory's build on the Yone was probably not what he was looking for. He didn't get to snowball the lane at all. He did keep Nesty down, but he wasn't able to snowball with an actual crit build. Like, you know how much power is invested in your passive, giving you 100% crit rate on 2 items, and Yone is just like, nah, I'm not even gonna build crit. That's unnecessary. So it was a little bit weird. I felt like they, I feel like Tank Yone definitely a bit of a question mark in this one.
Tankney, is that a thing? Is that what we're calling it? I mean, we've seen this build before on Yone. It's just that when you look at the DCG draft, like, this build is not it. Like, this build is not it today. So I just wish we'd seen a bit more like adaptation coming out from the PSG side. Also communication. I mean, we're talking about like Unified when he was under the tower, just auto attacking it while the rest of his team has started the fight. That just seems as if the team isn't communicating properly about what they want to do, about whether they want to take tower or whether they want to take the fight and who they want to even focus on during that. So the MVP is going to, of course, go over to Leaky 8-0 and 0. I want to call out the 0 assists, you know, because it's just a classic top lane thing to do, to be 8-0, but then also 0 assists because, you know, you just play that solo lane. You're by yourself doing your own thing with the 61.5% kill participation, but I mean, still a very standout performance from Mordekaiser. I mean, BCG showing once again that they can make an off-meta pick work.
Oh boy, I love Leaky's performance in this one. I thought that he was going to be able to be kept away, but the TP plus the ghost plays and just the smart positioning to make sure Leaky always had the flank, I think that won the game for BCG right there.
It was so
sure
scary.
He can't flash on Unify. Huh?
Yeah, like that one time where he turned on Ghost and tried to run at Unify to lock him in prison. Like, as any AD carry, like, I would freak out. That's like my worst nightmare. That's like Halloween come early when like the Mordekaiser presses Ghost and he's trying to run straight at you. But just props to him. What an absolute great job that he did to make sure that his team went into the fights with that advantage.
And that's it for our match, I think our highlight match of the day. And we already have 2 upsets so far. Don't go anywhere. There could be more coming your way as Sem9 take on JT.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Enough. I try to take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want. That I won't stop fighting till you understand. That I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want. That I won't stop fighting till you understand. That I'll love you till the end of time. To the end of time. To the end of time. To the end of time.
Dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debate, no conversation, no invade this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debate, no conversation, no invade this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I'm waiting for your call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. Call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright.
we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Stars to fire, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high. I won't let it simmer.
Hi guys, welcome back to game number 4 of week 4, day number 2 of the PCS Summer Split 2022. Once again, I'm Ririchu, this is Clement, and we would like to thank our sponsors, as always, for keeping the lights on here at the PCS. It's Riot Games, Carry Live Garena, as well as CTBC Bank, who not only sponsor the league, as Clement is always saying, they also sponsor a team here in the PCS. So huge props to CTBC for, all the help that they're doing in helping to keep the PCS alive and thriving. Clement, we're coming off of a crazy Mordekaiser game from PSG versus DCG. What do we think about that one really quickly before we get into JT versus S9?
I think this meta is all about playing to your strengths, playing your style, and I feel like a lot of teams actually play a little bit too slow. We see the same thing today. It's Frank and PSG with kind of a no mid-game composition, getting stomped by a much more aggressive, much more tempo-paced composition coming in.
Yeah, I love that phrase, just no mid-game composition, just what was Frank doing early on, but enough about that. We're here for game number 4. It's GT versus Sem, 9th Sem, 1-9, I don't know, but there's the GT roster on your screens. It's going to be Rock in for today, Kumir, Uniboy, Lil V, as well as Enso. They're coming off of a not too characteristic performance from them yesterday. Yesterday kind of was a disaster for them, all things considered. Lil V and Enso played the Lucian Nami over on the bot side, just absolutely could not get any type of early game pressure. We'll go more into that later on, but right now it's the Sem 9 boys on your screens. No name Arashi, Siedoda, Asin, as well as Caspiel. And I think the name of the game for Sem 9 for PCS Summer has just been the musical chairs that they're playing with their roster. Not even just the players, but also their... That's true. That is true. That's true. We're talking about which team has more of the roster. What is going on? I think IMP does win in that regard. What do you think of the featured matchup today, Clement?
Well, we do have Kongre coming in with a little bit, I think it was hit with a bit of COVID, so that's why they're not playing in their booths, but staying at their base. As we can see, Kongre is kind of isolated from everyone else. We have to watch closely if that compromises his performance, but I would say so far Kongre has been doing a great job this split. I think his engage is much more in sync with the rest of the team. They're playing rather aggressive comps, and the biggest change to this split is that J-Team is almost completely a bottom side, early game focused gank squad team. So you see a lot of level 3 ganks from him coming over. You see Kongre actually, for the first time in his career, actually dropping down in terms of EXP gain early to try and facilitate his lanes even harder. On the flip side, I feel like Arashi's job is a little bit more different. He has to be more of a carry in his own right. I feel like the side of Sem 9, their carries are not always guaranteed. Ashing, it really depends on his champion pool if he can dish out damage. Same thing for Shidudu and No Name. There's a lot more, I think, laning phase issues that are up in the air for Sem 9, so Arashi typically plays more for his own block.
Yeah, and straight off the bat, it's going to be the Seraphine ban versus Asing, which is really damaging for S9, not gonna lie. I mean, Seraphine is a typical 12-12 ban, but versus S9, like Asing's champion pool just is not great. So we'll have to see. I mean, yesterday he was forced to pull out the Nico. It did not end well. Spoiler alert for Sem9 yesterday. So we'll see what the response for today is, because it seemed as if like the answers that they were trying to find coming into week 4, it did not work on day number 1. So already it's going to be the Ari, Callista, Jerry, Trundle, Nar, and Seraphine bans, mostly pretty standard on 12-12. It does leave the Aphelios first pick wide open for Lil V. It's something that Lil V is absolutely 100% comfortable playing. It's pretty much his signature champion at this point. It's one of the champs that he's the best at, especially recently. So S9 look to try and respond to that with the Senna pickup. There's still like a lot of options available for Aphelios. However, I think Sem9 might want to go for a jungler or a mid here.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Sem9 is they have so many position swaps that we typically don't see them reveal their supports or mid lanes too early. We saw Shindudu play Corki, we saw him play Tristana, and then we saw Ashin just play Sion and Nico. It's very difficult to pinpoint their champion pool.
This is interesting.
They hold on to their cards until they see more from J-Team, and it looks like what J-Team are going for is kind of playing the other side of the coin from yesterday's game, where they lost to the Aphelios on the Illusion Nami, like you mentioned. They had a really strong early game, but they didn't make that much use of it. So I feel like JT might be swinging to the other side and trying to play more defensive, trying to play more for Little V coming into this one.
So they do like the Poppy as well as the Tom Kench. I think that JT were kind of trying to I think they expected Sem9 to lock in the Poppy instead of the Wukong, because JT banned out the Trundle. So I think the fact that they realized Sem9 actually locked Wukong, which is why they instantly hovered the Poppy, realizing that it was actually free. But they do manage to pick up both Tom as well as Poppy. So I think so far everything is going according to JT's plan right now in terms of the draft phase. And there's the Sion again. Sion and Wukong together are a pretty disgusting combo, so no one likes to go up against them. Kind of guessing that Lovi will be running the cleanse again on Aphelios this time around. I mean, they do have Poppy for some sort of disengage, but I mean, it's always going to be very hard to try and peel the Wukong or Sion off of your carry. So we'll see what JT decide to respond to this. The S9 are going to ban out the Talia versus Uniboy. I think that that's more of a meta ban, because Uniboy's champ pool is pretty large. He's one of the more versatile mid laners in the PCS. I mean, sure, he likes to play carries, but he can also play other champions pretty well just because he's so mechanically skilled. We will see. I mean, we did raise the question, of like, just from the player cams, Uniboy yesterday clearly looked to be in isolation. Kongyue today as well, so maybe it is the COVID that the team is dealing with. However, they haven't made any type of official announcement on their social media, which, if you look at the other leagues across the world, like LEC, LCK, for example, when the players do come down with COVID, I mean, teams are very open about this. It's just that, in the PCS so far, we haven't really seen very many official announcements, but that is what we're suspecting is the reason for JT's performance yesterday. But, yep, Azir, proceed, Dodo.
I really like that takeaway coming in against J-Team here. I feel like giving a 0 over to J-Team squad just makes them way too powerful, and they can just get the Sand Soldiers up right after Sion decides to engage, cutting off everyone. J-Team are still going to go for the same game plan. This is slow, it's a lot of scaling, it's a lot of terrain control, and this is the wild card in. You might not think it fits the rest of the composition, but I feel like Uniboy always does a little bit better with something he has agency on, has a little bit of playmaking potential. So they round this comp out beautifully. They can play it 1-3-1, very well. They're like Aphelios is great wave clear, and you have the protection of the Tom Kench. You have to keep away from the Poppy, and then you have two great side laners. On the other hand, for Sem9, wow, what an interesting composition. What is this?
Vlad versus Gangplank, we're bringing it old school. But I mean, Silas for Uniboy does make a lot of sense. He does have the playmaking potential. Also, because we're talking about how scary Sem9's composition is in terms of ultimates, in terms of team fights. That's always the way that you want to play the Silas, and it's the type of comp you want to pick Silas into. Because when there are better ultimates for you to steal from the enemy side, that is only going to make your own team fight even stronger. So good pickup from Uniboy. Also, the fact that they're putting Gangplank on Rock is interesting because we haven't seen all that much from Rock lately. He is, of course, newly added to the J Team roster this summer, and the way that they've been subbing Rock in and out, it just seems as if J Team tend to field him when their matchup is versus a lower ranked team.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the only pattern that we can tell. So versus like Sem9, then they're willing to try and sub Rock in. So we don't get a lot of opportunities to see him play on champions that require a lot of mechanical skills. So it will be interesting to see how he does versus the Vladimir matchup. I hope that he's able to play the early game well and really able to like just abuse Vladimir in the early stages of the game. But we will see. I mean, they are running the Wukong as well, so it's always a question of where Sem9 are going to call the jungle attention to.
I think Sem9's comp is so fun. I
it's
love
so
this
scary.
This is I would call this the anti-keeper verdict, keeper's verdict draft, because you have someone that can engage while in the Sanguine pool. Vladimir is running Ghost for no name. He can get over like keeper's verdict quite easily, and he can also just not be affected by the W coming in from Poppy, so very easy for him to reach the back line. Same thing goes for Cyan as well. He's unstoppable during the charge, so you can't really deny him. You can just rush through all the barrels, all the R's that Poppy is going to set down, and that's, I think, Sem9's best trait. When they can play super aggressive, get to your back line, and everyone go in at the same time, you lower the floor, lower the ceiling for execution, and you just have very clear go signals. That's usually the best spot for lower tier teams to be.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's all going to come down to how well Lilvi can kite and whether we're going to see the Lilvi that we're used to or if we're going to see the Lilvi from yesterday. I think that's what today's matchup will really tell us, because JT had an uncharacteristic loss in yesterday's game. And the thing is, we were kind of wondering, is JT just not performing well in these few days? We saw after yesterday's loss, JT actually posted on their official Facebook fan page. They said they did not mince words. They actually literally said in Mandarin, we're sorry that we played today. And then they said that their communication, their focus was completely off, and there were a couple of external factors that were affecting the team, which is why they had yesterday's performance. So today versus Sem9, who is pretty far towards the bottom. They're literally tied bottom, especially after Jewish team got a win earlier. I think this is really going to be a measure of where JT is at right now in terms of their performance these few days.
Just looking across the starts here, we do have a bit of a lead here by J Team. They got the early ward down on the red buff, so we will know where Arashi starts out here. Will allow Rock to play relatively safe. And I do want to mention that Rock this split has mainly just been playing Gangplank. It's kind of his go-to champion. I feel like J Team, because of how well Little V has been doing, and especially how well Enso has been doing, they've been very much a bottom side focused team. So you see a lot more champions like Gangplank that can just assist the bottom lane without actually leaving the lane itself. Earlier on, though, we've taken a look at this level 1 trade, and it does look like Caspiel is getting a lot of auto attacks down onto Little V. Little V only down to less than half HP.
Yeah, this is not good. He does have 2 pots, so he does still have pot advantage. in the lane right now, but just hitting this much damage so early getting chunked is not the best. They're gonna have to kind of hug tower right here, wait for the wave to push in, which means that they're going to lose the level 2. First, you can see S9 are hitting that level 2 before Lil V as well as Enso. So it's not that big of a deal. Caspiel isn't really going to be doing all that much extra damage with the level 2 early on. Lovi shouldn't really have a problem farming under the tower. But yeah, it's just little disadvantages like that might make a difference later on in the game. And you can see Dodo on the Azir also, I think, up a couple of CS off of Union Boy. Kongyue on Poppy, meanwhile, is not quite the champion that you would expect Kongyue to play. Oh, there's a channel knockup.
Dives straight onto Caspiel, is going to burn his flash right off the bat. And 2 auto attacks away. The heal isn't a full deal, but he still is able to get out. One last auto attack needed to take him down. J-Team, they sink everything into it. Haven't found the kill just yet.
Whew, that was close, and Caspiel, he's back into lane. My man don't care. He just walked straight back, and yep, he's out. He's out. There's no way he can stay. He's gonna go down for sure, even though JT are down all of their offensive summoners. But he is still in a bit of a dangerous spot. Neither team has called their jungler. Both junglers over towards top side. So kind of should be backing off soon, though. Right now, Kongyue is trying to make a gank happen for Unit Boy.
With the interruption, gets a good trade down here. Now, in this lane, it typically is assumed that Azir does get a small bit of lead in CS and priority until later on. Now, Kongyue's going to come in. Caspiel has absolutely nothing in the bank right here.
Oh, he's on ward!
Literally has to grab him as well. If he takes a bad position, it could be a burst, but looks like with the minion wave arriving here, it's going to be a bit harder. Kongyue also knows the ward is there, but they're still going to go in for it regardless. In goes Kongyue. Can he find the angle to knock Caspiel back behind the tower? Is actually going to go towards a minion, and in comes the TP. No kills found whatsoever. Shit-Dudu does need to come in and defend this, but they will be completely safe while also taking away a flash from the jungler.
Yeah, I mean, Kongyue, he had good instincts right there, right? Because he went for the flank, and then he saw Stem9 just kind of reposition slightly, and so he thought, oh, there must be a ward here. I think he thought, like, they knew that he was there, so he went back to hit the plant to just double confirm that he was standing on a ward. He also pre-drank the potion before the gank, but then unfortunately had to walk out of that one. Right now it's Arash's turn to try to make something happen, and I think I want to walk out of that one, though. I think they're just gonna go for... Yeah, they're just gonna let the wave push in, and that should be enough for them.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, we do have to point out that Ashi gets stuck here. Okay,
oh no! That's the tilt. That's the tilt, man.
Yeah, it's always the worst when the enemy already has the wave in this position and then they stop you because they can straight push into the wave or at least deny it back. Looks like Scion will be staying around for this one, but it does mean that there will be no stacks gained for the Senna in this instance. Definitely a small win for J-Team. You always like to see people get those. Meanwhile, in the top lane, I do want to point out that we don't have a TP from No Name. So this is, you know, early levels against Rock that can just TP back and get a Sheen. Always a little bit difficult to play, but he's holding up very well. He's actually has the CS lead, and he's already hit the level 6 first potential mark. It's been a while since we've seen Vladimir. I know he's been played in other leagues, but I really want to see how he can do in PCS.
Yeah, I mean, usually Vladimir doesn't have the best early game, especially versus champs like Gangplank, who are going to have like the superior range, the superior auto attack versus him. Also, when Vladimir gets shoved under tower, lower levels, it's also hard for him to pick up the entire wave during this for the CS. So No Name's actually been doing a pretty good job of keeping pretty much bang even with Rock over in the top side. But yeah, I mean, they've already got... Oh, Ashen, he had a teleport just now, he's just switched it to the Flash Ignite with the spell book, so S9 could potentially have that 2 teleports to match Uniboy as well as Rock if they need to. So it's not that big of a deal, although the fact that Vlad doesn't have TP means he can't TP into those crucial team fights, but he does have Ghost, so he's kind of gonna go for the run at you from the side lane from Fog of War play, which is pretty scary also.
Yeah, we are seeing an interesting build right here. Going for the Airy just for a little bit more lane strength as well. We have seen phase rushes and stuff, as we do find another Abyssal Void right onto Ashing. Deals a lot of damage right here. He's holding onto the flash, should be fine. But Kongyue finds Caspiel against the wall. The flash isn't there, only heal available. They also take down the flash. Oh, in comes Arashi to try and save this fight, but down goes Caspiel anyway. Cannon Barrage is going to finish the job. It gets a kill from across the map, always quite nice for the game plank. And the J-Team plan is on. This is how they've always played recently. You get your wins in the bot side, and then you move them across the map.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed by Caspiel in the early stages of this game, just because Caspiel is one of those veterans who's been in the Malaysian League of Legends scene for so long. I mean, he was the one of the crowning players on their old squad back when they had Kuala Lumpur Hunters, who were the dominant team in Malaysia back in the GPL. This is a major throwback, but I mean, in general, when teams pick up Caspiel, when they field Caspiel, it's because he has so much experience playing the game, and teams tend to expect him to like shot call, and they pick him for his game sense. So the fact that he's not really showing the best game sense in the first couple of minutes of this game is just a bit disappointing.
Only down 1 kill right here. Always definitely. I'm always a secret Sem9 fan. I feel like their compositions are so fun to look at.
Yeah.
Even though a lot of times my head aches as a colorcaster, and I'm just like, okay, what is this comp do? I'm not exactly sure, but I'm willing to stay here and find out. So.
I just, cause they're coming in today literally Sem 1 and 9. Like, I just want them to break the Sem 1 and 9 curse. I don't even care if they go Sem 1 and 10. Like Sem 2 9, I don't care. I just want them. I want them to get a dub. You know.
Koga comes in again. Can he find the angle? Goes for Ashing and pops him into zombie mode already. Can Enzo get out is the question, but it looks like he's absolutely fine. He does get the slow off Ashing, and yeah, just great find. This is why we pick our poppies for just tank first. Very difficult to deal with. And I feel like Sem9's game plan has to accommodate for the fact that the bottom lane is not going so well. Typically, we have seen them actually lose lane quite a few times, and what they do is they rotate early and try to find those comeback routes.
Can I just say that tank burst should not be a thing? Like Poppy, Sejuani, the Leona buffs to like giving her more damage, that just should not be a thing. Like, if you're a tank, you ought to just be a tank, you know? Why do you have damage also? Like something is
Game
not
balance
right.
purposes, I would say.
Tank burst? I mean, come on, that don't sound right.
I think the worst offender definitely has to be Ornn. Probably Sejuani in this patch as well.
Yeah,
It's like,
Sejuani
like,
right
that's
now.
65% of your HP, by the way. That's just one rotation.
Yep, like how is that even fair? Where is that coming from? But yeah, I mean, it's the reason why, you know, champs such as Poppy, such as Sedge are so high priority in the meta right now. But Asing, once again, he's gonna be able to walk out of that one just fine. Also still has a flash up. And it's just a bit worrying how Sem9 are pretty much giving Lovi free roam to farm. He's about 20 CS up off of his lane counterpart right now, and allowing Lil V on his comfort of Helios pick the freedom to just scale into late game is just not a thing that any team playing versus J-Team ought to do.
Absolutely. Very terrifying for Lil V to get in that position. In comes Uniboy. Has a lot of help. Let's see if they can find the 3v1. They do get Shedudu, but he pushes him back into his own turret. Kongyue stops him with the Keeper's Verdict, gets the knockdown plus the kill. Sem9 are looking for blood and for vengeance. They may not find it just yet. Little V in the meantime, happy to take this 1v1 against Ashin. Yes, he might be taking off in this lane, but he doesn't really have all that much power compared to the AD carry right here.
Oh, Lilby committed so much. He used his ultimate in the middle of that also, and then realized, wait, I actually can't finish him
coming
off.
for Caspiel, pops a steadfast presence, the slow is down, gets the stun, and in comes Unicorn for the two-man game. Goodbye, Ashi, you've been a good coach.
Oh, he's dead for real.
I'm surprised he would flash that. Oh, that's interesting. I think he was dead either way.
Yeah, I mean, he had to learn from Caspiel, man. Caspiel held his flash so well, and not only used it to get up, he used it to, I think he was escaping one of the skills from the side of the JT as well, otherwise he would have gone CC'd. So, very good patience from the side of Caspiel. I mean, positioning, not that great, but the fact that he was able to make it out of that one was really good. Talking about positioning, JT here, they have a very sneaky position over in the river. They had two in the river bush right there. Very textbook 3 versus 1 to pick up that kill as well. And talking about kills, it's 34-0 in favor of JT. They have about 2,000 gold right now at the 13-minute mark. They've got Enswell just helping out Uniboy to push out mid lane. They've also got first Dragon, S9 are trying to do what they can. They're going to pick up 2 tower plates over in bot side right before 14 minutes. So it's extra 320 gold for them. They're going to back out. They do see Enzo walking over into the Tribush ward. But so far, I mean, JT has been playing it pretty well. A lot better than yesterday. S9, though, a bunch of mistakes. Oh,
I do want to point out in the meantime, it looks like No Name did get a Herald drop up top. First one was taken by Arashi during all the plays in the bottom side. Let's see if Rock can survive the dive here. No Name actually takes 4 tower shots and miraculously survives that one.
Yeah, he didn't even have his ultimate.
Opponent comes in, the push also comes down, but Caspiel got nowhere to go. That double Emperor's Divide right there. The wrong one hitting Caspiel, unfortunately, and now Rock is back again. Ooh, I think with Uniboy coming in, 7-9 have to cut their losses. This just isn't going to work out.
Yeah, it's always really hard to dive the GP. Like, kind of, the more people you have versus Gangplank, the stronger he gets, because he's just going to drop his AoE ultimate down. It's going to slow everyone. It's going to do damage to everyone. He'll have more range for, like, the barrel, as well as easier to hit. And no, what is he doing? Not again!
The flash in to stop the coach from escaping. But Senna is coming in, so Ashin is going to survive with the W coming up. A lot of ability used right here, and I think, credit to 7-9, they've been able to keep Aphelios at least in this lane. Shidudu walking into a copy. Definitely bad for his age, health, and Caspiel nearly goes down just to the burst. Arashi coming in with the Q, gets the Death Flash too. Massive win for 7-9 as they burn double songs, plus save a losing lane.
Yeah, and JT, they're gonna be able to get the Hextech Dragon off of this of the pressure that they already got from bottom side. So good conversion by them. It's gonna be their second Dragon take of the game so far. Meanwhile, Uniboy with the lane swap over to a bottom side is also gonna get first brick on the bot side, tier 1. So there's the mountain going to take over the map for the extra tank stats. Would be good for either of these teams, actually. Wukong Vladimir, Poppy, Silas.
Can't wait for the 7-9 team fight, because Little V is about to feel the pain here. They get the Gale Force here, they start the Herald, and look at Little V. He's got no summoners, he's got a train, and then a vampire heading his way.
Yeah.
That sounds like a sad Little V to me, so I want to see 7-9 make their comp work. This is such a fun comp. There's so much like crazy engage stuff. And a lot of it is unstoppable by Poppy.
I'm surprised that Lil V also went for the heal for sustaining lane, because that just kind of shows respect versus Caspian asking, right? But then he doesn't have cleanse for the team fight. So
here comes the counter train. Uniboy going into the front line. Ashi might be falling down here. Grabbed him views already, and they got everyone stuck on the cannon barrage. Korea going in with a 3-man Keeper's Verdict, but they don't find any follow-up here, and You get the first. In goes Arashi straight into the back line. This is literally running for his life. That's a double cyclone. The front line is collapsing for Komrie. He goes down, and they're still chasing forward. Jedudu might follow. They're just trying to get Little V. The second shot finally gets him. And Sem9 with a beautiful counter engage. They hit the back line. They use Arashi's stealth to get right in front of Little V. And that was a chase that JT could not afford.
What is going on? JT started the fight. They had Uniboy use the Cyan ult and use that to start the fight. JT were the ones who wanted to get that one rolling, but they got rolled instead. And it looks like Sem9, they're not going to stop here. They're trying to pull Shelly over towards the top side. They don't quite have a good position on this. Yeah, they're going to let her reset and hit back because there's one member of JT still hanging around the side. We're going to take a look at this engage. Uniboy's going to show up from mid. There's Unstoppable Forest. Only hits one though in the front, and I think Lil V doesn't quite have the space and the position to really deal as much damage as he would like.
The mountain terrain really killed them because they
Yeah.
were forced to walk through that.
They couldn't walk around the
tight
rock.
funnel, and that was a three-man's Emo Plague in the back line, followed up by a double spin Cyclone. Frontline just melts here. I feel like Komrie went too far into that one.
Yeah,
Komrie.
Komrie-
They had the Herald.
Yeah, Kumya like just tried to run straight at Sem9, whereas the rest of his squad was a bit further behind and couldn't follow up. So it was a bit difficult. Also, Helios, he's not really the best. You don't want to get him into the tight corner to try 1v5, especially when you don't quite have that front line just yet. So it was always going to be a bit difficult when the front line dies. Also, it just leaves Lil V wide open at that point. But we are seeing the player goal. It's Uniboy once again. As he often is at the top of the player gold chart, and ooh,
Up, Little V is
Enzo
the one getting
slow.
caught here. Does get out with the blast gun, but what about Enzo? That's a Cyclone going down. He gets charged down by a train, and goodbye back line. J-Team still trying to hold on to all the scraps right here. Uniboy has a massive bounty. Can he keep it? No, he's gonna fall down, and J-Team overstepped their bounds. Their bot line just walks through no man's land, no pun intended, and gets absolutely decimated.
No names land. Is that what we're going for?
That's unfortunately what I went for. That's what my brain told me to go for.
I mean, that's what JT's brains told them to go for too, and it did not end well for them. Not gonna lie, in that last one. I mean, Uniboy, I think he also didn't quite recognize that he has a massive bounty on him. He was 4-0 before this started.
Why are they walking up? That's
Oh, they think. Oh no. Yeah, they're forced to use the blast cone out right there, but Enzo's already so low. So the fact that he's so low means that you can't really like use the Q and then get the passive proc stun off of anyone, so he's not really useful at that point in time. Then Uniboy just way too far in the backline, tries to at least take No Name down with him, but doesn't quite work out. So he's gonna give up the gold bounty, and you can see the gold difference over time just dropping drastically in favor of S9 at around the 20-minute mark. We've managed to pull the gold difference down to only about 500 gold right here now that the second dragon has spawned, and it does look like S9 have a prio. So JT, yep, their ward in the back is going to get cleared out, and I don't think JT can really try and steal. I mean, Poppy doesn't quite have a lot of steal options available to her. It could be an easy pickup for Sem9.
No, not a lot of people were there to contest this one, and it does break the Drake chain on J-Team. So their hopes of ending this early, I think, are out the window, and now they have to contest with No Name getting a lot of gold, Shidu getting a lot of gold, and I think the worst thing out of it is, at this point, I'm pretty sure Arashi can actually solo out Little V. If the Devour is used early, Arashi is so fed at this point, he can probably deal with Little V by himself. So, I don't see J-Team really keeping their backline alive. I think the game has evolved into the Uniboy show instead, and we have to see him keep the front there. I feel like it has to be the it has to be like the Emperor's Divide being used correctly, as Little V is going to find some company here. He has to flash across the wall. His support is not that lucky. Doesn't have anything left in the tank. He's going to go down. Cannon Barrage dissuades no one. And Rock, I don't think he can keep anyone here. He's trying to get the triple chain. We won't find it. Clean win from Sem9.
Yeah, they do pick up Enzo on the Tom Kench as well, and I'm pretty surprised that we're seeing some really good rotations and map play coming out from Sem9. You know, we had doubts in the first 10 minutes or so. We were just kind of wondering what they were doing, giving up all these little advantages in the lane here and there, like Caspiel with his movement was a bit weird. But now that we're solidly into the mid game, I think S9 has been skirmishing pretty well, you know, catching out some members of JT off of guard to try and bring this game back. And yeah, it's, as you mentioned, just getting more and more worrisome for the Aphelios. They're gonna have to count on Silas for the damage. The thing is, though, I mean, he's got Leandries. He's going for more of the sustained team fight, just because when you look at the Sem9 squad, there's no one that he can burst down and kill. Pretty much. Maybe the Azir, maybe the Senna as well, but they just have such a massive front line that it's going to be pretty hard to try and insta-burst down most of the members on Sem9. So you can't really play for those picks either. So it's a bit difficult for JT. They don't have as many options left.
Oof, it's so difficult for JT to actually get through the front line at this point. Sem9, I feel like they just have all the kills on very threatening places like the Wukong.
Yeah.
And Little V still doesn't have the flash, so I think Sem9 can actually just start this with a lot of confidence and even just do turnaround play. If I'm Sem9, I'm willing to flip the coin right here, right now. And in they go.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the Azir, so they know that if JT try and fight at them, even if the Baron is a bait, they've always got the Azir ultimate to turn it around. But here's the collapse from JT.
Oh, just knock away the Azir, but at what cost? Kongrad going low already. Sem9 can actually turn around and get right back onto it. Oh, Rashi pops the ultimate here. Oh, that was the second proc, so it was about to go down anyway. And yeah, Sem9 are just going to start this once again. Berserk's down. Let's go. Cannon Barrage already down.
Second time's the charm. There's the Azir just blocking that river entrance to the sandstorm. Just, oh!
Shidudu still managed to find the ultimate down. The Dawning Shadow goes through the entire team, and Sem9 are able to play keep away for now. Enzo goes in to save his mid laner, and somehow miraculously J-Team lose absolutely no one. They dissuade the Baron despite being down 2 ultimates there. That's a beautiful play.
Yeah, I mean, a bit confusing from both sides. I think that both sides are playing it very cautious this time around. I also don't think that Sem9 were that serious about Baron. They're really just trying to start the fight using the Baron as a bait. But once it started to look like not a great fight for them, they were just willing to back out. But neither team really gaining an advantage. I think the fact that Sem9 didn't get Baron is already enough of an advantage for J-Team. J-Team would like to keep having Prio in the lanes. The tower score right now 3-3, so it's tied on both sides. But really, except for top lane, J-Team don't really have the push going on. It's pushing a bit in bot as well, but they don't want to give up the Baron buff over to Sem9. I think they're a bit content to try and Little V farming for now. That's what they're kind of playing for. The thing is, if they make it to late game and J-Team have a bad team fight, then it's just going to be game over for them. So hopefully it works out, but definitely the pace of the game has slowed a bit. Although Mixed Dragon is up.
Let's see how No Name can find his way into the middle of J-Team members here. We haven't yet seen that big emo play. But it is coming. Ashing looking for the angle to get the unstoppable onslaught on. And it is Arashi that actually steals away the Drake. That's going to be the second mount. No Name on the other hand, though, caught out by Unit Boy. Dies before he can even touch Little V. J-Team with a massive window for a Baron play. Let's see if they go for the objective. Right off the bat, it does look like they're just beelining towards Baron. Sem9 now are the ones that have to play defense. They get pretty close. Verdict is going to land on the Shidudu. So I don't think it actually will do all that much. They're heading for the second tower right here. Ashi gonna try to keep this play alive. Uniboy goes in and gets the scoop onto the backline. Caspiel had both sums up, but could not react in time. Uniboy with the hero play pretty much cements the mid lane control and a lot more time to set up for that barrier.
Yeah, that was smart from J-Team because I'm not sure we'll see this on the replay. They might not start it that early, but Kongra, when he used the Poppy ultimate to knock Seattle back, it was because their mid-tier 1 was actually chunked pretty low, so they wanted to make sure that they would for sure guarantee the mid-tier 1, so they don't want the Azir to just, drop his ultimate, push all of them back, and then they just can't continue with the push. So they first knock the Azir far away from the team fight, they make sure they get tier 1, and then they go for the dive simultaneously, which was very smart of them because as they were 8, the mid-tier 1, Uniboy dives the backline, that way they ensure that they will for sure get something out of it, either tower or the skirmish. This time around they did get both, so smart play from the side of JT.
Just absolutely beautiful stuff. I have to say Uniboy is keeping JT alive.
He's goated. He's goated for sure.
Oh, that was absolutely huge. And then he finds the scoop back on Caspiel. Caspiel had the flash, by the way, but just gets taken down by the abduct, stun lock, and stolen Emperor Survive.
Wait, we're not getting the replay? Hey, come on.
There should be a Uniboy highlight at the end. Like, at the end of the game, we're just going to sit down and watch like 30 minutes of Uniboy highlights.
They're saving it for his highlight reel.
We're going to go all the way back to Season 8 just to watch his Zoe play. And that's going to be our entire post game.
We're gonna forget the 1 year.
LGD never happened.
We're gonna forget the year that Uniboy had in LPL, where
the only game I remember about his LPL stint is that he beat
0-16?
Fofo in lane. That's the only thing.
That's true, but then then your team still loses and they can't cover.
Let's be completely honest. LGD probably would not have been a great team. Either way, so
yes, Uniboy is never the problem. We're a bit biased because in PCS, like Uniboy just looks so strong.
Did you just see that from Arashi? That was 1 Q, and Kongra building full tank definitely felt that because he is building for Force of Nature right here. Doesn't have all that much armor, which might be a problem. So we're going into the critical fight of this game. I still feel like Sem9 have a pretty decent shot at just destroying J-Team. It's just about the angle of the game. If no one can find the backline, I feel like it's instantly over. You have so much ability to just kill Little V. Arashi can go invisible. You have the Dawning Shadow coming across the entire front. So it's just about No Name. No Name's the hardest piece to get into place, but once it's there, he's like a nuclear bomb going off.
I agree. I think like level 16 and level 18, I think S9 just win. Also, they have the option of Dragon Soul that they can still play for later on, which is just always going to be that nagging feeling in the back of JT's mind right now. So S9 only have 2. The thing is, the third one is up in 1 minute. If S9 gets Soul, just like in the previous game, I think it's going to be over for JT because if they get those stats onto Vladimir, Wukong, and Sion, there's absolutely no way that JT will be able to fight the front line of Sem9 after that. So that's always going to be at the back of JT's mind that they must fight 4th Dragon. They can maybe not fight this one, but that means that they're for sure going to have to fight the 4th. So it kind of leaves their plan very telegraphed because S9 know what they're going to do, and you can see the setup right now. 20 seconds into next dragon, S9 here in the bot river. Oh, Kongra
gets a smite down. That should be J-Teams. That's an important one. Does give them that speed buff right in front of the Drake. And I think J-Team is doing the right thing here by splitting across the map. Their biggest advantage so far is the fact they have that extra TP in the late game from Gangplank, and they also have a very fed Uniboy that can play sides. So they are going to level that one. They burn this TP from Shetudu, and they engage before the Azir actually arrives. They get the Keeper's Verdict onto the jungler. No smite right here. They get the Mountain Soul, and now the question is, do they want to re-engage onto this one? It's a little bit difficult still. The Uniboy is actually waiting on a ward. This could go pretty bad, but looks like it's going to be fine for now Sem9 chases over towards the top side. Uniboy gonna take a solo, basically a 1v2 on the top against Caspiel. Can he actually find the abduct? The Q goes down, the stun goes down, and Caspiel's nearly down. The Fed Silas doing it by himself. He's gonna pick up 2 carries. He does! And the front line is down on the side of Sem9. This is the Uniboy show! We were talking so much smack about him, we forgot how good Uniboy actually is. I don't even think Sem9 realized how much danger they were in.
I am so sorry, Uniboy. I will never doubt you again for as long as I live. Please accept my apologies. That 1v3 was absolutely whack. Sem9 was not expecting. I mean, the 1v1 versus Caspiel, sure, that's just, you know, normal versus support things. But I mean, the way Uniboy played that, just mechanically, also, when he got knocked into the tower, he was 100% expecting that play. He instantly Zhanyas, gets out of that, picks up the second kill. We're getting a replay of the drag fight right here.
Great fight
The Korea denied.
And, you know, they make 100% sure they can't take this Drake. I feel like Sem9 hesitated a little bit here. They weren't fully committed on either trying to run J-Team down or backing out. And then they just split up in the middle of the fight, giving Uniboy this opportunity to 1v2. He gets the Emo Plague on both. That was basically tagging them on the outskirts of the circle right there, forces the heal down. And Uniboy just does a beautiful chase down. In the meantime, you see Arashi getting destroyed by Kongyue and the rest of the squad as well. Good stun, good flash from Enso to make sure it sticks.
I love how Uniboy just was so aggressive. Usually, I think a lot of mid laners, they get the first kill into the support, they back out. But Uniboy, he got the first kill on the support, he dove tower, and like, he's just built diff, man. He's just built different.
I think he was really smart in realizing that the only source of anti-heal wasn't there with the backline. It was on Arashi and it was on Ashin, so he was completely safe to just walk back in. They had no damage to actually burst him down. Chase. Good stuff.
Yep. Sem9 right now aren't in a comfortable spot. They're on the back foot. They're actually just going to completely lose their bot side ended tower to the empowered minions because no one was there to defend the bot wave. Oh, I think it's stuck up under tower. I don't think S9 really want to try and defend the mid tier 2. They know that they've got to give it up. There's only 3 versus 4 in mid. Arashi has made it, finally. Oh! No!
That might be the go button.
Run, Bobby!
Uniboy goes and he gets a shove onto 4 members into the Moonlight Vigil, which decimates the team. No Name finally coming in, but he's coming in a little bit late. He gets stunned down and bursted. Sem9 in tatters as only Caspiel is alive and he's running for the hills. JT is going to close this one down on the backs of Superman Uniboy.
Uniboy just absolutely wrecking face this game. We had doubts yesterday about like what JT's performance was going to be like. We said that the usual jungle mid synergy that we tend to see from Kongyue and Uniboy was just missing. Yesterday we weren't sure what the performance was going to be like, but Uniboy just shows up today, smashes face, and just gets rid of any doubt that all of us had about how JT would perform. Sure, I mean, the earlier half of the game was really dicey. We don't quite expect normal JT to have that type of early to mid game versus a team such as Sem9, but I think when it came to about like the 25-minute mark, Uniboy just solo was like, you know what, I've had enough, man. Today is not the day that we lose again. And he just put the team on his back and made sure that they got the dub.
This looks like such a bad play from Kongyue.
This was so sick by Uniboy.
Right in front of a full charge Ashin who had vision of him. Kongyue nearly dies right off the bat. And what does Uniboy say?
Oh.
He says it's time to go in. He gets the 4-man because there was also a Tom Kent right there. And not the Tom Kent, sorry. He gets the 3-man into the cannon barrage. No Name comes in late. He has the right target, but not enough damage as Kongyue finishes him off. And wow, you know, how many good plays was that from Uniboy back to back to back to get them into the win? Like, he kills No Name to start, he gets the 2-man of the 1v3 duel, and then finishes off the game with another 3-man Azir Shurima shuffle.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what the comms were like in that last team fight because Kongyo went in and then instantly dipped. And if you look at the 4 members of J Team besides Uniboy, they were all backing out. So I think like the comms at that point was very clear that J Team did not want to fight. I think Uniboy was probably just like, watch me, and then he goes from the side, he lands the chains onto 3, he gets the follow-up, he gets the Azir ultimate knockback onto 3 members of S9 and just instant win for J Team. I mean, what a play to close out that game.
And I felt like this was a position where Sem9 could have delivered us the 3rd upset of the day. They were very close to winning. They had, I think, the better frontline play. But the biggest issue for me is I just don't think No Name ever found the back. We just saw the Vladimir kind of fall off a cliff into the late game here.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really a bit of a shame because, you know, we were anticipating the last pick Vladimir so hard. He also went for the Ghost as well. I think it was difficult for No Name and Sem9 because neither team played a traditional 5v5. All of the team fights that we saw were like neither side wanted to start a fight. It was always one side getting surprised. Like the last couple were always like Uniboy just suddenly going in or like someone getting caught out and then the counter engage from one side. So there was no real like 5v5 in mid where Vladimir has the time to get a good position, get a flank, get that good like ghost timing to pull in and then ultimate. So it is a bit of a shame that we didn't see that utilized to its full potential. I mean, Sem9, they did last pick as a Vladimir for No Name, so it's a bit of a shame that we didn't get to see it today. I mean, we didn't get to see him do great on it. We did see it today, but what we saw was forgettable. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see it. Yeah.
I think Uniboy just had his eyes on him the entire time. Like, the last 2 actual 5v5 team fights, Uniboy pretty much sold No Name out. So I don't think there should be any surprise at who this MVP is going to go to, and it will be Uniboy. He's holding on to #1. He's displaying it right here. 8-1-5 in his kill score, 192 damage efficiency, and 4,000, close to 5,000 gold at the end across from Shidudu here.
That 4,800 GT at the end is absolutely bonkers. You should not be about 5,000 gold up off of your lane Carnival at the end. And the thing is, it's not as if Seatoda had a bad game at all on the Azure. I mean, he still had some ultimates that were like pretty significant. I mean, he was down a bit in CS versus Uniboy, but I mean, that's pretty much the position that almost all of the PCS mid laners are generally in when they go up against Uniboy in lane because he's such a strong laner. But 5,000 is just bonkers.
Absolutely. J-Team with another, I would say this was a very close fought victory here. Congratulations to Sem9 on a great effort, but we will have to see them try to figure out these compositions a little bit together. I'm super excited about No Name as a player. I want to see him do well in the future. He's proven to us he's got some interesting takes on League of Legends. Don't go anywhere. We will be coming back to the last game of the day. We have Beyond Gaming versus Impunity for you right after these messages.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
It's never enough. I try to take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over.
was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. And all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong or right. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong or right. I feel like giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you.
as we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Who starts the fire? Who starts the fire? We'll keep the heat on high. I will let it simmer.
Welcome back to our final game of the day between Impunity and Beyond Gaming. We have our resident Singaporean here to root for the home crowd team, and you have me, Clement, as the play-by-play right here to cap off your night with the PCS. Of course, though, a big thank you to our sponsors at Riot Games, Carry Live Co., and Garena. Those are our organizers, and of course to CTBC Bank, as you've all heard many times in the info commercial, top financial institution in Taiwan. So thank you all for making this league possible, and in we go into the match. Now, I know for a fact that Impunity as a Singaporean squad is near and dear to your heart. I just want to ask you a quick question. What's your favorite Impunity lineup so far?
I mean, are they still considered a Singaporean lineup though? Like, are they still considered? I'm kidding. I mean, this season, are they still a Singaporean team? Sure. No. No, of course. Like, I love the squad. I mean, I think because in the past, like we saw during spring, we were trying to feel like 2 or 3 Singaporeans because, of course, the organization itself is still a Singaporean org. But during summer, I think they decided, they're going to go for a different approach. They picked up a whole bunch of veterans to try and mix in with like a couple of rookies here and there. We're going to take a look at the BYG roster first, real quick, however. There on your screens: Li Kai, Hu Sheng, Minji, Wacko.
You went a little bit too fast right there, I can tell.
I know. Yeah, no, I thought that Kino got this haircut because I think during the break he might have done a bit of his army service in Taiwan, and that was why he had to get the haircut. But I think that he had it for a while, like 2 months, and then was like, you know what, I'm gonna stick with it, I'm gonna roll with it. But anyway, so BYG, they're still doing that thing where they're trying to figure out if they want to field Li Kai or if they want to field Liang. Of course, both kind of have their own weaknesses and strengths here and there. I think Li Kai is a bit stronger going through the team fight, is a bit weaker in lane, whereas Liang has the opposite problem. Generally, like, he is more likely to win the top lane matchup, but then isn't as good during the team fight. So BYG are still trying to figure that one out. Impunity Esports, however, they are fielding Jackpot, Alex, Apex, LZ, as well as Winnie today. I think it's LZ that they are swapping out from yesterday's roster. And effectively, this squad, I mean, we know they move a bunch of pieces here and there all over the place, but effectively this is their second week of play with Jackpot over in the top side ever since they just suddenly dropped ICU from their roster at the end of week number 2. So even though we're in week 4 and we're going into the second round robin, the thing is IMP haven't figured out what roster that they want to play with yet, and it still always seems like it's always like a week 1, week 2 sort of team that they are fielding. So that's a bit of a worrying trend. Today's featured matchup is going to be Husha versus Alex this time around. Pretty similar champion pools over in the jungle, pretty much what is meta right now, the Wukong, the Viego, and then there's that Lee Sin, bit of an outlier for Husha, but come on. Asian League of Legends players, we all play Lee Sin, right? We all want to see the style points, the mechanics, but of course Alex also has been playing a lot of the Trundle, which is very strong on 12-12. I think that probably for this game, I'm not sure how much jungle focus will really be important because Alex for IMP, we don't really see him have that much of an impact in the early game. I think that's a bit of one of the weak points for the squad of IMP when they do field this roster. So we'll see. Corky, Poppy, Nar, and Silas are going to be the instant first round bans. What do we think?
So my impressions of Impunity so far is that they're very much a jackpot focused drafting team. They think that their top lane player is probably their best mechanical player, and I think so far it does look like it. Jackpot did start out rather wobbly, but later a few games he did pick up. The big problem, of course, is Impunity actually, they haven't found a single win since the last time they faced Beyond Gaming. They have been going on a drought, and it's just so weird because they actually had a pretty solid win versus Beyond Gaming. They dropped that successful roster that found them a 0.500 record, and then they went on this new adventure, which they have not found a win just yet. There's a lot of problems here. I feel like their bot lane laning phase has definitely been the biggest weakness of all. A lot of times their bot lane just implodes early on. There's no saving it. But other than that, I just feel like the Apex champion pool can come off a little bit weird, and it does seem like Impunity are banking most of their hopes onto this top lane with Jackpot.
Yeah, they're really trying to hit the jackpot with this one on the roster. I mean, they have these names, right? Because it used to be ICU, and we're like, oh, ICU is gonna send everyone into the ICU, and now they've got jackpot, which is like they're hoping to hit the jackpot. But I mean, BYG, the first pick of Jerry for Wacko, of course, he just had an MVP performance on Jerry yesterday. I think it was 8-0 and 15, 92% kill participation, even as an 80 carry. So still having that impact in the early game also. To snowball that one yesterday. So Jerry is definitely a champion that Wacko is pretty much the most comfortable on. And it's interesting to see that Minji is going to be allowed to play Ahri this time around. Usually Minji gets a lot of flack for not having the greatest champion pool. He's kind of reliant on Silas, for example. And when we were looking at like 12-11 from week 1 of Summer Split until now, he just hasn't shown us a lot of options that he can play. So Ahri is a pretty mid pickup for him. Lucian, it just shows that they want to make stuff happen and try to snowball early game together with the Ahri once she hits that level 6. Nautilus pickup for IMP again. Like, this is the second time we're seeing it. Second or third time that we're seeing it today. It's not as strong on 12-12. It's just that Nautilus has a very high win rate within the PCS, and a lot of the PCS supports like to play it, which is why in our region in particular, we see this a lot. But Viego, Talia, Nautilus, IMP are really looking to try and find their carries in the second round of picks.
Yeah, I feel like Impunity, they have a good burst core. They have the crowd control.
Yeah.
Talia come out and finish someone, but just looking at the first round of draft, the left side, just looking at the tier lists, has some insane composition right here. This is I don't see how Beyond Gaming get past Impunity get past the early game unscathed.
Yeah, I'm really worried because BYG's comp, they want to go fast. They want to steamroll IMP early, and then if they get their early advantage, if the game does go too late, they've also got Wacko and Jerry.
Yeah.
So they want to just roll over IMP's face, and I'm not sure how IMP can stop that. I would be super worried if they went for the Aphelios, because I don't think you can try and turtle too late versus this BYG comp. So they will pick the Sejuani, which just means that IMP are effectively only going to have one carry unless, like, you know, Apex pops off on the Talia and gets options for like burst damage later on in the game. But I'm really worried for IMP because they're pretty much only going to have one carry champion. Leona would be a good pickup for Kino. Mumu hasn't been banned either, so those options are always available, but it will be the Leona lock-in. She did get a very small buff on the recent patch, so she gets a bit more damage, I think, on her attacks. So there's the Gwen as well for Lee Kai. This will be interesting because it suits their playstyle. Lee Kai's strength is that he plays better in the team fight. So they're just trying to get the Gwen into the team fight stage, hopefully not fall too far behind. But the thing is, with the Leona and Gwen addition to the BYG composition, like I get that they're giving themselves options in the late game, but I thought they were going to fully commit to the early mid.
I think Beyond Gaming have, I think for most other teams, you look at this draft and you don't really like these 5 champions together. I would say for Beyond Gaming, this is one of their best comps because they are so used to playing with tempo in Kino's and in Husha's side. They're great at making picks, and Minji actually has a strong lane dominant champion. You don't usually see that from Minji. He typically has a very slow start. That's not the case if you give him R. So Beyond Gaming, I think they have sky-high playmaking potential. If this team snowballs, it's just over instantly. It has incredible power. But for Impunity, I also feel like they came up with a good answer here. There's hard crowd control. It's very difficult to avoid Nautilus plus Sejuani just throwing things at your face. And it's very easy for them to just get a kill and then snowball with their tanky front line. So I think both compositions, like if I was judging this in a vacuum and I wasn't looking at the IDs, I would give it to Impunity. But just knowing Beyond Gaming and how well they can play execution-wise, I feel like they're in their comfort zone. This is their comp to lose.
Yeah, one thing I find interesting about this draft and the way both of these teams have to play is that for both of these teams, I think the crux here is that they need to not die. So what I mean is that for BYG, right, it's always very clear that if they want to win a game, then Minji and Lee Kai have to just not throw hard in early and mid. So this time around, you've got Gwen. You don't want her to fall too far behind, come into the team fights. And then on the side of IMP, they have the Aphelios as well, and it's going to go up against Waco's Jerry in particular. So they do have the option of like they want to win lane, and that's how like they need to pick for LZ as well because he's not known as the best laner. So for them, their priority is also making sure that LZ does not die. So it's going to be interesting to say the least to see how both these teams do at in the early to mid.
Well, I think not die is a pretty good indication of LZ's mission here, as we do have the cleanse plus the call. This is probably the most I will try not to die.
Like he is the only damage on his team, and he's also scaling, right? So for IMP, it's just like we gotta not let LZ fall behind, because if he falls behind too much, it's over for them.
That's typically been the biggest hurdle to Impunity, and also why I think they're not running their other Korean import in Yushin. We thought that, you know, if you import a Korean player, it typically is pretty costly. You have to get him set up, all that. So you rarely see organizations bench their Korean imports, but that's exactly what Impunity are doing. They're going back to Winnie. Maybe, you know, the language barrier is less severe here, but so
I think
far,
IMP.
the bot lane hasn't been doing as much.
Yeah, I feel like it probably, you know, had enough of the language barrier in spring when they were like trying out a mix of like English and Mandarin speakers on their squad. Also, they had Top King last year who was Korean, but it was kind of like a workaround because he was a Korean student who was studying in Singapore at the time, so they didn't really need to like get special visas or whatever for him back then. But I think IMP as a whole for the last 2 years have struggled with communication issues. I'm not sure whether they want to keep doing that. We've seen even like PSG during spring, just a whole bunch of communication between the Korean, the jungle, as well as the rest of their roster. So yeah, that has plagued our region a fair bit. Zakino getting hooked just now, so botlane taking a bit of damage, but not all that important just yet. Jackpot with the hands down best Sejuani skin in the game. I will take no criticism, no argument. That's just fact.
Does she throw out like a Oro cookie or something?
Yeah, she's like hitting with like the. It looks like it's so big. It looks like a cinnamon roll, and her death animation is super cute, and like her W reset also is really cute. Like it's just the skin is perfect. Like
I just
Riot
like
did
it.
not miss with the skin. The skin made so much money, and like I was part of the problem. but
That's not a problem in my book. What are you talking about? I don't see that as a problem.
Take my money, Riot. Star Guardian line, say less. I'm buying it all. I have a problem, Clement.
It's okay. It's not that bad of a problem. You're basically paying yourself. As Jackpot does find a favorable trade here, Lika has to back out. And taking a look across the board, we had both jungle starts heading towards the top side. Lee Sin getting a bit of vision there, and in comes the start. Ooh, massive damage on the Ultra Shock Laser. LZ needs to cleanse away the Ignite. Good find here by Beyond Gaming. That second gank, if it does come, would be very, very easy to make succeed. Now that the cleanse is down.
Yeah, the call early is really not giving LZ a lot of like options and fighting power, so it's always a bit like dicey, and I feel is always going to start off a bit weak. In the first few levels of the game, Husha right now being a bit aggressive. He's going to drop the ward over in between Grump as well as Blue, pop through Scrying as well. Oh, 3v3 though. Alex is wrapping around by the side too.
Oh, though, we don't want to look at the bot lane, but meanwhile in the top, Likai trying to find a good trade against Jackpot. He actually finds the first blood before anything happens in the bot. Our observers indeed know best.
Yo, is ROB psychic or what? He switched on the 3. How did he know that top was gonna get first blood? There was literally a 3v3 in bot that both of us were like, no, what are you doing? Why are you switching camera? But man, I'm sorry. Obi, I'm sorry. Uniboy, I'm sorry. I will never doubt anyone again.
Jackpot losing the 1v1 early despite having the Ignite, so we're gonna have to look at this one. Oh, the W was dodged by Likai. Likai stacking up, keeping the Conquerors there. Let's see if he can, he actually drops off. So he has full stacks, and he dodges another W plus the Q on Jackpot. That leaves Jackpot in a very awkward position, and he knows.
No, Pyro!
Burrows don't save you from death. This has been proven.
That's just sad, man. Think of the poor. He's got family too, and he dies belly up. That just gets me in the heart.
Likai's got family too. I will show no remorse for losers of solos.
Wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Let's see if they can claw that one back.
Who hurt you, Clement?
I'm just very much against Yorls and Poros. I feel like they are against the grim dark lore of League of Legends.
So
which is how the universe should.
You're anti-fun is what I'm hearing.
League of Legends should be different shades of gray and dark and grime. That's my League of Legends. I love the way that they wrote about Bilgewater. It was like tons of gang fights.
Yeah.
It was people's guts all over the place, from like cannon fire and stuff like that.
I feel like you must have really liked Arcane then, because that like the art style and everything. It was so good.
It was actually dark, and it was actually morally speaking very great. So back to the game, we do have a 3v2 on the top. Alex is going to show up as support for Jackpot, and Jackpot just being 6 should have his ultimate, and Beyond Gaming call it quits.
Yeah, I think BYG did the smart thing right there. They realized that Sedge was level 6 and they instantly back out because we don't want to get hit by that.
Goes in but doesn't find LZ. Turnaround happening right now. And please continue.
Yeah, supports are still only just level 4, so the pink ward is going to spot out Apex, who's trying to, you know, hug the wall, get the movement speed boost, get to bot as fast as he can, but BYG know what's up, even though they actually have 4 members. They've got jungle and mid, actually looking like they might want to sneak around towards bot. However, IMP is very pushed in, it's a bit far, so Apex is going to call that one off. A whole bunch of pings going on, so the BYG do know that Tilia is back in lane, and that their bot should be safe for now. I think bot right now is probably a race to see which of Leona and Nautilus can hit that level 6 first. It looks like we're probably going to win this exchange just because of how IMP played that level 1. They will probably hit level 6 first, so that's going to be big when that happens.
Let's see if it does occur here. Both of these players getting really close. Meanwhile, on the top lane, our observer really likes these trades. It's probably heard you talking about the skins, so he's trying to show us a lot more of it compared
like,
to what
it's
we
not
usually
just
get
me.
at
This
top
is
lane.
like a universal truth that this is one of the best skins in the game. This and Corky. That's just top 1 and 2.
Let's see if Musha gets spotted out here. Ooh, the scanner does not find the ward in the bot lane, so Impunity do have that vision advantage. Let's see if they can force Minji to use the Spirit Rush. Alex closing in, but not in range for the stun. Minji playing very calm, cool, and collected. Goes back to come out again.
Yeah, BYG right now, they've got 3. I think Kusha is going to back off into lane, however, so there's a bit of a cross map play going on. I think Alex knows he can't try to take Shelly right in front of Lee Kai's face. The disrespect, the audacity. Wait, okay, Apex is here. They're gonna chase Lee Kai off instead. 3v1.
The bot lane isn't coming for Impunity if Lee Kai stays here long enough. Ultra Shock Laser coming in. Wako is into the fight. He pops the ultimate, chasing everyone around, and Jackpot is down. He has nowhere to go. Apex, let's see if he can survive this one. Not able to make it. A massive snowball for Beyond Gaming. Impunity, I'm just so baffled by that play. I feel like they were way too confident in the ability to take the Herald. Their bot lane didn't move at all.
Yeah, I think what they wanted to do was just have LD get as many solo turret plates as he can over in bot. But you can see he's probably going to be able. Nope, he's going to back off before he gets a 3rd one. But still, like 320 gold pre 10 minutes is a hefty amount of change for him in his back pocket. You can see he's got the Moon Quiver already built, so that's gonna be very helpful for him in lane. The thing is, I'm not sure that was really the sacrifice that IMP wanted. They wanted to go across map, right, which was Herald, the bot tower plates, and just not too sure it really worked out for them because BYG get Herald. They're gonna get the first brick off of this, but it is 3v3.
Let's see if they have their ultimates. Jackpot still without the ult, but they're going in regardless. Minji on the side here gets the Q across multiple targets. A lot of people low, but Minji will walk out. Let's see if they can finally get the kill. Alex gets 1. Pusha finds the return. Now Jackpot is chasing after Lee Sin, but he's way too agile. Wako now in the back line trying to find some more. Pusha probably's got nowhere to go. Burning down. Doesn't find the Krugs, and that's going to be a 1-for-2 trade into the top lane. Good response here. We're going to watch this again as it's the Herald fight. I've got to say, this is super greedy. Incredibly greedy for Impunity. If they want to make this play happen, they should have 100% just focused on the Herald. Instead, they switch targets. They try to take down Lee Kai. I'm not sure if Lee Kai does go down in the end, but Beyond Gaming, they find so many kills here. They equalize out the gold into the top side. And you were talking about 320 gold being a lot. Well, Wako's got 2 kills, 1 assist, and I believe 4 plates. So,
yeah, sad times for LZ, hoping to capitalize off of the turret plate gold. But yeah, a bit of a confusing play from IMP, as you mentioned. The thing is, they actually got the zone off of Lee Kai so well that they could have easily done Shelly without any interference from BYG. If you like, when we're looking at the replay, also was that the rest of the BYG squad, they actually approached from mid as well as the jungle over towards the river. So they actually had the
Musha's gonna find LZ in the middle of nowhere, but does get stunned down by Winnie. And now Kino is in a really bad place. Let's see if Wako can make it. Ultra Shock Laser across the board, and they are turning this one around. Kino goes down. Pusha soon to follow. All 5 members of Impunity were well gathered. They were ready for the fight, while Beyond Gaming were pushing their luck on this one. Jackpot might be going down though as Lee Kai flies in with the ultimate. Now 2 members slowed. Minji's got the reset. He's looking for more. Does he have any more charges? No more charges left. He's looking for the kill here. If he does find it, that could be more trouble as the Pebbles are about to tag down. Nope, doesn't find it. Beyond Gaming with another kill onto the top side, onto Winnie, I think, here. And at the end of the fight, Impunity not able to capitalize on the kills to turn it into a Drake.
It's not the end of the world for IMP. You know, like you look at the composition, BYG drafted, they have the Lee Sin, they've got the Ari, they're expecting them to make those plays, make those moves early, whereas IMP are still trying to, you know, focus all their eggs into the LZ basket. So it's not that bad that they're a bit behind. We're gonna take a look at this replay. They think that they catch out LZ at the start, but then it's really Kino right there. He's forced to use the ultimate to try and stall a bit for time. and he does manage to catch out a couple of the IMP members. However, the entire squad of IMP is here. It's a very split fight. It's very scrappy and messy from the squad of BYG. You can see only now Lukai is trying to show up for the flank, but already it's like, well, it's a 5v3. They do manage to pick up some because IMP are a bit low, but again, just not the greatest team fight from both of these squads. It's kind of the thing that's really been plaguing both of them the entire of the first round robin, right? Because we expect more from BYG, but just time and again, they just have these like messy team fights, these scrappy fights. They don't have the best decision making. But talking about decision making, Jackpot and Alex right here hoping to catch out a Lee Kai over in the top.
Pretty fed at this point. This one could go wrong actually, but it is going to be a 3v1.
They want that pig.
Summoned enough help here, so they will find the big shutdown. In the meantime, though, Beyond Gaming will be shredding away on this bot lane, so it's one kill, I believe, for plating.
Yeah, it's very smarter than a great gold efficient. 1 kill and then you get another plus 300 from the bounty that Lee Kai had.
Still worth it.
Pretty worth. Hoocha right now is gonna walk over the ward though, so they know that he's there. Also spot out Muji around the back, so IMP instantly know it's for. Yo, did Winnie just try and hook? It's 4v2! What did he do that for?
Hey, they don't know where Sejuani is, you know, you gotta put some pressure when you can. Now, that one was kind of interesting as well, as Kino does manage to get out of harm's way, and that was also the real flash from Winnie.
I'm about to have a heart attack.
I like it when rookies do that. I commend that attempt. It did not work out, but it was a good try.
It keeps us on our toes, which is what I think a lot of people who watch PCS watch it for. You know, the entertainment value, the sheer entertainment that you get out of watching like Sion, Mordekaiser, Elise in this current meta. All things we've seen just today alone. Blue handoff going over to Minji. Will be helpful. He's already been low on mana right there and doing a pretty decent job in lane up in CS off of Apex by about 10 also. You know, we're always talking about the questions that we have for Minji because he's not as lane dominant as we would like, but doing a pretty okay job this time. We're taking a look at the player gold for a ton of them, of course. Wako topping the charts with the 6400 as he usually does. So BYG, if they can just carry this momentum that they have into the rest of the game, this should be a fairly standard pickup for them if Wako can close things out, because Wako has generally been the most stable presence on this BYG roster.
And it does look like Beyond Gaming, I just feel like they're trading so much better across the map.
Yeah.
Wako's getting fed
are.
well, on the other hand, it's actually Jackpot.
Oh no! One charge? No!
No!
Not even one! Not today! Back to the
Beyond
pit for
Gaming
you.
and their largesse, they didn't even need that Herald.
Why did they
let it go.
put Shelly in mid lane just as we were talking about them making good decisions? They didn't have the wave. I mean, yeah, they won't have another one because it's 16.5 minutes. So Nyx is going to be the Baron spawn. So it's a bit unfortunate. But, oh well.
Now we will be heading on, and I have to say the gold lead is incredibly close. It's just far better distribution on the side of Beyond Gaming. They actually have the kills on all of their damage dealers, which I feel like works a lot better. Once you get Wako fed, it's really about Impunity charging into you. Like, Impunity have to be the ones to actually look for the kill to shut down this AD carry. And she does have cleanse, also has the more shippable, so there's a lot of stuff that they need to work through here. I feel like Beyond Gaming is still in a very dominant position going into this team fight. It's really about how Impunity can find the backline and get that instant burst in.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard trying to catch out Wako. As mentioned, got Cleanse, also got Kino just frontlining for him, got the Lee Sin kick if anything goes wrong, and also just a straight to the face charm with the RE. So it's gonna be hard trying to catch out. Minji! Oh, that Leona ultimate. That was a great position to try and delay the squad of IMP. And BYG, they're gonna be able to take the dragon so fast.
Yeah, really nicely done. Oh, but Kino might not be so lucky as he does go down. Impunity retreat across the ramp. Lots of damage being dealt by Wako and the Liga as they find the kill. Minji flashes forward for that one. Impunity, in the end, they do get a 1-for-1, but they lose on the Drake. Beyond Gaming just with beautiful command of that ramp. They knew exactly how to play that, how to keep members away. And Impunity, I don't think it really had much of a chance in making it over.
Yeah, also, they trade 1-for-1, but they're trading their jungler for the enemy support, so absolutely worth it in BYG's books. I mean, Kino, like, you might look at the Leonel, and some people might think, oh, that he wasted his ultimate too early, but I think, like, that was so good. They managed to buy so much time for the rest of his team to really burst down the dragon. IMP at that point, they were kind of too committed. They knew, even though the BYG had already taken the dragon, that they had to go for the fight there, so they knew that they had already lost the Drake. So
Apex gets spotted here. Minji actually still walks forward. Ooh, gets the full burst rotation. Spirit Rush does come out in the end, and that should at least be the tower for top lane on Impunity's side, which actually gives him the gold lead. So, you know, despite all of that we're talking about, they're still very much in the running to continue this game.
oh, Apex, what are you doing? He took a tower shot for nothing.
He just wanted the minions to get there a little bit faster. He took one for the team.
He wanted to feel the thrill of getting hit by tower on 12-12, you know?
The extra damage is a bit of a bummer here, as you know, the extra damage actually scales proportionally with the extra HP that everyone received, but the problem is you also spend a lot more time underneath the tower itself trying to kill the enemy, because the enemy also has a lot more HP. So overall, it just does end up making tower diving quite a bit harder.
Yeah, especially early game too. And I mean, especially for teams that weren't all that great at like communicating and juggling tower aggro, it just got even harder in the last few weeks, which is why we don't see as many tower dives or tower dive compositions going on, not just PCS but worldwide. Also,
yeah, tempo is quite slower. I do think Riot's going to change things up quite a bit. We did see the 12.14 like sneak peeks, and it's all about improving the importance of early fighting. So
for sure, I think that there is no world where Riot goes into worlds with a patch like durability patch that has an anti-dive. There's zero chance. Exactly. So like we're just like, you know, warming up, getting the boring patches out of the way before they switch things up, and suddenly at Worlds it's gonna be like crazy stuff, crazy comps all over again, but that's what people like to watch.
I think that's actually really bad for teams like PSG that just play slow the entire year, and every time they hit an international, it's like the fastest patch in memory.
True. Yeah, I feel like PSG is always unlucky in that sense. Oh, hang on.
Minji going in for the charm, does find it, but there is a backline dive here.
Oh, Jackpot with the flank!
Find the target, he does find Minji with the kickback onto Alex. They don't find the kill. Minji with the turnaround. Jackpot is next as Liga goes into the front line. It's 2 1v3s, but Gwen packs a lot more firepower in this situation. Minji gets the reset with another Spirit Rush. Can he find a use for it? Not yet. At the end of the day, it is a 3-for-1. Beyond Gaming come up big.
Jackpot almost with that monster flank around the back. I think he only managed to hit one person with the CC at the start of that. I think BYG just turned around and just decided to focus Sidrani instead. We're gonna take another look at this. There's when he tries to hook out, but does get charmed back in. So IMP know that Sidrani is coming, and yet only lands the stun on the line.
Usha gets Jackpot back, kicks it across Alex, and the interruption right there just saves his backline. Look at him, he's actually really low health before he gets the extra HP back from the kills there. Would have gone down, I think, if Alex got that split second to send the auto attack Q off. So great job by Husha just keeping his mid laner alive. And I just feel like Ari feels so broken because she can stay alive, and once she gets that one takedown, she's into her back line. She's got infinite resets. Let's see if Impunity can make this work again. They're angling for a pick off here. Jackpot, if they can find them in the funnel. No, it's actually going to be Minji catching out the support. Instead, Alex has to run away with the ultimate, and it turns into a disaster for Impunity. In goes Minji to the backline. He's looking at LZ, flashes across the wall, finds the 80 carry, and they want it all. Apex is down as well. That's going to be a perfect ace for Beyond Gaming to potentially turn around for the Baron.
We gave BYG a whole bunch of flack for the messy, scrappy fights that they had in the first 10-15 minutes or so, but they've definitely proven us wrong in the last 2 team fights. That chain CC was so crisp from BYG. We saw the Leona ultimate straight into the charm from Meiji, and I gotta say, Meiji's been pretty on point with these point-blank charms. You can see right there, Kino's about to drop the Leona. Right there, Elgin tries to grab that one, and then the insta-charm onto winning. BYG know they have this part down, and that's just all systems go at that point. It's just a matter of them getting that front to back and then cleaning up shop. You can see Minji, as you're talking about, getting those resets. And that's the thing about that Ari as well, is she starts off with a charm to start off a team fight. Like 7-8 seconds later, she's gonna have that available again, and she's gonna be able to dash and have another full round of the spells. So that's one of the sick parts about Ari, which is why we've been seeing her a lot ever since 12-11 at the start of PCS this summer. So I'm impressed. I think that Minji is actually playing this really well. I think Ari is one of those few champions that he can play this well, so I'm glad that it's been working out great for BYG this time.
I counted 7 dashes there by Ari in that team fight, and we have to remember the team fight started in the middle of the map, ended behind the enemy inhibitor tower. So there you go, Ari rework. I would say it's pretty successful, at least for Minji.
Yep, for BYG, it's working out great. IMP
pretty
though,
ridiculous how mobile some of these champions are.
Yeah. Like, she's just a great option when you want to just carry early mid-game momentum into late. If your team has other options like Jerry, like Gwen that BYG have right now. I'm not sure really what else IMP can try to do. We are saying that their main goal for early mid-game is to not fall behind too much. So if you're just looking at bot, like LZ isn't actually that far behind in terms of CS off of Wako. But Wako's also 3-0 and 9 on top of the 15 CS that he has up off of LZ. And when you look at the rest of the team, it kind of only gets worse from there. BYG as a whole are up 7,500 gold off of IMP. Like, I don't think IMP have the option to turtle this out anymore because their wave clear is not that great. You know, they're going to really just try to stick around in base, not leave, and then just try and wave clear from there. But I don't see that as an angle where they can try to come back.
They're very far behind in the item curve. We talked about sort of a front to back composition. You have better front lines, in my estimation, between the Sejuani and the Nautilus going forward. But unfortunately, at this point, I don't think it really matters because Wako is way too bad. And you also have Ari that can just go in the back line. It doesn't really have a care in the world. LZ also hasn't hit that 3rd item mark we like to talk about for the Aphelios. So Impunity can come back, but it requires a lot of holding on to do. And I have to criticize them. I would say that they just got greedy around objectives. The first Herald fight, they should have backed off. They were going to get 320 gold. And that's a good trade if you're the Aphelios side. That's fine. They actually greeded for the Herald and then also greeded to kill Likai. That just backfired tremendously. And then they also had the weird fight at Drake where they tried to funnel up a ramp. They used 4 of their ultimates before the fight started to kill Kino, and Beyond Gaming just walked in on them. So I just feel like Impunity, they need to learn about moderation. It's not about throwing everything in a single go. You have to kind of think about steps 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you don't want to think about those steps, you probably need to play a different comp.
I agree. I think their decision making definitely could use some work. It's just as you said, right? You don't want to see one person and then throw everything in the kitchen sink at them because then you're not going to have any gas left in the tank for any type of follow-up. Right now, Kino gets spotted on the ward, but BYG don't care. They're so far ahead, they can just pretty much walk wherever they want into the enemy jungle. If you just take a look at the ward coverage.
Winnie?
No, what are you doing, Winnie? No!
Wako is going to stay alive, relatively healthy right here. HP is low, but it doesn't matter. They catch Mini out in no man's land. Apex is down. That's the 2 carries, and the tanks are left here as Minji just chases into the back line with no regard for human life here. Impunity, last member standing is Jackpot, and they're going to end the game with handing over another perfect ace to Beyond Gaming. The engaged squad from Beyond Gaming is just on point the entire game. They catch out Impunity at the worst moments and make them pay the highest prices. Congratulations to Beyond Gaming to evening up this head-to-head matchup, now 1-1, and continuing the woes of Impunity.
This is pretty much the dream game for BYG, right? Because you've got Wako on his comfort cherry pick, he gets a hit early, he just face rolls in the later stages of the game, but that's to be expected, right? Usually when we see BYG win, they win through Wako. However, the thing that was different this time around was that Minji and Lee Kai both did well, and this is something that BYG has been trying to do the entire summer split. They've been trying to have all the stars align and have their 3 lanes all performing at the same time. So yeah, this is pretty much the dream game for them this time around. I mean, Lee Kai having a good performance on the Gwen, but Minji in particular just really utilizing the Ari to her full capability. So props to BYG for finally figuring out this time around, and yeah, good on them.
I'm very surprised that this is what happened. This last pick, Nautilus, I don't think worked out quite that well for them. I was a little bit surprised that they didn't go for last pick Nautilus. I think he's just a rookie in this regards. He gets caught out of nowhere. LZ pays the price as Husha uses him as a surfboard, kicks him out, and you know, once those resets come in, Minji just goes in for free. He's got no care whatsoever. The damage is gone. It's just a bunch of tanks right now. And Wako, despite starting this fight off 400 HP, he's going to end at about 50%. It doesn't matter whatsoever. This is the type of game that Beyond Gaming loves to play. These are the type of champions that they are so good at. Fighters for Lee Kai. You got tempo play for Minji. I just feel like this draft went a little too well for Beyond Gaming. It might not be like the necessarily the meta S tier draft, but for Beyond Gaming, this is their S tier draft.
Yeah, I mean, I like what we see in the PCS often, which is that teams don't necessarily draft what is good for patch, they draft what is good for them. Whether this comes from comfort picks or whether it comes from just what works with the play style, I like that we see this a lot in the PCS. Like BYG, for example, this is a great example of that. Early on, Douche team, also, like their type of composition is just absolutely unthinkable if you're thinking standard 12v meta, but it works for them and they make it work, so it definitely pays off. IMP, for a player with literally the word win in his ID, my man don't seem to be doing a lot of winning. I don't know what to tell you.
It's hard to say. I think Impunity, they're just caught in such a bad place because they need to fix so many problems at the same time. I think ideally they do want to run both of their Korean imports, but they're probably facing language barriers, and running Winnie with this with running this composition, I don't think they have reliable engage at all. Like nobody on this team is actually a standout engager. So it presents so many problems. I feel like Impunity actually had a lot of chances to pull the trigger, but you could tell that there's no real one person that is going to make that amazing play to do so. It just felt very scattered, and it just handed over the agency to Beyond Gaming. If they had a fighting chance, I felt like in the mid game they were close enough for a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, you gotta ask yourself, which is easier, learning how to play League of Legends or learning Korean, right? To see what you want.
Why not Mandarin? I feel like that makes a little bit more sense, to be honest.
Well, the MVP is going to go over to Gwen. Lee Kai over in the top side, 7-1 and 8, 75% KP. I'm a bit surprised that it's not going to go over to Minji on the Ari, but I mean, props to Lee Kai also because he played this one pretty well.
Yeah, I think the angles on his ultimates were so beautiful. The needlework, the one in River, he got like a 4-man right off the start, and the one where he caught Winnie, I think it was a 3-man as well. So absolutely amazing stuff from Lee Kai, and I believe that is the snip snip that you're doing right there. I wasn't exactly sure. I was thinking about, why are you doing an ergot crab dance?
No, ergot crab. Look, crab is clearly this one, all right. But the thing is, because Gwen, she doesn't use 2 scissors. She uses like that one big scissor. But if you do this, no one has any clue what you're doing because it's like
really,
yeah.
I feel like that one's a little bit more obvious. Like, I'm scared of that one.
I'm done embarrassing myself on camera.
But we have today's results for you. We started off with a lot of bangers, 2 upsets in Jewish team and D-Cross community. Congratulations to those teams. And we rounded out the day with some close games from Sem9, a bit of a disappointment from Impunity, and those are our results for today. What was your most memorable play?
Literally every single game today was a banger because Jewish team winning Frank Esports, that was crazy. I think the most normal game for me was probably CFO. CFO's win, that was the most textbook one that I can think of. JT versus SM9 also looks so dicey for the first 15 minutes or so that looked like it could have gone either way. And I'm just happy that we got to see so many upsets today. I mean, after the crazy week that we had last week, where we also saw a lot of upsets from a lot of the lower ranking teams versus the better ranked teams in the standings, I thought we were done with the upsets, but apparently not. We're starting out the second round robin with a lot of shenanigans also, which is I think what we all like to see here in the PCS.
Exactly. I honestly, I feel like there's only 2 teams that haven't really ramped up, or 3. It's basically Frank Esports, Impunity, and Meta. Those are your 3 teams. I think that, you know, I expected a lot more room for growth. Haven't really delivered on that one.
Yeah.
I trust in Frank. Not sure about the other 2 guys. We'll see if they can do better in tomorrow's matches, as we do have Meta Falcon team against Jewish team. This is a great check to see if Jewish team are climbing up the ladder. And then we have the ultimate upsets of all upsets, Sem9 versus PSG, of course. And then Frank Esports heading up against JT to close off the day.
Yeah, I think that CFO versus BYG will also be interesting. It's definitely going to be a tough battle for BYG because CFO play probably one of the most stable games in the league. They always don't really go for anything crazy. They generally tend to play meta, or they play stuff that are comfort picks, you know, for them, but are also pretty meta. So in that sense, they're a team that's very easy to read, but they play that style so well. So I think that BYG will really have like a huge challenge ahead of them going up against CFO. But when we're looking at the rankings earlier on, you know, it's not all that much change in terms of like where the top 8 cards are falling this time around. But as you're saying, like Frank Esports, Meta Falcon, for example, IMP, I think looking at those teams at the start of the summer split, we had a lot of high hopes, right? Especially for teams like Frank Esports, like Impunity, who looked like they were bringing in an entirely new roster. They were switching things up. But I feel as if the anticipation for these teams is kind of tempered a bit because they're kind of falling in like the middle bottom of the pack. So now that we're actually more than halfway through the league, I'm not really sure how much room there is for these teams to really improve.
I got one question for you. Is the home team, is Impunity making playoffs? That's the only real question. Yes.
100%. Look, they can make it 8th, no problem. Look, come on. Okay, they might get overtaken by Jewish team, but I think that they can still make it into the top 8.
Okay, I agree with that. I feel like MFT, MFT, Impunity, Sem9 are actually on my danger list right now. But it's been absolutely wonderful to have you here as a color caster. I love just screaming about sponsors in random tangents. Being play-by-play is really fun for me as well. So I hope you all had a wonderful day today. This was week 4, day 2 of the PCS, and we will be returning to, I think, a more standard lineup tomorrow on day 3. So remember to tune back in. We've got plenty more action and plenty more upsets down the road on our way to playoffs.